Hello. Shelves. Lisa. I'm trying to put my laptop up here, although this might be a mistake. I need my water. It's here. A little sugar. Let's see. What? Because I need to sit up here. What if I put it up here? Away from the water. Yes, I'm talking to myself. I talk to myself because there is no one to talk to. Something in the back of this thing. Hold on, hold that thought. What can I put back here? A pot. Maybe not. Go. Lisa, lovely lioness, what's up? Your godson. Okay. Have a fun weekend. What's up, dolls? So, range. I got me a stool. And I put this macaroni in a pot. These drains in the sink, though. You don't need the phone. Actually, yeah. Y'all can see because y'all can see don't watch because games. I wanted to talk about. I was on the phone with Amy had called me, and I was talking to her, and we talked about all this stuff. I was like, I need to just go live and talk about it. Is Amy in the building? So, did y'all see the preview? Did y'all see the interview for People Magazine for Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip? Amy J. remind me. I want to show the video. The girls are going on the Ultimate Girls Trip, and when I saw it, I said, "Oh, that's why they mad." Hold on. What? I don't have any control over my camera or anything. What is going on? Lexi Lane. There's some holes in this house. There's some holes in this house. So this is mirrored. There a delay? Whatever. And I need to get some more macaroni and cheese in the oven because why does my water keep going out? What's going on? Because my macaroni got messed up the other night. The bottom of the pan was burnt, and I actually like the aluminum pan that I have because it's deeper, so the noodles don't dry out. I forget how I did this before. Did I do this in fours or threes? One, that's threes. Four, four. How many ounces is this? 32 divided by 3 is what? Three times. What's 32 divided by 3? It doesn't go into that, right? So I want to on the interview. I don't think this my computer gonna work back here. It's really slow. I have like, I guess I could use my hotspot. Fuck it. Tom Brady slaps Logan Paul. Whoa. Why would he slap that boy? $10.6. Okay, so each one need to be 10 ounces. So 4, 8, 12. Well, I'm just going to eye this. Something like that. This one is bigger. Um, Something like that. All right, let's try this again. So I was looking at the previews for the girls trip, and on it is, of course, Porsha. I don't know what happened to this camera though. Okay, y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Okay, let's try this again. All right, I'll use this mic over here. I'll put this down so you can see what I'm doing. And then let's see if I can share some pages. All right, so share. Amy, you don't want to come back? I mean, anybody can come up, but Amy, you don't want to come up? All right, so this says, I feel like I want this microphone. My computer doesn't here. Okay, so this says I can't have nothing. Something went wrong. Retry. All right. Let's see what happened with Tom Brady. Oh, is this fake? Carl Anthony Towns had to break things up after Tom Brady slept with. Oh, that looks. What they arguing about? Cat was shook after Tom Brady slapped Logan Paul. Who's Cat? He slapped the shit out of that. I fucks with Tom Brady. Yeah, get him, Tom. Tell him to stop fucking playing with you. Fuck you think this is? Don't be talking to him like that. Do you know who I am? I am the Tom Brady. Little boy. Little boy. Stop playing with me. Let's start it again. Oh, Cat. Okay. That was real. You know how they be doing like fake stuff for boxing? Let's see. Let's break it down. Somebody said, take that. Tom took his hand out of his pocket, like on some stop playing with me type Tom. Look at him. He getting ready to slap him. What are they arguing about? He bitch slapped him. I don't know. Let's read the comments. Let me put one of these in the pot. What the hell? Didn't Logan Paul start out as a YouTuber? With expensive clothes and sit fine wine, fit vintage clothes down low. Y'all, I said the groceries are cheap at Amazon, but don't buy Amazon brand stuff. I bought some heavy cream. but it's like sweet, so that means they put something in it. Mother, because. All right, let's see what the white boy's fighting about.
Yeah, take him that way, bro. No, get your boy. Get your boy, bro.
Hove and Brown was there. Tom Brady think he black. How many rings did Tom have? All of them. He has all of them. Logan Paul must have been playing too much, a little bit too much for Tom's liking. And Tom looked like he crazy anyway, don't he? He looks like American Psycho. Well, they're not going to tell us. We would have to go on TMZ. All right, here goes a different angle. You're not telling us why. All right, so
is if it involved any of us, I don't know, it's because we're on the girls trip together. I was very protective of us.
Yes.
Like I rode for Lisa. I'm like, listen, look, I don't care what you say she did to you. She's our friend. Okay. And we love her. So she grew a whole sisterhood behind her. I know y'all have my back, Kyle, you know, so we rode like a little gang.
Yeah.
Little glam gang.
Did we help you navigate going back into filming for
I'm
Salt Lake?
sure. No, I felt like it was refreshing for me to go into Salt Lake too, because I feel like our reunion was airing while I was filming Ultimate Girls Trip. So you're getting all of that while being on a trip, and then they'd pop in and just want to confront me. But I'm like, we just cleared everything up at the reunion, and like I'll be the judge here. I won at the reunion. Like, so I'm like, it was cleared. And so I was just trying, I was just trying to vibe. And I think it changed the way I went into the next season too.
Yeah.
For all of us.
wait, this is like a longer clip.
And what's crazy is if it involved any of
Wait, and this Ultimate Girls Trip was longer than any other ones we ever had. Because the other ones are like a week. Or,
And,
5, yeah.
And the other ones are one location. We literally had to keep packing up, going from city to city.
So 6 cities, 12 days?
Yep.
Yeah.
And 2 theme
Well,
parties
I mean,
A day. A day.
You have to sacrifice. Greatness, you can't have like everything, you know? He wanted to be the greatest football player ever. That was Desmond. Where? You talking about Stephon Diggs' boyfriend? Are you backstage? So if you notice this cast, it is all of the girls who are in charge of the girls, but everybody hates. You got Kyle, Lisa, Barlow, Porsha, Giselle. Who else is up there? Vicky and Luann. And they seem to like love each other. Lala is always giving bad bitch for real. Not like that thing that was in our live the other night. That creature from the Blue Lagoon running. I should call Jamal. I'm gonna play this and I'm gonna call Maul, see the answer. I love Lisa. People just don't get her sense of humor. Like when she said, in my opinion, I won. And one of them got with, I think they got with Heather, because I'm sorry, I don't care what nobody say. They be picking on Heather. I mean Lisa. Especially Heather. Heather's hating ass.
Wait, and this Ultimate Girls Trip was longer than any other ones we ever had.
Mhm.
Because the other ones are like a week. Or,
And-
yeah,
Yeah.
5, yeah.
And the other ones are one location. We literally
Oh,
had
yes.
to keep packing up,
We went
going
on
from city
6
to city.
Yes.
Six-
So
Road-
that's-
Six
yeah,
cities,
trip.
12
Yeah.
days,
Yep.
yeah, and 2
Yeah.
theme parties a day.
A day.
Yes.
A day.
I mean,
The
But
outfits.
yes, but some
Yeah.
so like we went to Beverly Hills. So like I felt like the places that we went, y'all didn't have to pack as much. Like us,
Yeah,
we
we
because you didn't do a Potomac stop or a Salt Lake stop. We had to pack for the whole thing. Like Atlanta, you
Right.
got
Oh,
to
so
switch your
did I.
I
luggage.
did. I
So
could
did I.
regather myself.
And
Yes.
I left everything. New York was kind of last, so I left everything for New York.
Yeah,
And all the parties
because the
happened after
packing
that.
was not a game.
Back at home
Wait.
and was able to get,
Was it 6
take
locations?
my kids
Yes.
at home,
Wait,
which is a
count.
big help.
OC, Beverly Hills, Atlanta, Miami.
New
York,
Yes.
Berkshire.
Berkshire.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, so it was 6. Yeah.
Woo!
Yep.
It was kind of hot, cold, hot, cold,
Yeah.
hot, cold.
Bikinis, loafers.
Ah,
Asked
me
to, celebrate 20 years of the Real Housewives. And like I said, it was not an immediate yes. I said, can you give me like 2 days? Because I was exhausted from shooting Beverly Hills. You know what it's like shooting 2 back to back, like Vicky just did. But like, how could we not want to celebrate that?
Yeah.
When we started this, people were like, is reality television even going to be around for long? And look at this. That's something to really
It's an
celebrate.
accomplishment. Yeah.
And then the biggest thing about doing the Ultimate Girls Trip, which is different from other girls trips, is because we're representing our cities for the 20th year anniversary.
Yes.
So our home, yeah, you know what I mean?
Yes.
And so for
It was
me,
like-
I was just glad to be picked. Like she said, I was very humble. I was very thankful. And most of all, I needed that break because I was off 3 years, came back a year, got my ass whipped. And then I was like, okay, what now? And then in between that time, when this came in, I was like, you know what? Hell yeah.
Yes.
Because when I'm around them, I know it sounds crazy. I don't know if y'all feel like this, but it's therapeutic.
Yes.
It
Because
is.
when we're on camera, we have all these conversations about what we've been through and getting to know each other on a different level.
And we get
And-
to break the
And
fourth
it's a
wall and
sisterhood
talk
that
about
no one else
shooting.
can relate to.
Totally.
We can only relate to this. So this is like a breath of fresh air for me. So
Oh,
I'm
it's
gonna say
definitely
yes
very
every time.
refreshing.
Totally.
Yeah,
I feel
To
like
be with
it's,
these ladies.
yeah, I feel like it's extremely empowering.
Not to say that we didn't clash sometimes.
Oh, we did.
When you spend 2 weeks together with big personalities like this,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
always something.
Yeah.
There's a moment.
I don't know if you had too much to drink in Atlanta, but you were very mean to her.
I mean to Lisa.
I like sincere apologies. Muster it up, boo. Muster it up.
I don't know if you girls felt like this, but when we would stop at these events and the other housewives would come in from other cities, there was a lot of drama that came up that was
Yes.
really surprising to me. And the way they argue is very different than we are in Beverly Hills. And I found myself here, I was so happy and love all these women so much. But then, you know, obviously on Beverly Hills, we fight, we have problems. But I'm like, wow, this is kind of making me appreciate Beverly Hills. I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now.
No, it was crazy.
It was crazy.
It was.
Yeah,
OC was like, wow.
OC was wild.
OC,
Wild.
what about
was wild, but
Salt
also
Lake?
Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake was
Salt Lake
wow.
City. They were
Salt
so-
Lake, and then
were
and then
mean.
Atlanta had their
Yes.
stuff.
They were mean.
But it was
Wow.
crazy
Yeah.
because when
Yes.
we would see, when we're in each city, you would assume, okay, well, the Atlanta girls are going to act up, or the Miami girls. It would be the other cities that are visiting us that
Acting
show
up.
out. And what's
Yes.
crazy is if it involved any of us, I don't know, it's because we're on the girls' trip together. I was very protective of us.
Yes.
Like, I rode for Lisa. I'm like, listen, look, I don't care what you say she did to you. She's our friend. Okay? And we love her. So she grew a whole sisterhood behind her. I know
Yeah.
y'all have my back,
Yeah.
Kyle, you know,
Yes.
so we rode like a little gang.
Yeah.
Little
Did-
glam
I love
gang.
that
Did we help you navigate going back into filming for
I'm
Salt Lake?
sure.
No, I felt like it was refreshing for me to go into Salt Lake too, because I feel like our reunion was airing while I was filming Ultimate Girls Trip. So you're getting all of that while being on a trip, and then they'd pop in and just want to confront me. But I'm like, we just cleared everything up at the reunion, and like, I'll be the judge here. I won at the reunion. Like, so I'm like, it was cleared. And so I was just trying, I was just trying to vibe. And I think it changed the way I went into the next season too,
Yeah.
Yeah.
for all of
I could
us.
see that.
And it felt better, and I felt like empowered by it. And I think it's, I love learning from people. And for me, it was so amazing to watch how all of you guys mitigate different situations
Yeah.
and friendship. And it felt more relatable to like what I would want on my franchise.
Somebody said they feel refreshed. Unpopular opinion, Kyle. Like Kyle just had to say, "Oh, they just make me appreciate." No, we watched a 1 minute clip on the other channel, on the other thing, tweet. In charge of the girls, honey. Her and Giselle. Those faces look refreshed. I want to watch. She is so jealous of Baby Gorgeous. She rode hard for Meredith. Lisa always look good to me. I don't know what they be talking about. She is a real one, and people forget Lisa is from New York. 6 rings when he refused. Tom already had 6 rings when he refused to leave. And Giselle. So he's a bitch, though. So, Vicky is quiet. You know, Vicky's polite. You gotta learn how to, like, it's like on Kabor's channel on the live. You gotta jump in. She was definitely talking about the Black Housewives. But no, yeah, yes and no. Beverly Hills, they do fight different. I always say that. The white girls fight different. You know, Salt Lake City, they be getting that shit in. But Beverly Hills, they. Oh my God, I can't believe you said that. And like, the shit Samia said about Porsha's mom, that would have never happened on Beverly. Beverly Hills would never. And speaking of Shamia, when I was talking to Amy, I was like, basically like, Shamia, you just think you're gonna come in and take over. Like if Shamia was on this trip, it would be ruined. Lisa Wu, yeah, I heard that too. They said Lisa was like cloud chasing, and I believe that. And I hate that. The girls that like we trying to force scenes. But you just can't come in and take Porsha's spot. She's solidified. Whatever Shamia thought she was doing with the centerpiece, I don't know whose idea that was. I don't know. But like Porsha said, she came back 1 year, the second year she got her ass whooped. Shamia knows all. Why go after P's mom? That was so dirty. And that wouldn't have happened on any other franchise. Oh, Lisa Ray.
I was like, that makes sense. So I feel like
Shamia always tried to overtake Porsha's spot. Go look at her friend of season. Listen, I'm ready to do a whole rewatch of Atlanta from when Shamia started coming on. And everyone seems to forget she started the season off lying to Phaedra. Shamia and Porsha are the same hoe. Who was lying to Phaedra? They have all these clips of Shamia telling Porsha's business. The rewatch. What am I looking for? Oh, it's in my is it on Instagram? I think it's on Instagram.
Brand and you are the face of the show. It's yours. A lot of people can look at it as share the spotlight. You know, this is your best friend. Why don't give her a little shine? But then you have to also take into account that does this friend know how this go? And am I going to have to train you? And are you going to be in my shadow? And are you going to be in my way? Basically, because I'm looking out for you now and not trying to make you a part of the shenanigans, even the shenanigans behind the scenes that will have us baited against each other. I don't want that to happen. Now I got to do something different than what I was doing with the other women because you're my friend. So now I got to have more patience, more grace, more everything with you. And normally I wouldn't. So now I'm working a little harder because you on here. When I saw her on the show, I was shocked. I said, oh, well, maybe she's making a cameo. And then I saw that she was actually one of the housewives. I said, oh, let me see how this works. But I'm not a fan of the show. So
you're not.
No, I'm not.
Tell me why.
Because I just don't like reality show that you baiting each other against each other, and now you making up narratives that's not true, and then you're falsifying information, and then you coming for me, and then you want to fight me, and you bringing up my personal business and all of that. I'm already a public figure, but normally people that are public figures, we know that. So we stay a little bit, from here, you know what I mean? I tell you what I want you to know. I'm not trying to kiss and tell. That happens back here in the bedroom. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm too old for that. Or maybe I'm just not that playful. You know what I'm saying? I don't do that. But I just don't I'm for women. You know what I mean? And although I've said some things about some of my friends, it's like, why did you do that, girl? Whatever. And I mean what I said, However, you're not going to hear me talking and degrading a woman. And if I want to whoop her, then it's no way that I'm going to be on the show with you next week because I'm going to whoop you every time I see you. And then therefore, it's not going to be a show. I'm going to be in jail somewhere. And it's just not worth it. So I choose not to do that, So I don't, I don't like that,
But she said, what did she say? She said,
that when you've created your own brand and you are the face of the show, it's yours. A lot of people can look at it as share the spotlight. This is your best friend. Why don't give her a little shine? But then you have to also take into account that does this friend know how this go? And am I going to have to train you? And are you going to be in my shadow? And are you going to be in my way? basically, because I'm looking out for you now and not trying to make you a part of the shenanigans, even the shenanigans behind the scenes that will have us baited against each other. I don't want that to happen. Now I gotta do something different than what I was doing with the other women because you're my friend. So now I gotta have more patience, more grace, more everything with you. And normally I wouldn't. So now I'm working a little harder because you on here. When I saw her on the show, I was shocked. I said, oh, well, maybe she's making a cameo. And then I saw that she was actually one of the housewives. I said, oh, let me see how this works. But I'm not a fan of the show. So
you're not.
No, I'm not.
Tell me why.
Because I just don't like reality show that you baiting each other against each other, and now you making up narratives it's not true, and then you're falsifying information, and then you coming for me, and then you want to fight me, and you bringing up my personal business and all of that. I'm already a public figure, but normally people that are public figures, we know that. So we stay a little bit, from here, you know what I mean? I tell you what I want you to know. I'm not.
So Lisa Ray doesn't agree with Shamia coming on the show. And my mouse is wet. I don't think there's anything wrong with Porsha saying that. Everybody trying to vilify and demonize Porsha for, like Blue said, having an honest moment. I don't have control of my mouse. Sorry. Wait, what's the? Oh God, I can't move the freaking mouse. All right. The pinky lie. Yes, even that. I'm so used to talking into my phone. Even that. You said that. You said Phaedra said that. And you went and told that. She told Pinky that they said that. Knowing you said it. Like, it may seem like really silly, but that's like a bold-faced lie. And Pinky was like on a mini rampage because of that. This speaks to her character. And I'm not taking my foot off Shamia's neck. Sorry. Shamia let Pinky saying Phaedra said she ate meat when it was Kelli. I never liked Shamia since Nene got her together. When did Nene get her together? She's right. Shamia took the warning as a slight. She took it as a slight, and I believe she took it and said, okay, I'll come on as a friend of, or whatever have you, but I'm going to make my mark. That's why she went in there and made friends with Candy. And if I'm wrong, correct me. Wasn't Porsha and Candy beefing when Shamia started being friends with her? Like, she would never, ever, I would have been cut Shamia off if I was Porsha. Bitch, you're not going to be sitting up here talking to the people who don't like me. Like, you're friends with the people who like, I don't care who told what lie. I don't believe it's a whole lie or whatever that Phaedra said. However you feel about it, I'm saying her and Candy don't get along. So why are you cozying up to her? If you want me to have all of this, like, reverence for you and watch out for you, put a good word in for you, and all this stuff to get on the show, but then you go run up behind Candy when we fall out? Like, what? Like, that? I have friends in real life and have cut off friends in real life. That's not how friends act. And if any of my friends said to me, I was getting my lick back, like she said in the Carlos King interview, bitch, I'm gonna get my lick to the front. You hear me? That's not your friend. If there's any Shamia people in here, y'all might as well leave. I agree. Shamia doesn't have a storyline. People look at look at it. Shamia's storyline was always no. Shamia thought she was going to cry about her baby to death, and we didn't want to see that. I agree with Lisa Ray. Porsha trying to build a brand and a persona on TV, and Shamia came along poking holes in it. She did. Oh shit! Oh shit! What? We're live. Yeah, I'm headed home driving now. Had to stop at Harris Teeter. What's that? Porsha was honest about how she felt. Shamia didn't need the money. She could have stayed home. And like the boy said, he was like, damn, like, you want to come on my show? Your mom, my mom's daycare. Like, I'm pretty sure there's an overlap in a couple of guys, too. You can't tell me it's not. That's why I need to rewatch. Folks bypass everything Shamia is doing to point back to a decade ago. Shamia came on the show after Phaedra, and Porsha was working with her. Kandi was mad. Shamia came on the show going after Phaedra, and Porsha was working with her. Kandi was mad. I don't know what you mean. Shamia came on the show going after Phaedra. I remember that. I remember them arguing at the reunion. And Porsha was working with her. With Phaedra, and Kandi was mad. Kandi was mad about what? Amy, come up here. Shamia was showing the girls text. Yes, Britt Edie, all the text messages. Why didn't Kandi get her? How about that, Chaos? When Shamia tried to do aunties versus nieces, and Nene called her out for age shaming. Aunties versus nieces. Let me look that up. So let's look at this real quick. This is, hold up.
You're supposed to be there. You're supposed to be in the wedding. Figure that shit out. Porsha has dogged Shamia out. Treated her like
Kandi, shut up. That's my friend. That's not your friend. I'm sorry. We know what you want. Kandi interfering all in their shit. Now, we really gotta have to do a rewatch of these old episodes with Shamia.
and now she doesn't even want to go to the girls'
Shamia looked better back then.
wedding. So to me, I'm like, you really need her as your friend.
Like, physically, I just can't do it in coach.
Why don't you go to the doctor?
You know when I passed out at the nail shop.
She has been milking this whole.
I'm supposed to, Shamia.
Put me on y'all's payroll. Okay, so help me understand the condition.
Oh my God, I can't.
I sent you the whole thing on it.
I know I was mad I didn't read it.
Oh, that's not nice.
Why I was mad?
Because I was telling you something about my health. I would have thought you would have read that.
She got a doctor's keys for everything. No?
My doctor wrote me a doctor's note. It's crispy.
Let me see. Let me get one of these notes here. Let's see. What letter I need.
Porsha, you're telling me you're not coming to my wedding.
Yeah, but I'm telling you something about my health.
It's not the flight. Bottom line is you're not coming.
Well, she can't sit on the plane that long with her legs down. They used to being up all the time.
Carmen, shut up. You look like Tammy Roman with this hair, and you mad because don't nobody want you to put your legs up. But They sitting at the table shading her, and Shamia just keep going and going and going and going and going and going in front of them, knowing they don't like Porsha. Okay. Amy J. It's only like 30 seconds left.
I wish that Porsha would just be honest and say that she doesn't want to go, because clearly she goes everywhere else that she wants to go, medical condition and all.
How about you mind your business, Candy? This is the fight they had, Shamia and Phaedra.
Where can I get one of those onesies?
What, Mimi? Let me read the comments. Also, while everyone's feeling justified with the Angela Shamia situation, the wife called Angela and said, "I never told you that." That never happened. Angela and the wife are still friends. Listen, I have a theory about that. I don't know if you were here when I said it. My theory is that that girl said something to Angela because, number one, Angela asked her, why would Angela ask her, do you mind if I repeat this on the show? Number one. Number two, if you saw did y'all see the footage of George saying he's in the market for a prostitute, and he was talking about his wife?
Hey, something's going on with my StreamYard.
Yeah, StreamYard is tripping.
It's like it keeps refreshing and I get kicked out, so I don't know if that's gonna work, but I'm just telling you.
Let me remove this one. Okay. The man George, he was talking about, let's see, what's this? SZA. Did you see the footage of George when they taped their reality, when they were trying to tape a reality show of him and his wife? I believe, well, for all of y'all who didn't see it, damn, it keep kicking you out.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm hoping they won't do it again. Go ahead.
What's his name? George.
The lawyer?
Yeah. I think I saved it. What's his name? Oh, I'm sorry, y'all can't even see it. Let me start it over.
Let me introduce you to the empire. My family. It's complicated, it's loud, it's love, it's fun. And it's the Crash Money Millionaire family.
Y'all don't know me yet, so let me just introduce myself. I'm Ashley. I'm a mom, a mummy. I'm 27, mama 3, and George's partner in this beautiful, messy thing that we call life.
She's a really cool lady. She's sweet, understanding, all the good stuff, but she's a little crazy too.
I'm currently 27 years old. I met George when I was 23.
She was literally getting out of her car, walking past my condo, about to deliver some Uber Eats. When I saw her with those little bitty shorts on and everything showing, you know what I mean? Booty popped out, titties popping, and I was like, golly, this was the most beautiful girl I've ever seen in my life. And I was just off a rocky relationship with this other girl, and I'm like, I'm in hot pursuit of a damn prostitute. But guess what? She wasn't a prostitute. She was soon to be girlfriend.
I thought I was just dropping off food. I didn't know I was picking a whole new future. Yes, I'm younger. Yes, people judge. But age don't define love. Effort does. Right?
Love don't check IDs. It checks the energy and definitely you gotta have them pockets. You know what I'm saying? And what we do, I got those pockets.
When I met George, he already had 5 kids. So when I say I stepped into a full situation, I mean a whole situation.
Man said he was in hot pursuit of a prostitute. So you mean to tell me when Angela went over next door or whatever at the HOA meeting and was talking about Shamia or asked them, y'all know that girl Shamia? What's up with Shamia? He ain't say, because he wrote her a $10,000 check for charity. You mean to tell me he didn't say some shit like that? It's very ghetto. And you can't tell me that he didn't say or imply. He probably said something about her body. The way Shamia was jumping up and down when he gave her that check, it was like, all right, girl. So I believe that they said something to Angela, but when Shamia put them on the spot, she was like, oh, I ain't say that. I ain't say that. She lying. She lying. Which she never said Angela was, Shamia was. She said, did you fuck George? She didn't say she fucked him. She said, did you?
Okay, I'm back.
Did you hear anything I said?
Yeah, I was watching it from the thing. Did she? No, I mean, go ahead. Say your opinion about it.
I said what I said. I feel like she did say something to Angela. Angela never said she slept with George. She asked her, did she sleep with George? And I believe that girl said something. She said something to where Angela had to ask her, do you mind if I say this on the show? Why would she answer that if she didn't say something? That's my opinion. So I don't believe Ashley, basically what I'm saying. I believe she said something. So calling Angela a liar. And I think the goal is for her to get on the show. And everybody was talking about them for about a week?
Yeah. Girl, I give up. This thing keeps going in and going out. But I heard what you said. I don't know about Angela. I feel like she got caught in the lie, but I hear what you're saying. You were like going with the word, like the wording of everything. I just feel like in general, Shamia does not have a storyline outside of Porsha. And I feel like she was trying to create the storyline through Porsha because everything else is not sticking. And you ask me even more, I think about it, I feel like Shamia is like a new version of Monique. Because I don't believe she
We lost you. Hold on. Let me see if I can help.
did I get cut off? I'm sorry.
You
Did
said
you
she's the new version of Angela. That's the last thing we heard. I mean, new version of Monique.
Yeah, I feel like she came on the show. She's like selling this new thing of like, because I told you I was like really in love with the whole first review of Shamia. And she came on the show selling this fabulosity, and she's supposed to be like this really put up woman. But I feel like she's coming on the show to dump Gerald. I feel like that in my bones because the way she's moving and desperately trying to hold on to this fight with Portia to get herself solidify her peach. But outside of that, I feel like the next step is going to be my marriage is not what y'all see it is, and I can't stand Gerald. I want out of this marriage because Monique was so in love with Chris, and then all of a sudden Chris couldn't do nothing right.
I believe it. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. She probably went out. You know, Shamia doesn't spend any time with her children either. I think that's like really strange.
It's giving Monique. That's all I'm gonna say. It's giving Monique. And remember how everybody was crowding and supporting Monique because everybody was like going after what they thought was the enemy. I'm telling you, if she makes it to season 3 or 4 and people like let her stay, she's gonna eventually be the real tea's gonna come out and she's gonna be leaving Gerald, and then everybody's gonna see the real like sneaky way she really running. I feel like this is all smoke and screen and it's gonna come out eventually. I just think Shamia is not who what people think she is. She is jumping on the bandwagon. She came on the show and she did try to, but
I'm telling you, it's StreamYard, especially if you have an iPhone, it don't be fucking with you.
I'm sorry, this thing keeps messing up. I can see what
I know it does it to me when I'm on my iPhone.
I'm on an iPhone. I'm getting knocked out. But y'all, people don't see it, but I see Shamia turning into Monique. That's all I can see. She got everybody wrapped into how much they can't stand Porsha, but I see how she's moving and how she is creating this super beef that is not a real beef. Because if she told you not to come to the show, we should never have heard this because you should have already made the decision to come on the show and make the decision of know where you stand with Porsha. The fact that she shared it with everybody and making it a thing of like our friendship is over because of it, girl, please. The friendship been over, and you know why? Because Porsha told you.
But it's only over now. Now that your little plan didn't work.
Yeah, I just feel
The
like
friendship is only over now. The timing of it is off to me. The friendship now is over because
yeah.
she was a move and it didn't work.
Yeah, because the move is I'm going to come on the show and make it seem like Porsha just cannot stand me and everything. I feel like she is reconciled with that situation with her and Porsha, and she tried to make Porsha her storyline last season when she was like, "You're just not being a good friend. You didn't even listen to my song," and then she started talking to everybody. Okay, cool, we get it, right? And then you came back this season on the same note, and Portia started playing the game and took all your little friends except Kelly, the one that's living in your home, and you just busted out with your mother was fucking my trying to fuck my father. This is so
low down. Lost circuit. It,
I can't stand it. But yeah, that's the whole point. I just feel like she has different moves and strategies she's gonna make, and everyone's like, Portia, Portia, Portia. But I'm telling you, once this clears, the real agenda is gonna come out because I still can't understand if your man is worth 177 million. Like, remember how Monique was talking about just that little check? Oh, please. And where's Monique now? Trying to be a friend of and get back on the show. But remember, she was like, "You guys are trying to tear down a beautiful family," and da da da. Da. What is Monique's? What is Shamia saying? You guys, she tried to make my mom look bad, and look what her mother did. It's like, really?
like you started that whole fucking fight. Like, how are you the one that's crying? That shit is so fake to me. You literally started that fucking fight. And if y'all didn't hear, I guess Amy, he probably tired of coming in and out. But I want y'all to hear somebody else say it. Let me read the comment. All right, before I do that, yes, Angela wasn't standing on what she said. She asked, "What you mean by that, Chubbs? Like standing on what?" The only thing I got mad with Angela for with that is that I believe in that moment Angela should have been like, "Yeah, I was asking about you. Yeah, I was trying to I asked people about you. You have been violating me since I got on this show. You keep talking about my husband don't love me. He don't want to come home. Just that and the third. You keep talking about my appearance. He got a baby. So you clearly did your research, your Googles. So I'm doing it on you. And I've said this before to the people who, my regular subscribers, like I was arguing with one of my old ex. Well, she wasn't really my friend. She's my friend's daughter, and she got a little bit. She is actually trans, And when she take them fucking the testosterone, she get beside her motherfucking self. It makes her very aggressive. So one day she start like just being like disrespectful. So I got disrespectful back. So we going back and forth. She says some smart shit. And bitch, my thing is you don't know me like that to be playing with me. You don't know me to be playing with me like that. So I said, hold on. Hold that thought. Yo, who you said what you call us fucking? Okay. Who and who? Okay. All right, I'll call you back. Yeah, bitch. You call yourself a boy now, but they said you still getting fucked. By who? By such and such and such and such. She lost her fucking mind, bitch. It's a part of war. I mean, it just is what it is. Ain't no fucking rules in fighting. If I'm fighting, I'm going all out. That's what I wish Angela would have stopped acting like you wasn't asking people about it. Because you are. But you would, in my opinion, you were justified. Because it's mighty strange that Ashley had to be on speaker during the episode like, girl. Just be too. And we didn't hear the call between her and Shamia either. I see zero chemistry between Shamia and zero. Shamia said Real Housewives of Atlanta offered her a peach for years, and because of her husband saying no, she didn't do it. Why now, though? But didn't on the Carlos King interview, didn't he press her about that? I don't know. I swore she wasn't. What did she say? I don't know. That's debatable, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. I heard something different on her interview that was full of lies. Outside of her house, we really haven't seen Shamia living a rich life. We haven't even seen Shamia being a mom, like, at all. All we hear is Shamia crying about her baby being disabled. That's all she does. I don't even think they sleep together. Why is Shamia so damn horny? I think it's an arranged marriage. Cameron, that man ain't laying no damn pipe. So, what else did I have? Oh, I wanted to see this. Because I want to see this thing with Nene, what y'all talk about with Nene.
You have to ask my sister Lauren. She had a maid for us.
We got a lot of questions about how genuine your friendship really is. Is it?
It is.
Do the other ladies feel that?
No. This is the thing. A relationship is between two people, not between a group.
Did you used to think Porsha was dumb? Did you used to say she was dumb?
Y'all had her on tape making comments. I said she had a little head, small brain. I mean, that's shade.
That was say dumb.
Oh, gosh, like everyone up here doesn't throw shade. Come on now.
I tweeted me a funky little picture of Phaedra when I saw what she said. Said she was baby Bop, Barney's little sister, you know, but then we connected later on after that.
Do you doubt that their friendship is as genuine as they say?
I feel like they have an alliance.
Is this Survivor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Housewife Survivor. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, well, when you talk about friendships,
Survival of the fittest.
like my friendship with Kenya, she's not always going to agree with everything I say and do, and I'm not always going to agree with everything
Do you
she
think
says
they
and
always
does.
agree with each
I think
other?
they really back each other up pretty much regardless. I really do.
Shamia, what do you think?
I think a real friend wouldn't let their other true friend take the fall for.
You heard that their other true friend. Hold up, because I got to see Shamia's face. Look at Porsha's face.
Always going to agree with everything.
Do you
she
think
says
they
and
always
does.
agree with each
I think they
other?
really back each other up pretty much regardless. I really do.
Shamia, what do you think?
I think a real friend wouldn't let their other true friend take the fall for something that they've said and done. I would never do that. And I think it's a convenient friendship. She is the funnest she's ever been in her life hanging around Porsha. She brings a youthful side to Auntie.
Not Auntie.
Where she go with that auntie shit? Didn't you say she called Nene auntie? I keep stopping it because I don't want them to shut my stream down. A budget Mark my words, Shamia will be leaving Gerald once Porsha smoke screen is over. It's Monique was the same way. I love my husband. Shamia don't want another baby. She's done. Wait, have y'all seen Shamia's IG post? No, now she all about stop it. Shamia was a lot more chocolate back then.
How much do you two talk when you're not filming?
About every day.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's changed then, because back in the day, I didn't talk every day.
We talking about today.
Yeah.
But why Shamia so mad about Phaedra? Like, she can't have another friend, Shamia? You friends with Candy. Why can't she be friends with Phaedra? They ain't do nothing to Phaedra. Ain't do nothing to you.
What do you make of people doubting your friendship? What do you make of them
They're
saying
just
it's more than
jealous.
an alliance?
Nobody's jealous of that.
Well, why do you I don't think anybody wants me to have a friend. Why can't I have a friend?
Nobody has a problem with you bonding and having fun. He asked us if we thought it was genuine.
I'm not here to prove how close I am with Phaedra at all. We genuinely have a friendship. We are concerned with each other's lives, and I value that. If nobody else can see it, I really don't care. I enjoy the friendship that I have.
Be careful, girl. Don't leave your credit cards or your license around. You know she's into fraudulent activity.
Girl, you need to stop lying, honey.
Ashley from Kansas City, Missouri said, Porsha, you said on Watch What Happens Live that you're a loyal friend, and that's why you didn't throw Phaedra under the bus. But you chimed in on Phaedra bad-mouthing Shamia. Where was your loyalty to Shamia?
Okay, so
but I want to say this. At what she was saying. Porsha was not like chiming in. It wasn't like she's like, yeah.
Yeah, she was. She was. She clearly chimed in, which was my earlier point.
Sheree, you were there.
Right.
Did she chime in?
She said
they were close.
They were close.
So implying that she's fucking both me and
Okay, I wonder why you're so hardcore on what I implied when Phaedra actually said y'all were fucking.
I'm saying both of y'all I don't fuck with because y'all sit up there making up shit. So you're saying that me and her fucking because we close. You and I used to be close. Were we fucking?
No, we weren't.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
Why would you say that?
Like, why would you do that?
I cannot.
Well, when Sheree came back to tell me that Candy had went and told some of Phaedra's business and Shamia chimed in.
Phaedra tried to holler at my husband. Like, walking past, and she's like, excuse me. So when you can do that, I don't put shit past you.
I pulled Shamia to the side and told her I didn't think that she should do that.
I only brought that up because you were going so hard for Phaedra. I told you, don't go so hard for her.
Yeah,
and
I get what you're saying now, but when it came to Phaedra and what she was saying, I was caught up in the tea and what was going on, and I was wrong.
I was like, I'm just telling you to be careful. You don't know where her vagina's been, seeing as though she tried to holler at my ex. I'm like, please don't forget. I'm not talking to you.
She went from flirting to Gerald to hollering at him. She's so mad. She's so mad. Candy put a battery in Shamia's back. Because in my opinion, the actually plan in season 9 was to ice out Phaedra. I don't remember the seasons like that. Like season 9, what happened in season 9? Shamia acts like a possessive, scorned lover. Yes, I get that. Now let me see if. Oh wait. They start arguing about African.
Where can I get one of those?
I'm like, please don't forget. I'm not talking to you.
I was trying to holler at your
like I
exes.
said,
I was not.
I told you
Girl,
that
nah.
because I wanted you to just be careful.
You didn't need to insert it, period. Because I know how this group is. Here we are getting a bone from Sheree. So clearly it's gotten around the group and it's about to go down.
Girl, you don't.
So that's basically saying, Shamia, you don't have to warn me. I know how this shit goes. Like, I don't need you. Remember last season, Shamia was like, I was trying to form an alliance. Why would Porsha need to form an alliance with you? You just got here. Her spot is solidified. No, Phaedra is activated.
a bone from Sheree. So clearly it's gotten around the group and it's about to go down.
Girl, you the one that's going to the St. Regis trying to get your past shoes, child, screwing anybody that will screw you, girl.
Very generous.
Oh,
I'm
is
engaged.
he?
What are you doing?
All right.
Yeah, girl, why you worried? You was trying to get at it.
You gonna write letters?
All right.
I don't have to write letters. I'm divorced from
whatever
him.
you write.
But you can get on them girls that you
I'm
want.
good. I'm about to be married. Oh, but you're the one at Porsha's mom's house talking about hook me up with an African girl. Hook me up. Now which one of them got money?
Hell, you the one got the African connection.
All right.
And if I want, I would have.
The African connection. Don't you need to keep hooking everybody up with Africans? Kelli, Porsha, Lord knows who else.
Connection. I'm about to be a bride.
Well, good, girl. Hopefully it will last longer than a year this time.
Well,
hopefully it will, girl.
And hopefully yours will last longer
Good
too.
luck.
Tell that truth.
Miss
Porsha.
Southern Belle today and Hooker tomorrow.
Please
Please
girl,
stop.
girl, you better hush.
The
Girl,
streets do
bye.
talk about you too.
Girl, bye.
Okay.
An expired cheerleader.
All right, stop, stop,
I'm getting my
stop,
message right now, so please
stop,
stop.
stop.
Well, she's ugly. So.
Stop.
Girl, bye.
That navel to the left. Stop using Groupons for your plastic surgery.
Stop.
You hear Andy keep saying stop. I don't think he cares for Shamia because he put her all the way down the street at the reunion.
Girl, you better hush.
The
Girl,
streets do
bye.
talk about hook me up with an African girl. Hook me up. Now which one of them got money?
Hell, you the one got the African connection.
All right.
And if I want,
She's not even a cast member. Like, he's saying be quiet.
I don't have the African connection. I'm about to be a bride.
well, good, girl. Hopefully it will last longer than a year this time.
Well,
hopefully it will, girl.
And
Good luck
hopefully yours
with it.
will last longer
Good
too.
luck.
Tell that truth.
Miss
Porsha.
Southern Belle today and Hooker tomorrow.
Please
Please
girl,
stop.
girl, you better hush.
The
Girl,
streets do
bye.
talk about you too.
Girl, bye.
Okay.
An expired cheerleader.
All right, stop, stop.
I'm getting my message
Stop.
right now, so please
Stop.
stop.
Stop, stop,
Well,
stop.
she's ugly. So.
Stop.
Girl, bye.
That navel to the left. Stop using Groupons for your plastic surgery.
Stop. Please be quiet.
Come on, y'all.
Porsha, how awkward is this for you?
I don't know why I feel emotional right now.
Because you sit next to a fraud.
Girl, if you call me fraud one more time,
Okay, all right.
it's
All
going
right.
down.
Fraud.
All right, ladies,
Shut
stop.
up. Whore.
Porsha, why are you emotional?
I don't know. When it get ugly, it just rattles me. And especially the fact that our relationship is torn. This dynamic is difficult to deal with sometimes.
Yeah. Why do you believe that Candy and Todd would try or
You see this Nene thing you talking about. I don't know what's on here. Did Kenya Moore just dismiss Shamia Morton?
I thought we were growing.
Yeah, we're cool.
I came here for Porsha's event, and she told me, hey,
Excuse me. Have a little bit more water, please. Thank you.
So she's like, you should go because I can't go. And also tell her that I'd like to donate.
Can I take 2 more?
Oh, wait.
No,
You go ahead. I'll wait
Just
because I
have
want
2
you to
more.
hear me.
Yeah, 2 more, please.
Bring 2 pictures so I'm not interrupted. I'm riding around trying to find the house.
Mm-hmm.
So I called you,
Mm-hmm.
and I just felt like you were pretty dismissive. Even when I showed up, you guys are outside taking the water
you're
break.
going way too deep with this.
Okay, first of all,
I'm sorry if I made you feel like that, but we were
I
busy.
appreciate
We were
that, but I
busy
want you to understand
working.
why so it doesn't happen again.
It's not about you, sweetie. It's about the people of Houston, not you and your feelings.
Let's not make it an issue.
It's not an issue. It's not an issue, but I do want you to understand how I feel.
do understand.
Are you basically dismissing me?
I honestly, Shamia, look, we are all here. We had a great time.
So you're dismissing me again?
I think you should just give the benefit of the doubt and just let it.
I wish Kenya was here now to deal with Shamia. I love it. No, that's really how you shade a bitch. Why is she worrying about Phaedra? She seems possessive. Yup. It's giving lesbian relationship. Yup. Y'all know how Porsha get down. Somebody eating my pussy tonight. Shamia's first husband was allegedly knocking her between the washer and the dryer. Should have been happy if Phaedra was trying to steal him. Season 7 was a turning point after Nene left. The women seemed to be competing to become the new face of the show. Early on, Porsha was closely aligned with Nene, often backed her up. After Nene Women are very possessive over men that knock them upside their head. Hey, girl, hey. Notice Porsha once again shutting down.
There you go.
But even this right here, like, I don't know what happened. You're trying to say you made her uncomfortable. She made you uncomfortable some kind of way. She's not trying to hear it. You're trying to make a moment, and it's like, let them happen organically. I don't know how she got to be on her peach. Really. So this is what I'm gonna do, right? This is my backup channel. Everybody goes to my backup channel. Hold on. This is my backup channel. What is? How can I share this? Hold up. This is the backup channel. Go over here. This is the backup channel. Go over here. This is the backup channel. Go over here. I don't see it in the chat. Did the link post? Hold up. Well, then let y'all click that link. Okay, go on that channel. Everybody go over there because I'm not on. They be watching me like a hawk over here. But on my other channel, they don't. Y'all can stay here. Y'all can stay here. But just follow my backup channel just in case they do shut me down. If y'all didn't hear I want y'all to hear the Brav Bros go in on Shamia. What is it? Let me see if they got if it's on YouTube.
I'm thoroughly enjoying the trip to Scotland, but I feel like Shamia is just doing the most. I feel like she's doing the absolute most.
I think Shamia doing the most actually fits in right now because everybody else is showing up. And this is when we needed it. I think this season had an opportunity to take a turn for the worst, and instead it just started going on an upswing. Scotland is the great timing that we needed for a trip like this, and everybody else is really doing what they have to do. And then Shamia is just doing more of the same. But it actually works now because everybody else is there.
Good point.
As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, it will be.
Oh man, it's 8 o'clock.
And so that'll make it a.
I don't need the spotlight. I shine just fine.
Hi, I'm Karma, and yes, I am a bitch.
Brav Bros.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of Brav Bros, your favorite podcast from the bros for everybody, for whoever wants to listen. I'm your co-host, Steele Russell, joined as always by the one and only Shooter Magooter. What's up, dude?
We got a little traders trip going here. I'm sure there's going to be people in the comments right away like, oh, I thought you guys were giving up on the season because you didn't cover one episode. We talked about that. We were all big. I was on vacay. You were all over the place. We did a skeleton crew for that week, but these Scotland episodes are great. I mean, we were wondering what we had in the cast, and when we kind of individualized everything, we realized good crew member, good crew member, a lot of question marks. All the question marks are pretty much gone. Even like for me, Shamia's question mark is gone because she's finally addressing the elephant in the room. She's finally talking to Porsha. If she was still doing the roundabout bullshit by doing her thing through K. Michelle, through Kelli, if Kelli was still doing Kelli things, I think it would be irritating. It would be way more of the same. And then obviously you'd have people like Angela just trying to force Shamia to talk to Porsha, which I think, obviously we'll talk a little bit about it at the end, but it's all kind of coming together in a great way. And it's forcing Shamia to at least address Porsha, which if that didn't happen, the whole season for Shamia would have been a loss for me.
Yeah, I think my thing with her, and I agree as far as like the cold intro and things like that, like the show is great. Like they are on a really good path right now. Everybody is showing up. I would argue that Shamia is technically showing.
I said they always messing with me over here. One day I was on Twitter like I was earlier scrolling, and I scrolled past some. I scrolled past some ISIS stuff, and they deleted my stream. It was like you violated the community rules, yada yada yada. So, but I actually got a strike for. I think it was when Joe Budden had the fight with. When Flip had the fight with Mark. It was on Patreon, so everybody got a strike that showed it. Normally, Joe Budden will let you play his episodes that come on YouTube and that come on the Apple Store. You can play his episodes without getting a strike, even though YouTube will shut me down if I play it. But yeah. So I have a backup channel just in case. And I have a Patreon. I'm going to find because we do watch parties and not everybody on Twitter or Twitch. We could just go on my Patreon. It's only $4. I'll have a sale because we watch a lot of shows together. And I'm going to find whatever platform that they use on Patreon. I'm going to use it because I'm just tired of YouTube. How could Shamia get mad at Kay for talking about her and their problems with other people? But that's the only thing Hello, and she's been doing that for years. Because I want to do a rewatch of these old episodes. Bravo is known to be on that BS too, yeah. But I don't understand the people who actually like the throwback queen. Like she got all Bravo episodes, like clip scenes. Maybe you have to write and get permission. And Shamia rushed to squash the issue with Kay at the dinner table before the other. Right. I said that before. The way Shamia apologizes, I think I was on Gabor's channel, is so fake. She's like, well, I'm sorry, I won't do it. I won't ever do it again. Just to like get it over with so the person can be quiet. But listen to these guys. They are on the money.
Going up still. It's just now that you have a cohesive cast, now that you have the group kind of coming together, it is highlighting to a much bigger degree how much Shamia is trying to overproduce things and how many issues she is making for herself and then trying to hold the rest of the group accountable. And it's like, dude, we've been able to kind of squash things periodically throughout this season, which has been fun, right? We've had a lot of shit kind of go up, down, up, down. We got to Scotland. We had that big kumbaya moment in the bedroom of the castle. Kelli and Porsha squashed their beef. We're moving forward. Angela, who is the queen of moving forward, like she's been doing it all season. She has beef with somebody, they talk, it's over, which we love about Angela. Shamia keeps going back. I mean, we are literally going back to last season to find issues with people. And she gets pissed off because Porsha forgives Kelli. It's like, dude, that door would be open for you, but you complain about all this shit that you are causing. You talk shit. You get messy. You talk to one person and you put something in their ear. You talk to your friends, K. Michelle, she is ride or die for you all season. And you have the nerve to say to her, nobody wants me to be friends with you, but I am. And you don't expect that to come back and bite you in the ass. And K. Michelle's still trying to be nice to you. But if you look at all of the problems that Shamia is facing, they are all self-inflicted with zero self-awareness. And that's why you're not moving forward with anyone. Then you go to the van and cry at the end. Oh, she came after my family. She came after my mom. You started it.
Yeah.
You brought up the moms. And now you're crying about her talking about your mom.
But that's what makes it funny. I love the lack of realization, the lack of self-awareness from Shamia when everybody else is kind of clocked in on it. When everybody else is doing their own thing or they're ignoring Shamia and Shamia is doing this, that's when it gets really irritating. If she's going to do this and everybody else is going to clock her behavior, and we even have K. Michelle at the end of the episode going through the last 6 months, like, yeah, she kind of inserted herself here. She inserted herself there. It's very rewarding for us because we talk about it the whole season. And if you would be lost to find an episode where we didn't talk about Shamia bringing up shit from last season, the season prior, things that didn't happen, things that happened in the off season, supposedly, just to try to make a storyline for herself. Now it is a storyline for her, but not in the ways that she wants, because other people are realizing what she's been doing and now holding her accountable for those things. Will she take that accountability? Absolutely not. There's no chance in hell, especially because they already filmed the reunion and it looks like K. Michelle unfollowed, which K. Michelle, you can just follow her Twitter behavior. You can follow her Instagram behavior. You'll be able to figure out where she lays with everybody. And she is not with anybody in this group right now, it seems like. So that's kind of funny, but I'm not really worried about K. Michelle. She's just a non-factor right now. But even her, I mean, it was kind of fun to watch her in the Scotland trip. So that's the motif. That's the symbolism that we've got going on right now for Scotland is everybody's clocking in on Shamia's behavior. And it's about goddamn time.
Yeah. And like, don't get it twisted. I am enjoying the storylines. I'm enjoying the shit that's being talked. Like, all of it's good. It's just funny to kind of watch Shamia still in this place. And I think it all goes back to what we talked about from last year to this year, because we center peached her last year and tried to do that whole thing. All this season feels like is her trying to reclaim that throne of like, this is my show. And it's like, it's not. And it's quite clearly not. And it's not working. Meanwhile, you have the rest of the cast really hitting their stride. Even Kelly showing up. Like, the fact that Kelly's showing up and Shamia is still not is objectively funny. So, and I guess you could say Shamia's showing up in her own way. Like, I'm not knocking her because she's enjoyable to watch, but she's not enjoyable to watch for the reasons that she thinks she is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. She thinks she has this air about her where she feels like she's speaking for a large group of women.
Yes.
And she's really showing up for them. But in reality, no one cares. I mean, we don't see any Shamia defenders anywhere. I don't know where she thinks they are. They're probably just bots online. But Kelly, I feel like, was the last domino to fall. I mean, we kind of saw K. Michelle going that way when she brought up the conversation about it. Again, this is the other part of it. Since we're talking about the mothers, we're talking about Porsha and Shamia's mom. K. Michelle, when she goes back to that conversation, she's like, yeah, it was really weird. I had to talk to Shamia and her mom. Why is your mom with you? Why is your mom with you all the time? It's just weird behavior. I don't understand that. I'm fine with the conversation at the end because at least it's tit for tat and we're talking about both moms. But why is your mom doing things? Why is your mom getting involved and talking to the other women on the cast and talking about how she feels like things are being portrayed? Enough. You're a grown woman, enough talking about your mom. I don't want to deal with that anymore. But Kelly was that last domino to fall, and she fell. She literally fell in this episode. She's having a great time. I'm giving her props now because that hat at the end, the fit that she had.
Dude, that was McDowell's.
McDonald's. Or
No,
McDowell's.
it's McDowell's. Yeah, from Coming to America. It was literally like, that was the logo, because McDonald's has the golden arches. McDowell's has the golden arcs.
Correct. So she has won me over entirely. I mean, she started to win me over a little bit with the conversation that was just very frank about her financials. She's won me over now. And that's all you have to do. All you have to do, and I feel like that kind of goes with this group too, all you have to do is have fun. If you're having a good time, they're going to accept you. You're going to be okay. And that kind of goes to show you, Shamia, I do think a lot of the people in this group would be fine if you would just have fun and stop forcing weird issues. Like, it's just unnecessary.
That's the common denominator. When you look at it, it's like, okay, who have we had problems with this season? K. Michelle, Pinky, ever so briefly. It was like a 2-episode thing. And even then we still liked her.
She really came into her own too.
She's awesome. And Kelly, like, those were the big three. That's the three that were in the B squad over in the pool house in the beginning of the season, centered around who? Shamia. Now that you have K. Michelle, you have Kelly, you have them doing their own things and being able to hang out with the group. Now it takes on a totally different air. And you're like, okay, well, there seems to be somebody in this whole mixture that is causing a lot of these problems. And that's all Shamia. And Shamia, you go to watch her talking to these people. And it's like, oh, well, everything you say, you have a problem with. You have a problem with everybody in the cast. And I get it. If you feel like you've been ganged up on a lot, you're going to get defensive. You're going to start pointing the finger everywhere. But the inability to just kind of look in the mirror and be like, okay, are these problems real? Am I causing the problem? Maybe I should stop talking shit sometimes. But it's just funny to watch Kelly kind of come into her own, which was such a far cry from what I thought was going to happen given the season she had. I'm really enjoying her now. That's all I needed. K. Michelle, very rough start. She's kind of hit her stride now. She's a supporting member of this cast. She's fine. Keep her around. No problem. Pinky, star. All of them have branched out and moved away from Shamia, and now they're doing better. So that just seems like math to me. I don't know.
And to get ahead of it before anybody starts to claim that there would be nothing here without Shamia, because I imagine there's going to be 1 or 2 comments there. Take Shamia out of it. There's still going to be good drama. There's still going to be fun. I mean, look at Angela. Angela will start shit because she knows it's a TV show where you're supposed to start shit. The second things go a little sideways, she's like, not worth it. This isn't going to really work out. She has the eye for those things. She is the producer's darling. If she wants to do something and she feels like the tides are shifting a little bit, as we saw at the end of the last episode, she's like, this is going the wrong way. I don't have enough proof. Let's just fucking dead it. Let's move on.
She'll cop to it. She'll be like, I don't know. I thought so. Like, I just said it because I was talking shit.
Correct. She will cop to it. And then again, for the rest of the group. Like, yes, do we want to watch a show where everybody's just kumbaya and everybody's happy? No, absolutely not. But this group will hold people accountable. This group will make shit up out of thin air. This group will take a rumor and run with it, or be Phaedra and fabricate a rumor and then run with it. Whatever it might be, it's always going to work out with this group. It's just the Shamia stuff that gets very irritating when she's forcing things. That's when it gets really annoying. And then now we actually have a whole group that's just ready to clock her for what she's doing. Good. That's what we needed.
Agreed. But let's jump in. And, not a whole lot happened this episode. It was very entertaining. Like, this has been a great trip. The last 2 episodes have been really good. It's a lot of activities and just kind of watching the group hang out. But again, we love to see it when the group is vibing. Even if people don't like each other, but they're able to do events and like laugh, have a good time. That's all we want. And then we want some drama sprinkled in. So we're in a really good place right now. But we do breakfast and we talk about some, tasty black porn and what you're allowed to and not allowed to watch in Scotland, which I was unaware of. So little learning.
Scotland. Yeah.
I've
also,
never been to Scotland.
The rundown from Porsha was kind of funny. You just got to screen record that shit. Like,
okay.
Weird. You screen recording like 30, 45 minutes of porn, just, bringing it over with you.
I don't know.
I guess.
I don't know the duration. It's going to take up a lot of memory.
I don't need to know more. Yeah, I don't need to know more, but I also think it's kind of interesting. It was an interesting breakdown, but we can end it there. We don't need any more information.
We don't need to go further into it.
But I think it's just it's a little bit of a taste for. Do you see that tasty porn?
Yeah,
it's a little bit of a taste for
how a tasty porn.
What was it? Isn't it tasty black tasty? What did they say? I think it was tasty black. Yeah. I mean, I'm not wrong.
Said tasty porn. Oh boy.
Yeah, clip that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it just shows you where everybody is. Like, they can sit around this beautiful Scottish breakfast. I think that Porsha and Phaedra are probably very excited because it wasn't just like the weird traders breakfast that they have every morning where people are just downing deviled eggs. But for this in particular, I mean, you could show like they're all having a great time. We go outside. We're going to do hammer tosses. We get to make dick jokes for about 35 minutes. We get to hang out with these big, brutish Scottish men and learn how to do all these things and have fun. And that's about it. That's what we want to see on trips. There should be a healthy dose of having a good time and then a good dose of, hey, let's figure out some of the drama that's happened this season. But once we start doing that, like we said in the beginning, it all just kind of shifts towards Shamia because I think everybody is realizing, and it doesn't take long for us to realize, obviously, with things are edited, with the interviews and all the things that happen in there, we know what's going on and what the shift is and what needs to happen. But when it actually happens, it is very satisfying to watch everybody in this moment having fun and realizing like, wow, we can all have fun together. Why don't we have fun together? Oh yeah, one person.
Exactly. And you really watch it happen in real time because we do hot toddies and haggis. Great combo. Everybody knows it. I don't think vegan haggis counts because that completely defeats the purpose of haggis, which
how does that?
I don't know how you make vegan haggis, but that falls under the category of, I have no issue with vegan food. I just don't understand why it's named.
Yeah, you don't have to make like fake haggis.
Just like call it,
just do something else.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know why we do that, but I don't think you get credit for vegan haggis because the whole point of eating haggis is like, it's lamb brain and intestine. And I believe it's cooked inside of the stomach lining.
Yeah.
I think that's
like
part of this whole thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've never had it. I would try it, but vegan haggis is an interesting concept. Now, Porsha's checking in on Kelli while we're sitting around the table, and vibes are high. Like the whole group is vibing, and that's like what we want to see, especially after the start that we had with this season, especially after last season. We're finally headed in a good direction as a group, and obviously you're going to have outliers here and there. But when you go to Shamia's room, and once again she's FaceTiming her mom, and she's crying, and she's like, "Oh, okay." Porsha can forgive other people, but she can't forgive me. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And then she's talking to her mom, and you just kind of see her making issues out of everything. She's like, I feel attacked by this entire group. It started with Angela, and she was talking about me sleeping with George, and she's talking about Porsha, and she's talking about this, that, the other. Fair, fine. Yes, you have a lot of shit with people right now. I'll give you that. But anytime she discusses other people's beef with her, she omits herself. Like, okay, well, let's figure out why this is happening. No, I don't think you're the cause of all of the bullshit, but you're the cause of a lot of the bullshit. And a lot of people are matching your energy. But then when it comes to confessionals or one-on-ones with your mom, you're the victim. 100% you're the victim. And at no point, and I think somebody clocks it later, it's like, all right, well, if you have issues with every single person in the group, I think Cynthia might have said it. If you have issues with everyone in the group, is that them picking on you, or are you the problem? And in this case, Shamia, you are the problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I also think it's completely unnecessary to omit yourself when you're talking to your mom, because from what I understand about your mom, I don't think she's going to care if you're involved or what level you're involved in. She just likes to talk shit on other people.
Apparently, yeah.
Sort of, you can probably throw Portia's mom in that camp. I'm not going to spend a ton of time talking about their moms because they're not on the screen. Portia's mom was on the screen.
That was the funniest thing about all that shit is like, I don't care that your mom's.
I really don't. And you might be able to lure me in a little bit if we get a mom off. Like if we have Portia's mom and Shamia's mom really getting into it, and then Porsha and Shamia are somewhat involved, I could be pretty interested in that.
I don't know. Because remember in Potomac, we had Wendy's mom versus NECA's mom, and that was not fun.
The witch doctor off? Yeah, I'm not interested in that one. That one was too scary. I'm scared of witches. But yeah, I think that Shamia's mom and Portia's mom having it out for like 5 minutes would really like I think it would be satiating enough where we could move on with it. And then we have to just I'll wait for the Shamia talking about and breaking the fourth wall about like contracts and all that bullshit. But I don't know. I do think that Shamia's mom wants to be somewhat involved. So I think that you could probably just tell her exactly what it is, and she's just going to talk shit on other people. She's not going to talk shit on you.
It just makes no sense because as she's talking to her mom, you get Pinky and K. Michelle talking about Shamia, and these are her closest friends. And you add Kelly into that mix as well, but they're talking about being worried about Shamia. Still, it's like, all right, she does seem like she's carrying a lot, and I'll give her that. Like, it does seem pretty heavy. She does seem like she's changed a little bit. All of that is true. But again, two of your closest friends on the show, one of them, K. Michelle, is feeling slighted by you because you keep saying to everybody, like, everyone's telling me not to be friends with her. That's a weird thing to say about one of your friends. And on top of that, while you're sitting there the night before, K. Michelle is, again, ride or die for Shamia all season. But then Shamia gets upset, and all I have is Kelly. The only person I have in this entire group is Kelly. Pinky and K. Michelle have had your back since the pool house.
Yeah.
But this is what you do. Because she plays the victim so hard, she singles out people that are close to her and lumps them in with people she's actually up against. And then she wonders why she's out on an island. Like, it's you. You're the problem.
I just can't really understand her thinking. It really does come down to what we've seen anyway, is the rest of the group trying to be open arms for K. Michelle. Because I do think that at some point there was a weird turning point. And maybe it was after that Dallas trip where people did realize, like, K. Michelle really doesn't feel accepted by us. She doesn't feel like she's on a friend's level with us, and we want that. And I know, there were a couple of comments made by Drew, maybe at some point, although I think they were misconstrued at some point too, where K. Michelle wasn't really accepted into the group, but then K. Michelle kind of threw that back at Drew, which didn't make any sense. So I do think that they gave her a fresh start, which is good. I mean, it's her first season. She's a notable enough person where you do kind of want to get to know her. She is very interesting. I don't think she did herself any good services throughout the season, but I think they did hit a point with like, all right, let's see what she's about. Let's at least like bring her into the fold. Pinky is just very charismatic. I think she just needed to figure out what was going on, find her footing. It didn't take her super long. I think we were a little critical of her maybe in like the 4th or 5th episode, mostly because we saw her kind of joining up with Shamia, which was the wrong
really
move.
all it was.
And it wasn't necessarily the wrong move because we didn't want teams to start and we didn't want Pinky to go to the wrong team because we don't like Shamia. I'm hand up. I don't like Shamia. I never have. Whatever. I think what I wanted for Pinky was to be that center force because she has that really good character. She has that great personality and everybody really likes her. And we've got Cynthia in the middle there. And then you kind of have the team on the other side. Pinky could be that floater and she always could be. And she
has been recently.
She's been great. Yeah. So that's more so what we wanted. But I think Shamia identifies that as, oh yeah, you're not a true ride or die. You need to be a ride or die for me. And that's that complex that comes out where she wants to be center peach. And again, you can't convince me that Bravo and NBC didn't tell Shamia, like, all right, it's your time to shine. This is your show. and she just took that and ran with it. She's still center fucking peach on the show. So this is all really annoying to me. And I think for Shamia, she's looking at K. Michelle being open arm accepted by everybody else. Like, all right, she's not my friend anymore. Pinky going and having conversations and sitting down with other people. She's not my friend anymore. Like, that's what it is. It's that weird complex. Kelli is also having conversations with other people. She's just also flocking back to Shamia, but she's not doing it as bad anymore where she's fighting her battles. She's just kind of being a shoulder to cry on, which that's the last ditch effort. I mean, we're not going to really see much of that, I think, after Scotland.
No, and I think that that's where you can see the difference in how Shamia moves versus how Shamia's friends move. Kelli, K. Michelle, and Pinky want to have relationships outside of Shamia. Shamia doesn't think that they should because they're being friends with Porsha, who's up against Shamia. They're being friends with Angela, who's up against Shamia. And she thinks that it's one or the other. And on a show like this, it's not. We do need to find some middle ground eventually. And I think we've reached that point. But it's impossible because you have Shamia, who's like, I just keep letting things go. It's like, or just hear me out. Or you keep starting shit. And then, I love later on, and, production did Shamia pretty dirty, but it kind of was called for, the montage of her starting shit. Little comments here. And I don't even know if she knows she does it. And that's another part of this because she'll make a little comment here and there while other people are talking. Two people are talking and she chimes in something. And to the point where people are like, oh, come on, Shamia. She's like, I'm just saying. So no, you don't keep letting things go because you let things go in a strategic way. You'll drop something for the time being to build your case and bring it up later, as we see at dinner with Pilar. That was dirty. You don't do that. And you could be right. I do think what Porsha said, and we'll get there, was kind of fucked up. And there's a way to go about that. The way that you did it, as everybody at the table pointed out, this was not the time nor the place. That was a bad move on your part. So now she's scrambling, which is kind of fun to see when a housewife gets to that point where they really just start throwing shit against the wall. That's where Shamia is. Normally that would be cause for concern, but when you have the rest of the cast showing up and doing their job, that can be kind of fun. So I've actually enjoyed that. It's almost galvanized the rest of the group, which is really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a necessary evil. That's kind of where we're going into because it is bringing the rest of the group back. And again, if she gets clocked and she actually has to take accountability or actually gets shown accountability, good by me. Completely fine by me. I just think Shamia has a hard time with, for me, it's more, especially in this group, because you have a lot of people in this group that will just throw rumors out there in the middle of an argument. Shamia's not doing that. She's doing it under her breath on the other side of the table, doing something that Angela might say, talking about Shamia fucking George or fucking the entire Atlanta Hawks. But she'll say it under her breath. Whereas Angela will do it in the middle of an argument just to see what happens, just to see your reaction and then see everybody else's reaction. And then again, if it doesn't stick or there's not enough there, she'll move on. It's fine. Drops it. But with Shamia, she's like, oh yeah, let me just do it under my breath over here at the other end of the table. Then one person will hear it and be like, Shamia, come on, enough of that. Just stop talking about that. And I don't think she understands what the difference is. I think she sees it as, oh, you guys let Angela do whatever the hell she wants and say whatever she wants, but I can't say anything. It's like, no, you say weird things under your breath that Angela would say very loud in an argument. Doesn't really make the same case. And then when you actually do get into an argument, you go incredibly low. You try to go as low as possible. And then you try to make your case by saying, whoa, I'm not allowed to do it, but everybody else is. It just doesn't make any sense. And it doesn't add up. So for me, it's just Shamia doesn't really recognize the difference in those two.
I agree. That's a good way to put it.
Right now, we're going to take a quick little ad break and we'll get right back to the rest of Atlanta. I feel like every summer, we all start talking about getting back on track, whether it's eating a little bit better, feeling healthier, or just wanting that reset. And the problem is, most of us don't really have a plan. That's why Prolon's 5-day fasting mimicking diet caught our attention. And we've been on this for quite a long time. Steele and I, with our crazy schedules, traveling, doing the podcast, working our day jobs, we feel like we get bogged down. Honestly,
they're called the Brav Bros. There's another one I watch too.
Oh shit.
you over here. What's up? What's going on? Like the cash. You say poor people don't use cash, rich people don't use Cash App.
Am I on here?
Yes.
Hi. Give me 3 too spicy. 2 legs and a thigh.
I'll put you on mute.
What's up? Oh my God, the inspection bad. Napkin?
Huh? Hold on.
Hi guys.
Naomi. Hold on. I don't think it yet.
Richie, you're making me so hungry.
Be like all these people I feed.
I know. Is that mac and cheese?
Yes, it is.
Oh my God, I'm gonna cry.
And it's extra cheesy.
I can't even remember the last time somebody cooked for me.
Me neither. Don't nobody cook for me.
I don't remember what that's like.
Don't nobody cook for me.
And then my kids don't even appreciate what I cook. Like
they have no clue what goes into this.
it's like an art. I really feel like I love to cook. And like I do it more as like a sport or like a hobby. But like that's what I was saying the other day when we were talking. Like when I'm hungry, I want to eat something that's like almost already ready. Like I want to do the bare minimum.
Well, you gotta do some prep work.
Yes. I love meal prepping because then I get to cook like for a whole day, and then I'll just have like in my freezer like a bunch of ready-made meals. So I just pop it in the microwave.
When y'all see me cooking on Sundays, all that food, that's really like for the whole week, really.
Yeah.
So I don't have to cook.
Yeah. Do you have a deep freezer?
No, I need to get one. Well, I don't really like frozen food, so no.
You got to get a deep freezer because it saves you so much money. You can like stockpile like meat, a whole bunch of like I literally had in my deep freezer meals that I cooked like 2 years and I still ate. So good. They were so good. Like I'm not even kidding. Imagine something being seasoned for 18 months.
Imagine what?
Imagine something being marinated for 18 months. Like it was so good.
That's long, Naomi. 18.
No, it was so good. They don't go bad. Like in a deep freezer, you can keep something in there for like years, and it'll still be good.
But it's like chicken, right? Like raw meats, not food, like cooked food.
I would have like raw meat in there and stuff too, but no, I would like meal prep and have like cooked food like frozen in there for forever.
I'm getting feedback all the way in the living room.
I know that's bad, right? 2 years, but no, literally, I'm not even kidding. I got a tummy of steel. We used to eat grass when we were kids. We were bored kids. I don't know.
Smell like gas.
But if you think about it, cows only eat grass and we eat cows, so it's got to be something healthy in it.
Yes. Evaporated milk in here.
Oh my God.
I never put this much in my life.
Oh my God. What kind of milk is that?
It's evaporated milk.
Ooh.
Whatever that means. I don't know what it is.
They need to make seasoned milk.
Seasoned milk.
Yeah, wouldn't that be good?
This I put onion powder in here.
Yeah, I like that. That sounds good.
And Swiss cheese, it gives it a little kick. Like a nice taste.
Yeah, I love that. I love cooking with ricotta cheese. Put that in everything.
When I put the heavy cream in there, when I heat it up, heavy cream is just butter. You can whip heavy cream into butter. So
Yeah,
I
gotta try that.
Oily, I'm gonna put some regular milk in here.
I never buy heavy cream. That's like a whole new world for me. Because then when I go through the fucking milk aisle and it's like heavy cream, half cream, whipped cream, this cream, that, I'm like, oh my god, buttermilk. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, and then I always end up with like the wrong thing that I didn't even need. I'm like, fuck really.
I love heavy cream because I don't know if you saw me make butter on here.
No, I need to see you do it again.
Once you have your own whipped cream, make your own whipped cream, you don't want like store whipped cream, Cool Whip, or any of that shit. And I like white pepper.
White pepper? Yeah, I like white pepper. I like pink Himalayan salt.
Me too.
It's good, but you have to use like a lot of it for it to even get salty.
Right. But it like it has like an aftertaste, like a afterglow, if you look. Like you'll bite into it. Like I love corn. I'll put it on my corn on a cob.
Yeah, it's almost like it tastes like seasoning almost, not just like salty.
You can taste it like after you bite it. And it's like I guess it'll melt.
Yeah, I also love cooking with like wine and Worcestershire sauce and horseradish.
I think I'm gonna make some crab cake.
Crab cake.
Crab cake on the menu tomorrow. Well, I'm gonna try to make it perfect tonight.
Are you gonna get them live?
What?
Are you gonna get them live? Like alive?
No.
Oh my god, that live on Gabor's channel was so funny.
It was.
Just like old times.
Yeah. I like that it was just us.
Yeah, I feel like it's usually good when it's just like the boys or it's like mainly the boys up there. It's usually when the girls come up, then we start like hyping.
They want to talk more with me. Some people don't get my personality, like especially the new people. They don't know, like they're taking me way too serious. Like, I'm just like fucking around more.
No, I was just thinking about that the other day too. I was like thinking about how when I first like was going up on Gabor's channel, like I'm so used to it. Like I had to grow thick skin because I remember like I was one of the only people even to this day that ever like defends Giselle. And like anytime I ever said anything in defense of Giselle, it was always like a personal attack against me. Like it was never against anything I was saying against Giselle. It was always like, well, you're a stupid, dumb fucking bitch. I'm like, holy shit. So I've like come accustomed to, but it sucks, but I just don't engage with it because I'm like, if you're not gonna like actually participate in the argument at hand, which is like the subject, and you're just gonna attack me personally, then I'm just not gonna fucking engage with it because I'm like, I don't even care. But I'm so used to it by now. I'm just like, you obviously don't like what I'm saying, so you're attacking me personally. And it's like,
I remember I had the windmill with you one day, a couple days. I remember those days.
yeah. And I remember when Gabor hated Giselle too. And then all of a sudden he started like, yeah, we love Giselle. I was like, where were you when I was fighting for my life?
I never hated Giselle. I get it. I showed the preview for Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip. You got Lisa Barlow, Teresa Giudice, Porsha, Giselle, I think Luann and Vicky. But like they're all of the people love to hate.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. They're controversial.
I don't know
And they
why.
they have a big fan base of like people who love them and people who hate them.
Yeah, I
It's
love Lisa.
almost like House of Villains.
I love Lisa Barlow.
Oh my god. I like her, but only because she's so like funny to hate. Like because she's so stupid. Like
She's
she's
so
so
delusional.
yeah.
But a lot of that is an act. People don't get it. Like she's just playing into this role, like like she's just playing into that. She's not serious. I mean, she is serious a lot of time, but a lot of it, she's not serious.
Yeah, I remember it's so funny. I was binge watching the old Shroud of Sunset, and on the first season, she's on the phone with one of the girls that was casted. She's like casted only for the first season. Yeah, Lisa Barlow was on the phone and they were like talking about something for Sundance. So this is like a long time ago. No, but she's always that means she's
remember?
Yeah, she's always been on Bravo's radar. But yeah, Bravo loves a delusional housewife. But the thing is, it's okay to be delusional as long as you are like successful and you have something going for you and your family life is okay. Because then it's like you could be delusional with the rest of the world as long as your private life is okay. Your personal life is okay. It's like be delusional if you want, You can't be delusional and your life is a mess and your career is a mess and you're like, then that's too much. Like Shamia, it's like, girl. Like at that point, it's like you need mental health help.
Speaking, I forgot all about the damn Bravos. I like the way they grinded her ass up.
Yeah, I like them. They're so funny. I'm still cracking up about the them roasting her apology video.
Oh, that was Watch for Crappins.
Yeah.
That's when they said that. I have to rewind that.
Oh my god, they're like all the same to me. Yeah, Watch what Crappens and then Bravo Pro.
They're more sillier, Watch for Crappins. Sometimes I think people can legit always hear each other on the panel. We got all that smoke here in Philly, that Canada smoke.
I know, sorry.
People get legit can't always hear each other on the so people end up talking it. Especially, I'm telling y'all, it's the iPhones on StreamYard. They go out and you literally can't hear anybody.
Yeah, it is the iPhone. I don't mind when people are over talking each other. Like I actually love that because I can pay attention to two conversations at the same time.
It's the new people.
But no, I understand why it's hard for other people because that's not something that like everybody can do. But for my ADHD brain, I love it.
Listen, I'm a fighter. I'm an arguer. So it doesn't bother me.
No, I seen this funniest meme. You need to add me on Instagram so that I can send you these DMs. It was so funny. It's like these people think I'm crazy, but they haven't seen me fight against my whole family and not back down.
Sounds familiar.
I'm like, yeah, these people have no idea. And I was dying. And then in the comments, I was like, I put the Sparta meme. It's like, no retreat, no surrender. I'm standing on it. I don't give a fuck. The whole nation. I'm standing on it. But I'm also not stubborn enough to like not change my mind. Like I'm open to hearing new facts that will like make me change my mind. But if I'm not hearing anything that's not convincing me, then I'm standing on what I'm saying until I'm convinced otherwise. Like you're not gonna pressure me, you're not gonna bully me. Like I'm gonna believe what I'm gonna believe.
Evidently, Nayo Minotti. Everybody, in case y'all don't know, this is the #1 conspiracy theorist, Nayo Minotti.
I know. It's bad.
Well, I don't know where I ain't gonna say she made it up, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's so funny. We were talking about the tectonic plates today.
The what?
The tectonic plates or whatever. The tectonic.
No.
Didn't really start my reset, and I'm going to start it next week after I get done moving. So if you're ready for your own reset for a limited time, Prolon is offering Bravo Bros listeners 15% off site-wide plus a $40 bonus gift when you subscribe to their 5-day program. Just visit prolonlife.com/bros. That's PROLONLIFE.com/bros to claim your 15% discount and your bonus gift. prolonlife.com/bros.
Now, Pinky gets a phone call and she's talking to Angel. And it's, financial problems, things like that, $20,000 gone in an hour, whatever it was. I think Angela pointed out something that I hadn't really thought about, but I don't think she's wrong because she says that Pinky ties her money to her identity. And initially I thought it was her being shady. It was not.
Yeah.
I actually agree. I feel like Pinky feels the need to justify what's going on in her business life. And at least from my perspective, like I look at her as an incredibly impressive woman. She's built a business, she's built a brand. Yes, she's on hard times right now as far as the bankruptcy and things go, but I don't look down on her for any of that. I just see this very impressive woman, but I feel like she feels the need to justify to the audience. And I don't think she has to. I think that, you know, a lot of people ride for Pinky, and I think they will regardless. And I think that she offers so much aside from money. I think that's why she's so good, is like her personality, her charisma, her ability to check people, but do it in a way that's constructive. And none of that has to do with money. But I do feel like she feels the need to kind of defend it. And it's like, I don't think you have to. I think that, you know, we've talked about it a lot, like bankruptcies happen and shit like that. You're figuring it out.
Yeah.
We're all Team Pinky.
We are. We're definitely all Team Pinky. I think what I said for Shamia in the beginning that isn't true for Shamia about speaking for a whole group of women that don't exist is, or maybe it was and maybe it's not anymore, but I think it is somewhat true for Pinky. I do think that in her mind, she has to carry this air about her, like, I am a self-made Black woman that has done so many good things in the community, and a lot of people look up to me. So when she has moments like this where she's losing, she feels really vulnerable, and she sees that as a lot of people are now watching me struggle. I'm not the woman that everybody thought I was, which, yes, you're going to get people coming out of the woodwork that are going to criticize you. I mean, that's just really any reality TV. And especially being, you know, as powerful as you are and doing all the good things that you've done and succeeding. I mean, people hate to watch you succeed, I'm sure. So when that comes down to it, that's kind of what's going through her brain. But I took it the same way as you did. When Angela sits down and she goes to her confessional and she's talking about it, I thought it was shady at first, but it's actually not. The way that Angela talks, it's really not. That was actually kind of endearing. Like, hey, there's so much more to offer than just your money. But I imagine that's pretty difficult for Pinky to get through. And it might just take her a couple of seasons, because when you get to the housewife world, it's different than just, you know, writing a book or doing a show about how successful you are and showing all these people, showing young people growing up, maybe that were similar to how you were growing up, that you can get through all of that and be successful. That's kind of the mindset that Pinky's in. But I think after a couple seasons of Housewives, she's going to realize, like, all right, there's a lot more to me. I can bring a lot more to the table and show a lot more people that there is more than just money. There's a lot more things. I think it's funny that she says it was easier when I was broke. I bet you she'll take that back in about a year or two. She'll be like, you know what? Maybe it wasn't as easy when I was broke. But she has to go through the hard times. And it sucks that it's your first season. But I think for us and for a good lot of people that are watching the show, it is kind of endearing to watch you go through that. Show us that you're going through that. And it'll be just as sweet when you get through to the other side and you start making money again.
Yeah, I think that a lot of credit to her for the fact that she's being open and honest about the process.
Yeah.
Because how many housewives have we seen come onto these shows first season? They act like they have all the money. They claim to have dumped $60,000 into a rental property to renovate it, only to find out that they are beyond broke. And then they have to backpedal and try to figure out how to justify it. Instead, we're watching her be honest, be like, yeah, this is hard right now and I'm going to dig out of it, but I'm fucking struggling. So yeah, I credit to her. I just think that first of all, I hope that she is a mainstay for the next few years. So she gets that big Housewives check by season 3, so she can pay all this shit off. But also I just want her to recognize, like, we love you. You're great. Keep it up. And you offer a lot. So yeah, I thought Angela was initially being shady, and I was like, you know, it might just be kind of tough love. And when Angela made the McDowell's reference, I didn't look at her hat. Then I did. It literally is the McDowell's hat from Coming to America, which is fucking hysterical. You can make as many of those jokes as you want, Angela, because they are all going to hit.
Not only that, but it also just seamlessly fit into her outfit, which I think is me personally, I really appreciate that. Like, it wasn't just the hat. The hat itself would have given me a lot of.
I think the outfit was weird because I already have Gerald and Shamia, who's African, and like it's like Kelly working at McDowell's because like she's broke, like she's living in their house. You know what I'm saying? She's on hard time. So like, why would somebody say she was just trying to wear plaid because they were in Scotland, I guess? But I was getting other vibes. It's like, did Shamia give you that outfit? I don't know. I thought it was weird. Kelly's just corny.
Sorry, I just had to
Entertainment, but fitting it all into the outfit, that's just impressive.
Yeah, it was. It really was. And we just get a little bit more about Kelly and her mystery man, Jarvis, and the $70,000 teeth. I'm glad Phaedra pointed it out. Again, like, you know, if he's going to offer to pay I still don't understand how teeth are $70,000, but maybe get some crest whitening strips. And then the remaining $69,975 goes to bills or paying your employees. I just think that it's still, no matter how you shake it out, is a bad look that you got that much money put into your teeth.
Yeah, it's a bad
That's
look.
what I don't understand. Like, did
Makes it out,
Kelly
as funny as it is,
think that was gonna
I
be
don't
like a
think
cool
that Jarvis is gonna
storyline?
give.
Or did she get evicted after the teeth and then they switched it up to make it look like she's an idiot?
I'm steady talking. I said, say it again. What did you say?
That's what I'm wondering about the editing. Like, I wonder if she got evicted after she got her teeth done and they edited it together to look like it was the other way around to make her look like more of an idiot, because like that wouldn't make sense to make that a storyline. Like, if you just got evicted and then your boyfriend bought you teeth, like why would you even make that a storyline? You know what I mean? Like, that makes no sense. It makes you look like a fool. But it could have just happened the other way around.
When you say evicted, you're talking about when she said she moved because she had a bad neighbor.
Yeah, she had a restraining order and that's why she had to move.
The neighbor had a restraining order on her?
Yeah, I got one against Kelly.
What the hell was going on over there?
Right? And that's not a storyline. We're not even talking about that.
This is what I'm saying. Like, I was saying this on Gabor's channel. Oh, Shamia's just bringing. If it wasn't for Shamia, what would we talking about? Maybe we can dive into like some other storylines like that. Like, what is going on with you and this neighbor thing? Like, what else be going on?
I think the only reason why the cast would have agreed not to bring it up is because it would affect the custody with her kids. Because I think it had something to do with her fighting her neighbor, some crazy dumb shit. And if they brought that on the show, she would probably lose her kids. But now that Drew lost her kids, if Kelly comes back next year, I'm pretty sure she's not going to care. She'll probably bring it up.
What I'm saying is, we could talk about some other shit except for, besides, I thought I ordered elbow macaroni. This says pipette.
They won't know the difference.
It looks kind of like a macaroni. Whatever. Did Kelly get evicted? She had to move because her neighbor got a restraining order, according to Naomi. Amy!
Yeah. Hope it doesn't knock me out again, but go ahead, y'all.
Hi, Amy.
Hey, Nene.
How you feeling?
Better.
Oh, good.
All right, I want to put this back on.
Per $70,000 to go pay her employees and pay her bills.
I guess you're right.
Kelly doesn't pay her employees either.
Does she have money to pay them?
No, you didn't see that?
No, I thought Pinky didn't pay her employees.
Oh my God, no. Kelly just got I think there's 2 judgments against her and they're going to start garnishing her wages. It's like $300,000.
Like, part of it is not paying your fucking employees, bitch. But wait.
Yeah, like 300,000. But the judge just approved it. So now it's official. Like, it's been ordered. Like, she has to pay.
Listen, Hold up. Did I save it? Let me see. Bookmarks.
And what's crazy is if
They're putting a statue of Charlie fucking Kirk in Times Square. I hope they vandalize that shit.
Why did they make it black?
I guess it's brown. And it's going to turn black.
We are bronze. They should have used fucking marble.
They are going to vandalize the shit out of this. Look at Lisa from Lenny from oh my god. Look how skinny she is. Somebody said someone commented dad and daughter dance. I mean, she's beautiful, but Lenny, you're so gross. Are those yachts? All right, bitch. Can I say?
Yeah, he's gross. Plus, all of the girlfriends he's dated since Lisa look exactly like that. They're all skinny, like Yugoslavian model.
And
like
you know,
literally.
he got Lisa around this age and groomed her. And now she's old. This girl, I don't like this.
That's true. He is probably a creep like that. That is true.
I don't want to body shit. She looks good from the waist up.
Plus, he lives on Star Island. Like he's definitely an eligible bachelor in Miami. People probably want to lock him down.
Mark Farrell issues a statement as ARF Financial moves to seize Kelly Potter's bank accounts over 217 Nana's Chicken and Waffles debt. Mark Farrell is pushing back against suggestions that he bears any legal responsibility for Kelly's. But wasn't he trying to get some of her money from the restaurants? Mark's reps released a statement. Why does he have reps? Released a statement saying recent coverage of. Did anybody ask this nigga anything? Recent coverage of Miss Kelly Potter's outstanding debt to ARF has implied that. Anybody implied nothing. Implied that her husband bears responsibility for the judgment against her and Nana's Chicken. The record does not support that claim. ARF judgment is one of civil service. Wait, the ARF financial judgment is one of several civil matters currently on public record involving Miss Potter and her business interests, none of which name Mr. Farrell as a party. We encourage
That means Kelly has several civil matters currently on public record right now.
We encourage outlets covering this story to consult the applicable county civil dockets before assigning responsibility. ARF sued Potter and Nana's Chicken 2025 over an unpaid business debt. After Potter failed to respond, the court entered a default judgment of 217 plus accrual interest. The creditor has since subpoenaed several banks. Did anybody even mention you in this?
They just subpoenaed her bank accounts. Like, that's crazy.
Statement. Like,
her bank's about to be public knowledge, public information. That's crazy.
You know why? Because you're on Real Housewives of Atlanta. You're filing bankruptcy, but you're on Real Housewives of Atlanta buying your daughter 16 designer pocketbooks. Somebody gave you $70,000. You owe them $217, and you went with fucking teeth. Whether I would have been up there and said these were free 99, but you know, Shamia wants to tell everybody she introduced you to the man that what's your teeth. You at the BET Awards, like you're like, why are you at the BET Awards? You don't have any money. You owe somebody $217,000. Why are you at the BET Awards with $70,000?
And you're not a star.
They want their money, and they're tired of you playing in their face. They said that motherfucker could give you $70,000. He could give you $217,000.
That's crazy.
That's why they go into hell like that.
Like, why open another restaurant if your first one was barely fucking surviving?
Y'all remember last season, when the man was like, "You can't open this. This is too big, or it's too fast. It's too big. It's too much. It's too wide. It won't fit." And she was just like, "I want to open it. So what? Is that the one that's failing?" You remember that? When she went to go visit a location and the manager was like, looking at her like, bitch, you want to do what?
Yeah, it's almost like they were like money laundering fronts or something. Like,
If they were money laundering, they would have some money.
I know, right? But it's like once he went to jail and stopped fucking with her, she couldn't keep the operation like going or something, you know?
Wait, who went to jail?
Her ex-husband. Like it all started failing once her man got locked up. Or once her
Right here went to jail?
he went to jail for non-payment of child support, but I mean it all started falling apart once they divorced and they started separating.
Hold up.
He's like in jail right now. I thought he was in jail. That's why I was like, how is
Well,
he
how
making
is
this
he issue
statement?
a statement?
I don't. I think it's through his lawyer.
Nigga, you in jail. Shut up. Kelli Potter husband, jail. Bitch. What's his name? Mark.
He does not look like a
federal lawsuit now? Goddamn, bitch. Arrested Tuesday. This was this year. TMZ reporting Kelli Farrell's husband, ex-husband, Shavulo Mark Farrell was arrested Tuesday on felony theft charge from an incident alleged to have happened in November. Okay, what's the rest of the fucking story?
I thought he was in jail because Phaedra got him for unpaid child support, but yeah, it might be for something else too.
Let's see. Legal troubles are continuing to mount for ex-husband Mark Farrell following new arrest in Georgia. According to online records, Mark Farrell was taken into custody Tuesday on felony charge theft by taking. Authorities say that alleged incident dates back to November, though additional details surrounding the case have not been released. The arrest adds another layer to Farrell's legal bust, and they're not going to tell us. The former couple has been locked in a dispute over child support, with Farrell previously jailed last year over an unpaid balance before later securing his release after making payment. Kelli and Mark, 2011, divorce, 24. Yeah, she's currently so they're not telling us what I guess he's not important enough to TMZ. We're still working on details. Nobody has any details. Okay. Let's see, what else did I have? Oops. O'Reilly. 36-year-old Memphis mom is charged with first-degree murder after police say she shot a 20-year-old man in the back of the head after returning home and discovered him hiding under her 13-year-old daughter's bed. Free that lady!
Sorry. Yeah, I seen that. It's fucked up. She's an idiot, though.
He was leaving the home when she was. Free that woman!
And what's crazy is if it involved any of.
I want to read this bitch right here. Riley Burris from NextGen Bravo is a mean drunk and has no impulse control. I think she's jealous of all these lovely, nice little pretty girls, and she's acting out. So what are you saying? Riley's not pretty because she's not white? I'm gonna eat this bitch up in a minute.
I don't know. It's because we're on the girls trip together. I was very protective of us.
Yes.
Like I rode for Lisa. I'm like, listen, look, I don't care what you say she did to you. She's our friend. Okay? And we love her.
Wait, is that poor? Oh, okay. I was like, where the hell?
Did you see the preview for Ultimate Girls Trip?
I think so. Like the one that they released a while ago?
No.
Or did it just come out?
And what's crazy is if it involved.
My relationship with Porsha started after my ex-wife and I announced that we were getting divorced. My relationship with Porsha started after my ex-wife and I announced that we were getting divorced, Porsha reached out in my DM and expressed that she was sorry to hear that. Her DMing me, checking up on me, making sure I was okay. I appreciated it, and the rest of it is history. My relationship with Porsha started after
That was after he had posted about the divorce. And I do have to say, yes, on the show, I was playing coy. As you can see, I do the eye stuff. I actually told him, you know, like, I'm sorry for your divorce and all of that, because I know what that feels like. Like, I know what it feels like to go through betrayal and hurt. And a little birdie had told me that she was pregnant. So I knew what he was about to go through. So I was just basically like, hey, are you okay? You know, praying for you and your family.
How did Fallon find out?
That was after that, they actually announced that they were getting a divorce. I hit him in the DMs like, I'm praying for y'all, I hope you good. So he hit me back like, yeah, I'm good. When you come in Atlanta, let's get together. I was like, oh, cool. Well, he hit me, I was like, I'm in Atlanta, I wanna see you. And I said, before I see you, I need you to email me your divorce papers.
You were being very thorough.
I had to be. I'm a public figure,
Absolutely.
and I don't want to represent that.
Yep.
So she signed it. It was a done deal. Oh. But it was not finalized. It was just literally sitting on the judge's desk. After that, they actually announced.
But you still got engaged while he was still married. Like,
After that, they actually announced that they were getting a divorce. After that, they actually announced that they were getting a divorce.
But after that, where is?
I also think there's something behind Shamia introducing Simon to Porsha, even though they haven't admitted it that yet. I still feel like Shamia introduced Simon to Porsha.
You believe what?
Shamia introduced Simon to Porsha, like the way she's always matchmaking her friends.
Right.
I still think there's something behind why would you introduce Porsha to this scammer? It's like she knew that he was like a fake fucking fraud.
She doesn't care.
But it's like, why would you do that to your best friend? Like, if you're going to introduce a man to your best friend, it wouldn't it be like,
wars for a bag? Like, they don't, like, he has a lot of money, or whether it's legal or not. Like, she doesn't care. That means you're probably a fucking scammer. He's
exactly.
Not
and that's what Shamia is, an idiot. She doesn't fucking realize what she's doing by doing that, but she's a dumbass. And then also, the way that she keeps bringing it up, like to Kelli in front of everyone, like, I introduced Kelli to Jarvis. I was the one who hooked her up.
I don't like it at all.
But I feel like she's doing it to like rub it in Portia's face. Like, she introduced Kelli to this good guy who has all this money that's buying her $75,000 teeth, but I introduced you to Simon, who's like fucking loser. You know what I mean?
And I think she is like kind of G-checking Kelli with that. Like, bitch, I introduced you to him. You owe me, or, you know.
Yes, that too. You live in my house.
I don't like it. I don't think Porsha gives a shit. I think she's over it. Like, she been, you know, been there, done that, tried the African thing. Like, I'm over it. I'm off that. She's with the girl now. I think she's gonna end back up with Dennis in the end.
That would be the.
I really think that.
I don't know what he did to her when she was pregnant that makes her hate him so much.
He cheated on her while she was fucking pregnant on national TV. Like, he embarrassed the shit out of her.
I know, but I feel like that's not something like she wouldn't be able to get over.
Yeah, you don't get over shit like that.
No, I heard that he's like into.
Don't say the dog shit.
No, that's what I heard. I heard because he's the no. Listen.
Everything you hear.
No, listen. He grew up.
Dogs, like
no, it's not. Honestly, it's more common than you would think because
I know with certain people it is.
No, because he grew up on the farm. And he's like the hot dog man. They call him the hot dog man, but apparently he was like always in the barns and stuff. But I mean, like, if I was Porsha, that would be the only, like, one of the only things I would never be able to like get over. Like, I don't see her caring that much about him cheating, especially if he's that rich. Do you know what I mean?
He's not fucking dogs, okay?
No, I don't even think it was dogs. No, well, maybe remember when he made her dress up in that dog suit?
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that?
I really don't.
They literally had like a romantic dinner, and then he made her get dressed in a fucking full-on animal dog suit.
I don't remember that.
Yo, bro, look it up. Look. And she was twerking for him with it on.
Maybe it's trying to be funny for the show, because why would he do that?
I don't know, man. And I think these rumors have been around way before the show.
I wish not Kelly. Sorry.
So funny.
Tasha K came up with that bullshit.
No.
This shit is on Reddit. Protective order. Kelly Farrell, she looked different in every picture. Protective order after allegedly entering the woman's home. Real Housewives ordered to stay 30 yards away from a neighbor who claimed she entered the home without permission. That's what we can. Kelly did not complain on September 7th. Minolta Cash filed a petition.
Bro, I'm telling you, the way that I would beat the fuck out of some bitch who tried to give my kids alcohol, Plan B, condoms, and then she's posting her kid in that picture for her birthday. Like, there's something wrong with Kelly. I feel like she's purposely trying to like make money off her kids or something. Like there's something wrong with her. This is why your ex-husband doesn't want the fucking kids on camera, because you're a fucking idiot. Look at the shit you're posting on fucking Instagram.
Exactly.
Like, Jesus Christ. Fucking retard. I can't take this stupid ass.
The dispute erupted on August 9th after Farrell's vehicle was booted by the HOA for parking violations in a narrow driveway fire lane. Cash was an HOA board member, alleged that Farrell effectively forced her way onto her private patio through a gated area, engaged in bizarre behavior, made verbal threats, and had to be physically restrained and moved. Farrell denied allegations. Her representative claimed that Cash has been targeted for police. Some stupid shit. Sound like she can't afford to live there anymore. I would never give a basket. If she...
I would have been the last thing Shamia ever done. Okay.
Straight up.
Like, that would have been the last mistake she ever made. Like, on camera, bitch, her whole house. Yeah. But I feel like that's probably another reason why Kelly is fine to ditch Shamia and go to the other side, because she knows that Shamia is fucking weird. And she can't really say anything.
Friends with them, and Shamia had a fucking meltdown.
Like, she's putting her in these weird situations, saying that she has to give $70,000 worth of blowjobs. Like that actually doesn't make it a nice gift from a guy who likes you. That makes it prostitution. Like,
yes.
Like, you're changing the narrative for your friend, girl.
Okay, so they got some people going on. Porsha with shady comments about Kelly under Phaedra's posts.
Yeah, smart enough to say, just give me some Crest whitening strips and give me the $69,972 for my bills. If a man comes to me offering...
Okay, so it says, Phaedra says the math ain't mathin'. And Porsha says...
Smart enough to...
Where's the damn tweet? I think it's...
Porsha was like, tooth plus tooth equals $0.
Teach the hobbits. Tooth plus tooth equals 0. I don't know. Okay. So then...
That's crazy. Teach the hobbits.
Kelly says, hey, Buckaroo, not everyone wants the Mr. Ed special. My smile is just how my man likes it, small and bright. of course, the sponsored queen managed to make my attorney's post about herself. Meanwhile, her body, house, teeth, car, all sponsored by any African with a pulse. You already said that, Kelly.
That was ChatGPT too. About Buckaroo. Really?
On a Thursday afternoon, this man enters a Burke Street massage parlour. He looks around.
I'll be
If a
happy
man
if they
comes to
get
me
rid
with
of
teeth,
when I
Kelly and
actually need
Shamia for
money to
next
pay.
season.
I just want to say one thing. I just think it's so funny that the NextGen NYC, they edit so much. They do that in shows in general, which I hate that. Like, that's part of the reason why I don't like the TV stuff. But I was there the last episode, and I went up there to defend my sister, period. But of course, that was cut. Why was that cut? I have no clue.
Because why is
But
it relevant?
I did defend my sister, y'all. I got time. I don't. I really don't. But yeah, they took that out last episode. I just want
Ronnie be acting. Let me ask you. Play this, and I'm gonna get back to Broad Rules. Who is wrong right here? I'm gonna play it a couple times.
Shut your mouth. I can explain to my mom what happened. I'm talking to your mother. I'm talking to your mother. I'm talking to your mother. Shut your mouth, little girl. I'm not talking to you. Your mother asked me a question. Learn your place as a child. Learn your
No, he needs to know his fucking place. He shouldn't be talking to her like that. Why is he pointing at her like that? No.
I'll tell you what, little girl. It's funny though, right? But you need to come back here, right? But you had to come back here. She's like, your mother asked me a question. I'm talking to your mother. Shut your mouth when I'm talking to your mother. I can explain to my mom.
They were just saying.
I can explain to my mom. Shut your mouth. I can explain to my mom what happened. I'm talking to your mother. I'm talking to your mother. I'm talking to
Why is she letting that man talk to her fucking daughter like that? Obviously, she's a fucking dumb, deadbeat, fucking pick-me-ass bitch.
as a child. Learn your place. You're a child. Oh, because you're 18, because you're 18, you think you're a legal adult. I'll tell you what, little girl, it's funny though, right? But you need to come back here, right? But you had to come back here. Right, your mother asked me a question. I'm talking to your mother. Shut your mouth when I'm talking to your mother. I can explain to my mom.
I can talk to my
No. No.
She said that man who pumped her back up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Porsha probably saw. Well, we didn't see the rest of the season, number one, or the reunion. And you see how she ran after Shamia at the party. I mean, you know, she was don't put her in mind. She was trying to, you know,
Porsha or Kelly stays taking shots at Porsha too, like in the confessionals that have nothing to do with her. So she's probably like, fuck her.
Good call. It would have made them look like angry black girls picking on white girls. Yeah, I was thinking that, like two angry bitches, right? Already drunk, telling people they can't afford Birkin. And, she was saying.
Like, what are you defending? Like, come on, bro. It's irrelevant to the fucking storyline.
It's a bit aggressive, but if the child is staying in the child's place, is what happened. That's what I said.
No, it's not. It's a bit aggressive. That's disrespectful.
She's grown.
If it's a child, you shouldn't be speaking to a child like that. First of all, if you're grown up and it's not even your child, that's disrespectful to the man's child that you're speaking to. First of all, because he wouldn't be speaking to that child like that if her father was there, because he would get beat the fuck down.
He's not. So if he's talking
and that's exactly, and he's not, because she's probably a deadbeat dumbass bitch.
He's a man talking to a woman very aggressively.
Exactly.
But as a stepfather, and I'm not.
That's not how you deal with it, though.
But let me get this out. He's talking to the mom about something. I don't know if it's about her because he said you had to move back in the house. Because when he said stay in the child's place, she said, I'm not a child, I'm an adult. He was like, you think because you're 18 or over 18, but you had to move back. Why did you have to move back here?
Why'd he move into her mom's house? He's a fucking 80. How old is he? 40 He's moved into her mom's house.
So if he's talking to the mom and she's like hollering, what is he supposed to do?
Take a step outside. Be the example. Lead by example. Be the adult.
See, I don't know that gentle parenting bullshit.
But that's not gentle parenting. That's just being a decent human being.
That's why these fucking kids are like.
It's different if it's your child. This is not his child.
Like that's why they be beating up their fucking teachers. They don't want to listen.
But even as if you are an adult trying to teach a young adult respect, this is not how you do that. That's not going to make them learn respect. That's going to make them hate you even more. That's not going to make them learn how to deal with problems in a respectful way.
Respectful children. I really do. I just really can't.
But we don't even know what she did.
I hear her voice screeching. I can talk to my mom. I can talk to my mom.
She just seems like emotional though.
It's too much. And the mom didn't tell her to, the mom told her to shut up.
The mom standing there letting that man talk to her daughter like that is all I need to know.
Like the 10th time they've gotten into it.
That's all I need to know. That her not she obviously he doesn't listen to the mom either because she's just letting him do that.
Shut your mouth.
Like no, bitch.
I'm talking to your mother. I'm talking to your mother.
Yeah, my bags would be packed.
I'm not talking to you. Your mother asked me a question. Learn your place as a child. Learn your place. You're a child. Because you're 18. Because you're 18, you think you're an adult. I'll tell you what, little girl.
Tell him to stop. Why the fuck are you telling her to stop?
But you had to come back. Like your mother asked me a question. I'm talking to your mother. Shut your mouth when I'm talking to your mother.
They both out of pocket.
No, she actually didn't say anything disrespectful. He was with the one being disrespectful. He was literally saying, shut your mouth, shut. Like, who the fuck are you talking to? All she said was, I can talk to my mom. Like, oh my God.
His reality bar got suspended. What happened?
Lordy, lordy, lordy. Crema.
He's gonna have to start all over.
Consequently.
He looked nice and he can, get to look at what he paid for. Yeah. I mean, look, if he gave her $70,000 to get new boobs, it would be the similar thing. So it's just, I guess, a little nicer.
I just don't get how what costs $70,000 for teeth? I thought that was like 15 max.
It's probably, a higher grade porcelain for the teeth plus labor. I don't know. What do I know?
50,000 in labor costs. I have no idea.
I'm equating it to like a car. Like you need a new transmission. It's mostly labor. But I imagine that she's paying more for, I don't fucking know, man.
For high quality porcelain.
Yeah. My main takeaway is he's not going to give her $70,000 to pay her bills, but he will give her $70,000 to look the way that he wants her to look, which read into that as much as you want. We don't know the guy. We might never know the guy. Maybe reports will come out. I'm assuming nobody is that buttoned up where eventually somebody's not going to catch them in the act. So we'll figure out who this guy is. And then we can start, creating our painting about it.
Yeah, but we do get to talk about some Sprinter Van Kegels and all that stuff. And then we get to the Scottish kilt and tartan making. I didn't know this. This was interesting. The tartan is the pattern. And that is, I didn't know that different families had a different plaid pattern. I didn't know it was called a tartan. But this whole thing was just super interesting. I love stuff like this. I was like, oh, cool. And then I really wanted them to go more in depth into like which patterns was which family and why you don't pick that one, why you do pick this one. We didn't get that far into it.
Yeah, you wanted that. Yeah.
I did.
I loosely wanted that. I imagine the majority of people watching did not give a shit.
Yeah, probably. But it's interesting, I thought. But let's go to the Alchemist for dinner. And Kelli is now like all over Porsha. Like they seem to be getting along really well, which again, I'm all for mending friendships and moving forward, especially on these shows. And you got Drew talk about a new song. Great say delusion makes a hit, according to Drew. I didn't totally understand that. I'm assuming Ray J's delusional, Drew's delusional, so maybe they'll make a hit together.
Delusional.
The funniest thing to me before we start talking about, you know, Porsha, Shamia, Pilar, all that bullshit, Pinky hits a note, right? She just sings a little tune. I thought it sounded good. It cracks me up that anytime somebody references music or singing or does something like that, Drew has to knock it down because she feels as though people are coming at her profession. If someone's like, oh, she carried a note. I don't know what note that was, but she carried that note, whatever it was. Like you have to justify that you are a level above everyone else that tries to sing.
Years and years of conditioning. I know where it comes from. I think it's incredibly like Drew is in the camp of I think it's really funny. Like anytime that we go and do things, like I hope the best for Drew because I think she's funny. But I do think this is years of conditioning because there were certain situations where somebody would hit a note and then either that person would turn to Drew and say, isn't that better than you? Or another person at the table would say, Drew, is that better than you? What do you think about that? To make fun of her. So now I think it's not even getting ahead of it. I think she's just conditioned to immediately do that. But we also have another layer to this now because we now go to K. Michelle for confessionals to see how she thought about it. So now it's double layered. It's kind of funny to watch it.
I actually like K. Michelle's commentary on Drew and her career just because if anyone can speak on it, it is K. Michelle. And the fact that she always kind of puts her in her place is always very funny to me. But Drew and Dennis are planning a tour, and I'm glad that Porsha didn't make a thing out of it. I'm glad we don't have to rehash that bullshit. I just want to be able to move on. But it does open the door, apparently, which doesn't make total sense because this comes out of left field. And again, this is part of the problem for Shamia. What does this have to do with fucking anything? Because out of left field, she's like, you know, it kind of hurt my feelings that you said that you didn't want Pilar around Gerald and I. Dennis told us that. I thought Porsha's explanation was fine, where it's like, look, I don't fuck with you. Like, I'm not going to send my kids over there to hang out with you. Yeah. I do think there's a level to this where it's like the kids shouldn't be punished for the parents not getting along. I agree with that. I also think it's got to be shitty to hear that somebody that was your close friend is now saying things like, I don't trust my kids or her around my kids. I think that's a step too far. I'm in agreement with all of them. My problem is, this is the moment in which you chose to bring it up. You chose to call her out about her children at a dinner table with everybody else, unprompted. And then you get surprised that there's backlash. And if you need any more confirmation, every confessional you get from every third party at the table is like, ooh, why now? Bad timing. Yeah. This was dumb.
Yeah. Really bad timing, but I think this just shows you where Shamia is. I mean, we've been watching the spiral happen where she's going to pick out different people. She picked a fight with Angela. She picked a fight with Phaedra at one point. Like, she's going to continue to pick fights. She's finally picking the fight with Porsha. You would think her ducks might be in a row. Like, maybe I've got something to actually pull out. No, she goes immediately low. And that's what I was talking about earlier. The side comments are one thing, but when she actually gets into an argument, she has to go low. And she feels like she's validated to do so because then she starts bringing up all these other things that Portia's doing. And we finally get to that point. It's like, there's no problem with me bringing this up right now because of all the things that you've done. Not true. It's just not how it works. And also in this instance, leave the kids out of it. I mean, if you want to talk about whether or not it's shitty that Portia's doing that, fine. I don't really care what everybody else's opinion is. It's whatever Porsha feels comfortable doing. It's her child. If she doesn't want them going over there, she doesn't want Pilar to go over and hang out. I doubt that Gerald feels any type of way about this. He seems to not give a shit about anything. So it's really just you who probably sought out to another thirsty person on the show, Dennis, to see how they feel about what's going on with Porsha. We watched Dennis and Porsha together. Of course, Dennis has some bullshit to spew. And of course, you've got some bullshit to spew. So the two of you should just keep those conversations behind closed doors. They shouldn't get back to the show because we know what both of you are and what you guys are going to do and try to perpetuate. So I have no problem with Porsha clapping back in any of this. I thought it was kind of funny that Drew did say, you know, how are you and Dennis doing? You know, Dennis seems a little upset about what's going on with you and Porsha.
Not your business.
I'm not getting any of that shit. Just mind your fucking business. Okay. Yep. No, I'm all right with that. We're in a good place right now. I don't want to ruffle any feathers there. But yeah, Shamia, this is last ditch effort. This is fucking desperate. This is, I'm finally moving on to Porsha. In her mind, she probably feels powerful doing this. To everybody else, it just looks like, oh wow, you feel like you're losing your friends left and right. You're losing allies in the group. In reality, people are just getting along, and you're upset about that. So now you're going to go after Porsha. Bad timing, bad way to do it. Just doesn't make any sense.
And what it does is open the door because, as Cynthia said, Shamia came with one loaded in the chamber. Except it was like 15 loaded in the chamber. And once she opened the door with Porsha, everything else starts coming out. And we're just going, you know, all over the place. She's talking about, you told a lot of lies last year. And then you told Andy that you always wanted me as a housewife. And you this and you that. And look, I honestly could believe some of the conversations that you and Porsha had behind closed doors. I can believe that she said, like, oh, you've got the singing and the acting. Like, you don't need to do this. This is my space. But you can come on as a friend up. All of that is not that hard to believe. And if you did this in the correct way, I think I would be more open to hearing it. But because we're now getting 15 different things at once, it doesn't land the same, especially when you get to the end of this whole thing and you bring up the parents once again. You bring up the fact that you guys agreed not to talk about parents, and then Porsha went online and posted about your mom, but she didn't say anything about her own mom, which, why would she? Why would she drag her own mother on social media? That makes no sense to me. You should know better than that. But that was all a means to an end to get to this point of saying, well, you didn't tell your mom's side. She tried to sleep with my dad. What? First of all, indifferent, irrelevant. Who cares? Like, I think it's interesting. I think it's a funny thing to drop. But
that's why I want that 5-minute conversation. I just want the 5-minute conversation between the two moms.
That maybe so, actually, because of that. But it's like, sure, that's kind of funny to bring up and random. But as far as implications on your friendship with Porsha, that shouldn't fucking matter. And then Porsha had one in the back pocket, and she's like, well, I heard your mom was boinking your uncle. Whoa. Wow. You have gone completely off the rails.
Yeah, at least there was like some connection there, because that would have been kind of funny to just throw out. I guess Portia's mom was dating her uncle, or Shamia's uncle rather, and Shamia's uncle cheated on Portia's mom so that he could bang Shamia's mom. The whole thing was ludicrous and funny. I'm very happy that we had
crazy
this
enough that I could believe all of it.
I think the best part. The best part is I can believe every last detail of all of this on both sides, and it's still funny to me. Like, I just simply don't care. It's just so funny how low down it got. Like, it just went quick. As soon as Shamia started, then Porsha had something back, and then eventually you can just call her and her mom a low down dirty snake. Then we get a lot of low down dirty snakes going back and forth. This was good. This is two people that were friends, that have long history together with their families, that have not talked in basically a year at all. And now we're getting into a fight and everything's just coming out. This is great. This is exactly what this should be happening, because I do want to see Shamia have to deal with this shit. Like, if you're going to do this and you're going to try to work around the scenes and try to get after every person that's being nice to Porsha, eventually you're going to have to face Porsha. This is how it's going to go. I mean, you've had a year to prep for this. You have so many things that you could be talking about. And instead of just going after what Portia's doing, you go after what she's doing with her child, wrong. And then you're going to go into what she's talking about with her mom, and then what her mom was doing. Who gives a fuck? That's all you have? All these things that you supposedly hate about Porsha, all you have is how her mom was moving years ago. Who gives a shit? This is a losing battle for you.
Yeah, and what it also does is you check 2 of the no-no boxes, which is keep the kids out of it and don't talk about family. And you did both of those because you're just trying to find something that's, and I actually agree with Porsha. All she's trying to do right now is get a rise out of her. She's trying to press that button that gets Porsha to go off. And by doing that, you go too far. You say too much. And the problem that you're now facing is because you get up and leave the table. Kelli follows you out. You're in the Sprinter van. And you're going at it like, oh, Porsha did too much. Porsha brought my mom into it. Porsha did X, Y, and Z. It's like, well, let's go back. And this is kind of a microcosm for your entire season and why you get into so much trouble with people. You brought up the moms. You brought up the kids. You brought up the family. Porsha responded. You cried, left, and now are complaining that Porsha brought up family. But you were the one that brought up all of that. And this is why you look around the table and you have beef with every single person there. This is when we get the montage of her starting shit. And it was Cynthia. Cynthia says, do you think she's done anything or is everybody picking on Shamia?
And K. Michelle's corroborating too. This is what we needed because again, we're privy to a lot more and we're privy to all of her really, really annoying confessionals, Shamia. It's about damn time. It really is. I mean, it was clear as day to us. When things are clear as day to us, you know that a couple of like the better housewives are going to pick up on it. Angela picked up on it. Did you see Angela say a word during any of this? No, absolutely not. This is between Porsha and Shamia. It's always been between Porsha and Shamia, but Angela was trying to get after Shamia because Shamia didn't want any smoke with Porsha. She didn't want anything to do with her. Porsha on the other end was doing nothing with Shamia. So that leaves a little bit of an opportunity. But once that opportunity is gone and it's just between these two, Angela didn't say a word. She didn't try to make it her moment, which shows me again that she's a great housewife. I love Angela. But Cynthia stepping in and finally just pointing it out like, yeah, I've been seeing this. Okay, Michelle, what do you have to say about this? Yeah, she said some things and we've been talking about it on the side as well. Pinky's noticed a couple of things. You see the entire cast notice. And it starts off a little bit like, yeah, there's a lot of things that she clearly is carrying on her shoulders, which I don't know. I mean, we've seen a lot of like her things. I guess she does have some things that she's been worrying about, but it seems to be only the things in her life. And then it's just all of the Porsha shit. So this is her time to just kind of go off, get it all out there. And instead of feeling help or instead of feeling like, all right, I got this all out there, she goes to the Sprinter van and cries with Kelli as if she didn't start the whole thing. None of this had to happen, but you wanted to get it off your chest, which is fine, but at least be able to stand there and take it afterwards. Instead, you start something and then you leave the table and walk away and go cry. Bad luck.
Terrible luck. And you're the one that took it low. And then Porsha responded. Porsha would go that low. Like, you don't have to prompt her to do that. Like, she will play in the mud. But in this instance, you're the one that took it to that point. And then you go to the Sprinter van and cry and have Kelli back you up. And your big complaint is she came after my mom, my family, blah, blah, blah. You started it, man. And she clapped back. And I think that, again, look around the group. Everybody's saying, like, yeah, we've noticed things. Like, yeah. And two things can be true. Like, for the Shamia friends in the group, it's like she does seem like she's carrying a lot. And this could be just kind of a buildup of a couple of things with Porsha, a couple of things with Angela, and it has turned into this monster where it's like everybody's attacking me and I'm just in defense or defensive mode. Sure. And that's okay. Like, you can come out of that and be fine, but you got to go about it a little differently, because the way that she went about it, this is what happened. Of course you get clapped and then you cry and you leave. Well, don't throw the first stone if you can't handle the heat.
Yeah. Tough to watch. Usually is with Shamia, but definitely tough to watch.
Let's get to some questions.
First one up here from Brian Stoneman 83. Do you think Shamina can come back from this one? Look, no, it depends on what you mean by that. For me personally, I've been out on Shamia since day one. Yes, Bravo is going to continue to force her on the show. They're going to continue to make sure that she's part of the show, that she's a centerpiece of the show. Why? I have no clue. Maybe, you can ask Angela about that. I'm sure she's got some feelings on it. But come back in the sense of getting to a good place with the audience, probably not. I mean, this is who she is.
Yeah, that's gonna be tougher. As far as like finding a spot on this show that flows better, yes, I think that there is a place for her.
Mm-hmm.
I think that production did not know what they were doing when they made her Center Peach. I think that this is stemming from all of that. And I think another layer to that is she's extra emboldened by it, because I do believe that Porsha said that kind of shit where it's like, no, this is my thing. So now that she got it and she's Center Peach, I think she feels even more of a responsibility to like shove it in Portia's face, which I get. Like, that's fair. But the problem is it's not coming off that way. It's actually coming off in a detrimental way to Shamia. And now she has to play defense while she's trying to clean things up, and it's not going very well. And that's actually interesting. Chappis 0907, do you think there's something else going on with Shamia and that's why she's reactive? Yes. Yeah, I think there's something
probably
here.
But I mean, we can't really speculate on it, obviously.
It's hard to do that, yeah.
I think it's more like Andre Drew one asked, who's more to blame for the friendship breakdown now, Shamia or Porsha? It's Shamia. I think that she, for all of the reasons that you just labeled out there, that's the friendship breakdown right there.
Yeah.
It's the way that Shamia has handled all of these things. She could have handled it with grace. She could have just been excited to finally be there. And instead of being excited to finally be there, she just took her opportunity and acted like she was the Center Peach. I don't know who's to blame for that one necessarily, but for the friendship breakdown, I do think that Shamia could have handled so many different things. And instead she just took it and ran with it. And it obviously was detrimental to the whole thing.
Yeah. SDM WVU, is Shamia doing too much and then playing victim? Play with fire, you will get burned. Yes. And that's her biggest miss, is that she does not acknowledge her role in any of this. Because I do think there's two sides to every story. It takes two to tango, whatever phrase you want to use. Like, yeah, she's not the only one throwing shade and talking shit, but because she is not acknowledging that she's part of the problem, she's just the victim, calling her mom and crying, going to the Sprinter van and crying. Yeah, I think she is doing way too much and then trying to play the victim card. It is not working. And now it's even more obvious because her supporters in Kelli, K. Michelle, and Pinky are not just falling in line. They're all questioning what she's doing now. And it's making it even worse for Shamia.
Yeah, it's gotten worse. They're not even doing the like, I'm just gonna try to make my own friends and do my own thing and not really support you because that's bad for me. They're actually going an extra level and now pointing out that you have been the problem for the majority of the season. But Popo Dilly said after Portia's hit on Candy with Phaedra, I can't believe anything that Porsha says. Team Shamia always. Look at that. We've got a Team Shamia person.
The only one.
It's got to be a
only
tough
one.
It's really got to be a tough podcast for you to watch. Sorry, Popo Dilly.
Yeah, Emma Gordon, is Shamia dragging the mood down? Seemed enjoyable until she played the victim again. Yes. I think that's what I said. There is a place for her on this show, but she has to get over herself.
Yep. I want to end on one, but there's one in there specifically for you because I'm not cooking that shit.
Where'd it go? Oh, JB the Hut 713. Would you cook haggis? Probably
Still
not.
Cook anything. Oh, really? I was gonna say you cook anything.
Not because I'm like, ew, yucky. I don't know when I would have to or even have the necessary ingredients to do it. I would definitely try it. And if I was in a place
I
where
would try it in Scotland. Yeah.
Yeah. And if I was in a place where like if I was in Scotland and there was a cooking class to learn how to make haggis, yeah, for sure. 100% would try it. But I just don't see myself going to purchase those ingredients in my home and doing it.
No,
and I think it smells while you're like the process. I think it has an odor.
I heard that. Yeah.
So.
I heard it stinks. Yeah. Ending on this one from Josie T. Bear. Yes, pelvic floor therapy. They put their finger in you to check how strong your pelvic floor is. So vindication for Drew, I believe.
There you go. Yeah, that's answering the questions that everyone's asking. We can end on this one actually from Blacksmith Trev. Where was last episode's recap? We were on vacation. Shooter was, and
here's the breakdown of last week's episode. Did you fuck George? Maybe.
Jury's still out, kind of.
Jury's
there was
still
no
out on that
definitive one. No, and also that does bring up one more point from this week's episode. Which brother? Not, that's ludicrous. My mom would never. Which brother? Oh, that one? Yes. Yeah, she did. Yeah, I thought you meant the other one. She definitely didn't.
She did.
Yeah. Tough look. I don't know. We'll see where Shamia lands. I know that you're not Team Shamia at all. I think that there is a spot for her on this show. I just think that she needs to be humbled a little bit, and that's also not her fault. That to me is producers for sticking her in the center both last season and this season. You're giving her a false sense of confidence, and it is hurting her performance on the show.
Correct. Sure is.
But anyway, we will see how it shakes out. I think.
I'm about to cut up these greens. There's no going back from what Shamia. There's really not. That shit is over with. I don't know what they. Is it true that she's not coming back? Where are those rumors coming from? I'm so mad Power didn't come in.
It's because she removed RHOA from her username on her Instagram.
Even that, it's like
from her bio. Yeah, that could mean nothing though. But I think Gerald will delete her if she decides to come back.
Wait, this guy, Stefan Diggs' accuser, is doing an interview.
You and like licked your ears.
Wait, what?
That's just not the way it works. Even with the weed, bro, I don't need the loud pack. I smoke the cheapest weed in the dispensary. The little $2 joint that's about to register, that's what CB on. It's a little different.
For sure. But okay, so what's the order of operation? He pulls his hard dick out and then he like kind of grabs you and like licks your ear or something.
He put his tongue in my ear once we got out of the car. When we were in the car, he pulled the shit out, bro. He started stroking that motherfucker, and I asked him to put it up. Yeah, no, it's a no-go, champ. I can't speak but so much in regard to like that specific instance, but if you ask a specific question, I'm cool with answering it.
Right. So it was hard. And he was did he try to like take your hand and like put it on it?
Arm around my shoulder, trying to bring me closer, and I'm like trying to like move over. I'm not as like physically strong as I possibly would have been, or able to control my body the way I typically would have been like able to dip and dodge.
Right.
I've been like, what the fuck?
Right.
Or you've seen that clip in Will Smith on the red carpet when the guy like is on some whatever like native shit to wherever they're from, and he like that and smack him real quick.
Yeah.
Just trigger reaction.
Right.
I didn't have that like I didn't have like the ability to react as quickly as I would have.
Because also you're trying to wrap your head around the fact that this guy that you respect that you're working with is apparently on some mysterious shit. Yeah.
We're in this, we had pulled in it, like, why won't you leave? Why didn't you just get out the car and leave? People are thinking of this like some regular row house. This is the house to a multi-millionaire. The gate is fucking huge. Gate taller than me. I'm 6 foot. You how tall are you?
6'3".
Taller than you. Gate huge. It's shut like a vault.
Yeah.
In order for it to open, vault got to be pressed open. You know what I mean? And I still got these hundreds of thousands of dollars of clothes in the crib.
Right.
I'm on damage control. Much like how when you watch the video of the robbery, I'm also in damage control, trying to get these, because they were trying to get in my crib, bro. It wasn't just something that we were chilling in the hallway. That's why they keep leaving, coming back, because they try my keys on my door to be able to try to get in my unit. They want to get me in my unit, which is why I'm of the belief that they wanted to kill me. Because if you're willing to do all of this in front of cameras in public, what the fuck are you going to do when I get in that room?
Right. Wow.
And that's the trauma.
But I don't like the victim blaming, because it's like you have to understand a person going through like the levels of realization about how fucked up what's happening is, which is there's one realization, which is that
I'm thinking I'm gonna die, bro.
Well, I'm just talking about him like even making this move on you. But so he's trying something with you, and there's one level of acceptance of that, of like, oh shit, you're gay, whatever. But then there's another level of acceptance of be like, oh fuck, and you're being kind of aggressive and pushy with this shit. Like that's a whole nother thing.
You try to kill me, bro.
Wait, so okay, explain that. When did that happen? How much later?
7 days.
7 days later.
29th.
At your apartment?
At my apartment.
A separate place. In what neighborhood?
Separate city.
Separate city.
This is in downtown LA.
Wow.
Yeah, so we go from Maryland to downtown LA. Mind you, he ran this narrative that I stole from him, bro. And he also bragged online about me not even leaving with shoes on my feet. How the fuck did I steal any? Let me stop, bro. Give me a second. How could I steal something from you if I left your house with nothing, not even the shoes on my feet? I remember running into John Wall at the airport, and I didn't know where I was going, by the way. They shoved me into a car. I didn't know their destination. I show up at DCA, Reagan National, whatever the airport's called. I get out the car. The first person I see walking through the airport is John Wall. And I know Wall. I'm doing my best to try to like hide at this from this POV because I'm walking through the fucking airport with no shoes on. You see a guy in the airport with no shoes on, you're probably gonna think something wrong with him.
Yeah.
Like I look nuts.
Yeah.
And I'm traveling home without my motherfucking belongings yet, and still you talking about I stole from you? Then if you look, man, it's a lot, champ. Yeah.
So, okay, because I mean, some people might wonder, like, why would you file a lawsuit if it was just a guy hitting on you? That might not have risen to the occasion of him, of you feeling like you needed to sue. But then once we get into the sort of harassment and the robbery and all that, that's when it maybe rises to that level.
He tried to kill me, bro. Tried to kill me. Them three men don't show up at my house that had no dialogue. Even when they doing what they doing, I say, yo, bro, why y'all here? Why? What the fuck are you doing here? And they make a phone call during the robbery. It's on video. Who the fuck you think they called? I don't know who they called.
How did they get in?
To my unit?
Yeah.
I mean, on my floor?
Yeah.
It's a video. They walk directly into the front of the building. They loitered by the elevator. All of the floors in the building have code-specific access. So if you live on the 18th floor, you can't access my unit on the 16th floor, vice versa.
Right.
Only places that are common are the common areas.
I don't have nothing to say. I don't know what happened. I'm not going to act like I know what happened. Cardi.
If you say
You're saying it's not fancy today?
Well, I mean, they're just a little bit easier to come by now. Like back then, they were like, you know, you had to be on a list. I'll get you a Birkin bag if you say that Kristen's got a coke problem. And then so she would be like, yeah, I was doing coke every once in a while, and I still do now.
Oh, she said I still do
Yeah,
now?
she said, yeah. She's like, well, I would party when I want to, and I don't have a problem, so I can do it whenever I want. She's like, but my classmates were paid to out me for this sort of shit. And
Wait, who are they talking about?
I thought this was a video. Poop and say, a lovely mother. I don't know what this is.
say that I had a big problem. If you say
You're saying it's not fancy today?
Well, I mean, they're just a little bit.
Kristen Cavallari said her castmates got Birkins to snitch on her. Randy looks crazy.
Easier to come by now. Like back then, they were like, you know, you had to be on a list. I'll get your
Wait, that's
bag
Brody
if you say
Jenner?
that Kristen's got a coke problem, and then so she would be like, yeah, I was doing coke every once in a while, and I still do now.
Oh, she said I still do
Yeah,
now?
she said, yeah. She's like, well, I would party when I want to, and I don't have a problem, so I can do it whenever I want. She's like, but my classmates were paid to out me for this sort of shit and say that I had a big problem.
Well, I mean, let's be clear, we've all done cocaine. Well, in the 90s. I haven't since fentanyl came out. But
Now she has drug testing strips to make sure it's good.
I got them for the kids. But luckily, my kids don't do.
I got them for the kids. What the fuck? Okay, Shamia forgot to add that to her.
So here's another example of Chris Blake making the same accusation towards his ex-employer boxer Gervonta Davis after he fell out with him that he is now making against Stephon Diggs. This is a pattern, and he good at playing internet games. Super featherweight champion of the world, Gervonta Davis. Love to all respectfully. Just live your truth, champ. Clear to see why you started acting like a bitch. Stroller and beanbags is fire, though, girl. So, how you doing? I love my brother. anything you want to explore? I think the whole thing about no friendship. I dealt with your drug fluctuant emotions, confessions that come out as byproduct of depression, the antics and restrictions guided by lack of business acumen, byproduct of several times in the classroom, jealousy of the fact that I produce quality that money can't purchase, height, ability that's all I'm done for. Why is always around a gay man?
Looking for a work from home job right now? Don't scroll. Please watch this. My easy work from home job just turned into a potential federal sentence.
Hey, how's it going?
He said,
I know. I wanted to ask you. I know.
Joining the spotlight.
Decided to have a baby by your high school sweetheart, only to find out that he would just grow into a scamming, scheming man-child who just refuses to get a job and just scams his way through life. He's tried to extort multiple people, NFL players, boxers, etc., lying on the internet, just attention-seeking behavior. Decided to have a baby by your high school sweetheart, only to find out that he would just grow into a scamming, scheming man-child who just refuses to get a job and just scams his way through life. He's tried to extort multiple people, NFL players, boxers, etc., lying on the internet, just attention-seeking behavior. You carry yourself with grace. You don't even address or acknowledge any of the crazy, weird, wild things that have happened. You just live your life. You don't ask him for any child support. You don't ask him to pay any of the tuition or anything for the child that you just love so much. And that's just the biggest, greatest blessing ever. Put a finger down if this same person who has harassed.
I'm gonna need to do a lot of.
Oh, sorry. I didn't even realize.
So I'm getting ready to cut these greens up. I want to put some. Yes, to all of it. He's doing interviews everywhere. He's enjoying all of this attention. I want to put something on for y'all because I got to chop these greens up and I won't be able to touch the computer like that. So, what do we want to watch or listen to? We didn't listen to the pod this week. They talked about the Jay-Z show. Some rapper guy, Bootsy. Let me see. What's the topics? Rick Ross was there. What was this? Do I have access? Oh, this is. I'm not on this tier. I wish the fuck I would pay $10 to watch. Let me look at his tiers. I'm $10 per month. At least 2 bonus per month. Well, I didn't get one. Where are the memberships? Let me see. $25 a month. $50 a month. Y'all out your motherfucking minds. Why would anybody pay this to see Joe Buttons? I don't want to see that bad. Okay, so they did Hove did, and the episode was about, let's see, the Jay-Z show, the delay in the show, the set list. They talked about that for an hour. 38 Sesh, I don't know who that is. Bootsy election scam for $600,000. DJ Academics and Charlamagne the God finally sit down together. Bam Adebayo and Tyler Harrow get into a fight in Vegas, and much more. I don't know half. Mims. Let's see what Mims is talking about. Make Does he still do that thing where he make like he gives everybody like 30 seconds to talk? Funky Dineva versus old escort Tommy. Oh, damn.
We can't hear anything. Yeah, we couldn't hear that. Or I couldn't.
Oh, is she pulling one of my stunts? Yeah, let me see how long she been on here for. Damn, it's been an hour. All right, we'll start. We'll leave it here. I need to send a super chat. What should I write? What am I trying to say? On Monday. Oh shit! I'm sorry, y'all.
It's not mad at Porsha. Shamia's mad at herself. Let's continue.
My bad.
We could fall out or something about something of that nature. I don't want to verbatim say, quote unquote, what it was. But and I was just like, hey, you know, I would hope it won't.
I compare myself to Porsha. I'm just showing you that bravery comes in different forms, guys.
I want her to read my message. Like, I really fucked with Blue on Monday because they were trying so bad to like peer pressure her into agreeing with her. Claudia put on all this theatrics, playing in her face. Let me think of what I want to say.
I intentionally said me, Porsha, Nene Leakes, and Michelle Obama. We're all very different, right? I'm just showing you that bravery just doesn't always come in a package of something that you find pleasing. Sometimes the villain is the bravest person in the room. And sometimes the likable bestie is the biggest coward in the room. And we have to figure out how to stop virtue signaling, right? How to stop using the virtue of goodness as a way to not admit when people are operating from cowardice and covert manipulation. That's why I use those examples. But thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Wouldn't, you know, like, but ultimately I was like, I respect that. She was like, this kind of like my thing. And I was like,
she said that to you.
Absolutely.
She said, this is my thing.
This is my thing. Mm-hmm. You know, you got the hawk stuff, you got all, you act, you sing, you do all this stuff. Like, this is like my thing. And I was like, and
Porsha said, you sing, you act, you do all these amazing things. I'm going through a publicly humiliating divorce. I need this to be my thing.
Hold on, I gotta send something to the group chat.
Yeah, there was nothing wrong with what Porsha said. Like, that is completely fair. It's not like
actions, rather. I'm gonna keep on saying this, guys, because this seems to be whooping your asses and giving you cognitive dissonance. There are two
That's my new favorite
forms
word.
of being. There's your internal world, the way that you act and think to yourself, the way you act with yourself, and then there's your external world, the way that you operate with the world. I cannot responsibly speak on what Porsha is thinking late at night. Nobody can except for Porsha. The only thing I can speak on is how Porsha acts. A lot of you don't know how to stay in your lane. And this is part of the hubris that comes from the comments section. You think that you have the right to assume if someone is sincere or not to the point of acting as if it is a fact. Even when I assume about people's motivations, I make it clear that it's speculation. These are not facts. So factually, the only facts we have are Porsha's actions and Shamia's actions. So if playing the game means being emotionally regulated, not lashing out, having discernment about when to speak and when not to speak, knowing when to leave the room and the table when you know it's going to be detrimental to your branding. If that's playing the game, baby, we all need to play that game. What you're doing, baby, is virtue signaling, right? You're trying to say, well, because I think she's inauthentic, because I'm assuming her heart without knowing her personally, I'm going to use that as an excuse not to acknowledge her improved behavior. And conversely, though, the same people who do this, because they assume Shamia's heart is good, even when Shamia acts like a donkey, you're going to actually act like there's no problem with that. We can't do that, guys.
I'm dead.
When I was talking about Anaya and what was happening with Love Island, you'll see I kept on responding to Anaya's actions. I said, hey, the way she's acting right now is not cool. She's probably a lovely girl, but this is not okay. This is verbally abusive. This is wrong, right? So I know how to stay in my lane, even as someone who's a social commentarian as a job, because EQ is what I do in particular. We're talking about actions. We're also hearing Shamia speak for herself. And guys, can I tell you something? I know this is going to be hard to believe. Women in this world who have ugly feelings, but know how to keep their feelings in check in order to move through the world in a way to get ahead. That's literally what we applaud men for. Why do you have to believe that Porsha Williams or any woman it would be your best friend in real life in order for you to acknowledge that objectively they know how to move through a room? Why do you need to like somebody to admit that they know how to move through the room? Why do you need to dislike somebody to point out when they're acting deregulated and being overtly manipulative after being covertly manipulative? Those are flaws in logic, guys. I want you to kill the part of you that moves like that. I'm not being condescending. I'm not being condescending.
And ultimately, she phrased it like, I don't want anything to like jeopardize our friendship. And I thought it was really sweet. And I was like, you know what? You're right.
So did you hear what she said? She said, Porsha set a boundary. A boundary means that I'm telling you what works for me and you get to decide what happens with that. So Porsha said, I would not feel comfortable being your friend and also having you next to me on the show. I think it would impact the way that I could be your friend. And Shamia said, I thought that was really sweet. And she said she was okay with that. And yet in the episode we just saw on Sunday, Shamia admits to Porsha, when you told me you didn't want me to be on the show, that's fucked me up ever since. You see how people pleasers lie. She said one thing in Scotland that was just aired on Sunday and is saying the complete opposite to Carlos King. And this happened after the scene. People pleasers lie so much that even when they're on their own couch, right, with a Libra co-host who looks like Marlon Wayans with his fresh outfit on and his, nice bald head and his white teeth smiling in your face, talking about, girl, you're so beautiful, you're so gorgeous. Even when you're in your own home, fully glammed, with a man fawning about how fabulous you are, simply asking you, sis, tell me your story, you can't keep it straight. Which one is it, Shamia? Is it what you told us 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago that it was Jared, your husband, who told you not to do the show? Was it what you yelled at Porsha in Scotland that you've been mad at her ever since she told you not to do the show? Or is it what you're telling Carlos now that you thought it was sweet? Remember what I said earlier, guys, people pleasers will say whatever you need to hear while the entire time resenting the fuck out of you. Y'all don't see the danger in that?
I agree. I don't really need it like that. I mean,
I agree, and I don't really need it like that, and then spent 10 years needing it like that. Spent 10 years just kind of hanging out, hoping that somehow she would chip away at Porsha's boundaries and get her to change her mind.
my husband's successful. We're just getting started. Like, it's fine. They even filmed my bridal shower. And at that point, there was more pull back from Porsha. We argued at my bridal shower.
So imagine you tell somebody, I don't want to do the show with you, and then that same person lets them film their bridal shower, one of the most intimate moments of their lives, which means they're trying to be on the show. This is where that clip that Carlos dropped comes in. This is where the clip caught me being angry, where I said, if I tell you not to do something, if you want to still have same access to me, like, hey, I can't engage with you in the same way if you do this thing, right? So boundaries are about what I'm going to do. Boundaries are not threats. Boundaries are always about what you're going to do. I can't give you access as my friend if you're on this show with me after I've just told you I need my own thing. You have a rich husband who adores you. You have all these jobs. You can sing, you can act. Baby, I'm fighting for my fucking life. This little corner of the world that I need this to be about me right now. I just spent all these years being a Stepford wife to this nigga, right? I was a Stepford wife for all this time. Got embarrassed publicly. To put my chin up after I got dragged on Twitter and everywhere else. And now that I'm finally getting my footing, I don't have the bandwidth to be sharing the spotlight with the little sister of my homegirl who wasn't even cool with me until I got on the show. Because you are considered family more than a friend. We all know those people, right? Who are considered family more than a friend. The energy it would take for me to share space with you and protect you and make sure our mamas aren't mad at me for not having your back, that is decentering me. I need to be fucking centered right now. I'm going to say the same thing I said on Monday. Do you know how much bravery it takes to not be a people pleaser and to admit that you don't have it because right now it has to be about you? Someone said, I am confusion. You thought it was sweet that she wanted to protect your friendship, so you have the show film your shower. Baby, I think Porsha was just as confused. And you heard what she said. She said, when I filmed my baby shower, Porsha pulled away from me. What is it called when someone says, I can't give you access to me if you move in this way, and you agree to not move in that way, and then behind their back, you still do the very thing you said you wouldn't do, and therefore they pull away access to you. That's called consequences.
Should I rewind this?
You guys want me, a person who's been an emotional intelligence coach for over 20 years, to cape for someone who keeps on saying yes when they mean no, and keeps on doing what they want behind the back of the person who's directly told them, I can't be cool with you if you do this. And you want me to believe in this scenario that Porsha's the one who's wrong. You want me to believe that the direct communicator who is sharing an unsavory yet very human feeling, who is setting a personal boundary and letting the consequences be known, is the bad guy and not the person who's agreeing to something and then going behind someone's back and doing it anyways. That's the good guy to y'all. Y'all think that you never want a friend like Blue to lose one because I think it's fucked up to say something that you don't back up through action. Someone says, someone needs to send this to Porsha, like legit. I would love for her to see this. I would love for Shamia to see this too. I think Shamia needs this more than Porsha because Shamia needs somebody who has been rooting for her to call bullshit on her since her friends won't. I think her castmates have tried, but she feels bullied. I think her friends poor Kelly's not in a position to do this because Kelly is going through enough. Kelly doesn't have the bandwidth to do this, right? So I'm going to shoot Kelly some bail. I hope Shamia has a friend like me who's like, baby, I'm always rooting for you. And what the fuck is you doing? And y'all see how this is in Shamia's words. Shamia is wrong in her own reality. I intentionally did not pull up because you guys know I watched both videos. I could have pulled up Porsha's clip. No. A lot of y'all fail in your own realities. We ain't even got to get somebody else's reality. Even in Shamia's world, she's wrong. Fuck Porsha's version of accounts. Even in Shamia's logic, she's wrong. Let's continue.
Why? If you watch it, you can see. I mean, it's a whole thing. Why did I argue the birthday? Well, for one, we were all arguing, a couple things. We were arguing about why she couldn't come to the wedding, her condition at the time. And I was like, I'm hurt by it. I'm disappointed. And yeah, and then it kind of went down.
Yes, people pleasing is a form of self-abandonment. On the surface, it looks like you're extra kind and you're just easygoing.
By the way, Shamia comes off so kind. To me, when I saw Shamia that last season where she finally got her peach, you guys know after a decade of being a friend of the show. So it took Shamia 10 years to circumvent the boundary that had been set and still be a peach holding member of the show, right? At the point it happened, Porsha had already left the show and come back, so Porsha didn't have as much leverage, and Andy was free to do whatever the fuck he wanted. So all is fair in love and coercion, okay? All is fair in love and coercion, apparently. So Shamia gets on the show and gets a peach finally and is no longer just a friend of the show. First season fan favorite. I adored her. Shamia fan club. Thought she was delightful, right? Future tourist sister, beautiful chocolate girl, beautiful gowns, actually a housewife, right? One of the few girls whose persona and the name of the show actually aligned, right? Shamia had everything. And on top of that, bitch, you're gorgeous, talented, and you're someone who's friends with all the OGs because you've been hanging out around for a decade, waiting for your turn. I was rooting for this lady. But here's the thing, guys. When a direct person tells you, I'm not cool with this, and you do it anyways, and I'm saying this as a direct person, we're going to always pull back because there's nothing left to talk about. I told you I didn't like this, and you did it anyways. This is not a Scooby-Doo mystery why I'm pulling away. Shamia feigning confusion around why Porsha keeps pulling away is hands down the most intellectually dishonest thing I've seen her do for the last decade, even when she was a friend of. Perfect example, look at Gia. We adore Gia, right? If I told Gia right now, hey, yo, Gia, no, let's do it the other way around. If Gia told me right now, hey, yo, Blue, every single time you put me on the screen, I don't like seeing my face on the screen. I'm not going to be punitive because I'm not your mother, but if you put me on the screen again, I'm going to be forced to leave the Blue Crew. And let's say the day after that happens, I put Gia on the screen. I completely disregard a boundary she set because boundaries are about how you're going to act, right? She told me, bitch, if you put me on the screen again, I'm out. And I put her on the screen again. The next week when I say, hey, oh my God, where's Gia? Oh my God, I have no idea why Gia. Oh my God, why she pull away? I'm full of shit, right? I'm full of shit because I know fucking well why Gia's gone. Yes? The way Shamia feigns confusion, one of the things we teach in class, and for those who are taking the workshop, I cannot wait till September. Because being around all these emotionally unintelligent reality watchers who keep on writing long paragraphs that I refuse to read in my DMs, I miss being around emotionally intelligent people in the class. Ugh, I love y'all so much. But one of the things we talk about in class is confusion is usually a lie. The first thing people do when they're covertly manipulating you is feign confusion. Shamia is confused about a lot of shit that is not confusing. And that's because she's abandoned herself and she's committed to keeping this facade, this persona alive, right? Because again, people pleasers are pathological liars, and pathological liars, by definition, are people who lie to maintain a persona. The gag is, if you keep on lying to maintain a persona, eventually you end up lying to yourself and being confused about shit that is not fucking confusing. All right, let's continue.
But underneath, you're constantly choosing people over yourself, your needs, your feelings, your boundaries. You're not just being nice. You're disconnecting yourself to maintain a connection with others.
Exactly. She expected Porsha to overextend herself and erase her boundary, the same thing she does. The reason why I cannot have friends who are people pleasers is because you betray yourself, I will never betray myself. We're immediately not going to get along. A bitch who constantly betrays herself has no business being around somebody like me. I will hurt your feelings every day. You understand me? There's never a day on earth that any of my friends, even my mama, who is the most important person in my life, my mother is the most important person breathing in my life right now. My own mother knows she can't play this shit with me. So I need you to understand, people who abandon themselves resent those of us who refuse to do the same. Again, how dare you be doing just as well, if not better than me, without doing all the bullshit I convinced myself I had to do? Because if I convinced myself I had no choice and I had to do it to get into those rooms, and you're in there too, then I have to admit myself that my whole premise was a lie. And then I might actually have to admit I'm full of shit. And then I might actually have to take accountability. Yikes, right? Who needs accountability when you can just cry and be mad at somebody else for your mistakes?
You don't want to look like the bad guy. So what self-abandonment looks like in people-pleasing is always saying yes, even on the times that you actually want to say no.
The worst thing that ever happened to me was when I realized that I was being such a dick by people-pleasing. Like, literally, like, lying and manipulating. Like, I had such good intentions. I was only doing that shit because I was, like, thinking about other people. Like, I was just such...
Mods, if you see anybody who's been disrespectful, please remove them. I'm not seeing them because I'm in a great mood and we're having a great time. But if the mods see anybody who's just hit the troll, help them on their way out. Thanks for the views, though.
a good person. Like, I couldn't tell someone no because it would hurt their feelings. So instead, I lied to them repeatedly about what I wanted and needed and how I felt and how I was feeling about.
Because I intentionally picked people pleasers to come and speak on their own behalf. You don't get to disagree with me, psychology, facts, and people pleasers themselves, right? So we're going to have a bunch of people pleasers confess their sins, including a people pleaser who's a therapist. Because again, guys, therapists are just people too. Yes? A therapist is like a boyfriend. You have good boyfriends and bad boyfriends and boyfriends who are confused. The word therapist is neutral. The word counselor is neutral, right? Even as a coach, I have to make sure I'm constantly getting my own kind of services to make sure that I stay on the up and up. So we're going to have different types of people pleasers confess their sins in the hopes maybe some of you in the audience will do the same.
Things going on. Not to mention like the resentment that would build up and like the other person had no idea. Like I would be pissed as fuck at someone for something that I told them was fine.
I would be pissed as fuck at someone for something I told them was fine. That is quite literally what Shamia has done. Shamia, in her own words, to Carlos King, said, I told her it was fine if she was uncomfortable us being friends while I was on the show with her. And then now I'm confused why when I have a camera crew come to my baby shower, why she's suddenly pulling away. Y'all have to hear it. Like, I don't even think you have to be that brilliant to pick this up.
Here's the thing, like, I know all these people-pleasing people, like, we're just, like, we're nice. Like, that's truly it. We've been told that our role in life is to, like, not make other people unhappy. Like, we have to make people comfortable, blah, blah, blah. So it's literally just, like, sad because everyone loses. Anyway, like, it's lying. It's manipulation.
You can't trust people pleasers.
She said it's lying, it's manipulation. In the very next clip, I love how I cut this up. Shout out to my editing skills. Y'all, I'm a lot of shit. I'm not modest, okay? Why? And next we have a therapist talking about her when she was a full of shit people pleaser.
I'm a licensed therapist and also a recovering people pleaser, and I'm gonna tell you why you can't trust us.
Mm-hmm. You can't trust us.
We will go to the 9 for our friends, and sad to say, a lot of it can be considered manipulative because we are trying to get you to like us. Yep. We are trying to prove that we are good friends, and so we don't have any boundaries, and we will push and push and push. To be a good friend, we will show up. We will break our backs to be the best friend.
Everybody says this about Shamia. She's the best friend to everybody. A best friend to everybody is low-key not a friend to anybody. But let's keep on cooking.
To you. And in turn, you will like us. And in turn, we will feel good about ourselves. Yep. And now here's the problem with that. We mean well. We really, really do. And we don't know that we are being manipulative in that way. You know, we would pass a lie detector test when we say, no, we are trying to be a good friend.
We will pass a lie detector test because we're lying to ourselves. Because you guys, I'm never going to trust somebody who can't even tell themselves the truth. Can I be honest? The reason why I have pulled away from every people pleaser in my life is like, baby, there's no point asking you a question because you already lied to you, so you have to lie to me. Like, why are we even asking questions at this point?
But the truth is, we are trying to prove our worth, not only to you, but to ourselves. Now, the other challenge with people pleasers is we are also conflict avoidant, meaning we're probably going to keep doing these things for everyone, showing up for everyone, while also asking for little in return. We're probably not going to ask you to show up for us. You know, we're good. We got it all. Let me just show up for you. And so that mixture of showing up, no boundaries, and conflict avoidance is not a good combination. What tends to happen, what I've seen in myself and I've seen in other people and my clients, is resentment starts brewing. And then we start hearing this.
You guys have noticed how every single video that we have just shared about people pleasers confessing, they all confess that they resent people? People pleasers are excellent haters. It's impossible to not be a hater when you're hating on yourself. And you want to know who's the best person to do this to? Someone who's already selfish. So the audience is already predisposed to hate her so much, they can't clock your full of shit too. The best person to do this ruse on is someone who is selfish. Because Porsha has had to be In her words, not mine, go watch the interview. She chose to be self-absorbed and focus on her after being a Stepford wife cost her public shame. She said, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna put me first. The kind of woman who says, fuck it, I'm gonna put me first, and then decides to commit to the dog-eat-dog world of reality TV has to have on blinders in order to get very far. It's impossible to get this far in this kind of world without moving in that way. It's the cost of admission. Who better to do this scam on? Because yeah, I lied to you. Yeah, I told you I was cool with some shit that I'm not cool with. Yeah, I had them come to my house even though I told you that they wouldn't. Yeah, I'm a people pleaser who's waiting for my chance to completely circumvent your boundaries. Yeah, I'm being opportunistic. Yeah, I might be a clout chaser. Yeah, I'm everybody's best friend. Yeah, I'm talking shit about you to other people while telling them I'm your best friend. Therefore, making them think, well, if Porsha's own best friend is talking shit about her, she must be a piece of shit. Yeah, I'm doing all this stuff. But if God forbid somebody like loose clocks my bullshit, I don't got to worry because the audience can't stand you anyways. It's the perfect fucking crime. I can be full of shit and no one can really call me out because the audience is already split on you anyways. You're calling someone your best friend while entire time you're finding comfort in their villain edit. Somebody said with friends like Blue, child, with friends like Shamia, respectfully, baby. Every day of the week, I would rather a selfish bitch who says, Blue, I'm cool with you coming on Monday, but Tuesday's all about me. I'd rather that bitch. The bitch was like, bitch, come every day of the week. Come every day of the week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. My dumb ass is autistic and believes them. I show up on Wednesday, and now I'm finding out there's a group chat talking shit about me because they didn't want me to be there. Who would you rather? The selfish, direct bitch who tells you you're cool on Mondays, but I want to hear shit on Tuesday? Or the people pleaser who tells you, come whenever you want? Think about it.
These narratives like nobody ever shows up for me, nobody really cares about me. And the truth is, we're not being honest about needing people to show up for us. Or maybe we've asked one time and that rejection hurt so much we just didn't ask again.
Do you know who's the angriest person? The people pleaser.
People pleasers are so fucking angry, I can't do it. Somebody said, oh, let's look at some of the super chats real quick. Somebody said, victim, girl, what Porsha are you watching? Yeah, I don't think Porsha's a victim. Porsha wasn't let go after season 9 Dungeon Gate. She left. But you guys, I said that. I literally paused and said she left after the scandal, not because of the scandal, baby. Maybe you wrote this really quickly, although I said it immediately afterwards, so you were trigger happy because I literally said it in the same breath. Somebody else became a new member. Welcome to the new members. And then someone said, listen, Monday nights ain't safe space, so I never comment, but the Porsha hate is disturbing. Anyone being obtuse and acting like they don't see this for the origin, how calculated Shamia is truly being blind purposely. Here's the thing. Porsha is a gorgeous woman who's a millionaire. She's a gorgeous millionaire who keeps on failing in ways that are supposed to kill her, and she won't die. I'm not surprised that it's not, Monday nights are not safe for us to talk about her, because who the fuck wants to be around a Black woman who won't die? How dare she, right? Our resilience as women is probably the most offensive thing to the social norms. That's why Black women who play victim, Black women who constantly cry, Black women who are abusive and emotionally deregulated are more palatable for white and Black audiences, because that's more natural. The natural way of patriarchy is women are weak, dysregulated, they have no strategy, no stoicism, no ability to self-regulate. They can't be as clever as the men. So when a woman, whether she's changed her heart or not, has the ability to change her actions and improve her behavior. I said behavior, not her heart. Her behavior is a matter of fact. It's a matter of record, right? When a woman has the ability to improve her behavior without crying and playing victim, they don't know what to do to that. And you know why the world will always like the Anayas and the Shamias more than the Porshas? Because it's easy to feel superior to a victim. Someone, particularly a Black woman, who is constantly crying, constantly saying she feels bullied, constantly saying the world is out to get her. Even those of you who are more empowered and know how not that great that stance is, you like it because it keeps you comfortable. You don't have to stretch your imagination when a Black woman acts like Porsha. not Porsha, sorry, Shamia or Anaya, right? When a woman acts like Michelle Obama, and I'm intentionally using Michelle Obama and Porsha as two visual extreme opposites to show you how actions are very different from packaging, right? People are mad at Michelle Obama because she constantly was being unruffled by the bullshit. People are mad at Porsha because she's constantly bouncing back despite being shamed for being a whore. It's whore and Madonna, yes? You guys see Porsha's a whore. You see Michelle Obama's a Madonna. Both of them have learned to be unbothered to the bullshit, and both of them enrage the white mainstream audiences. Y'all think that's a coincidence? Meanwhile, the girls who cry all the time, the girls who are covert, the people-pleasing girls who are sobbing. Oh no, don't bully them. How dare you hold her accountable? She's sobbing. I'm starting to realize that white women are not the only ones who have learned to weaponize their tears. But let's continue.
You might be thinking, well, I'm not angry. And my answer is, of course you are. Because somewhere along the way, you learned that it wasn't safe to express yourself, to disagree, or to upset someone. So you've pushed down all of your wants and all of your desires. Anger is a sign that your needs are unmet or that your boundaries are being violated. And over time, you've built up more and more anger.
When I tell you this is exactly what is happening with Shamia.
Someone said, your cooking Shamia's problem is that it's easier to resent the person she's permitted to cross her boundaries instead of her being angry with herself for allowing the boundary to be crossed. Baby, I'll go one step further. It's easier to resent the person who has a boundary than to admit that you're mad that you never set any to begin with. Shamia has not set boundaries to even cross a lot of the times. That's why they keep calling her a lapdog, right? Shamia resents Porsha for even having boundaries. This is not about, oh my gosh, Shamia set a boundary, Porsha crossed it. That's not true, actually. Factually speaking, Porsha was not invited to Shamia. Porsha invited Shamia to her event this season. Go watch it. Shamia didn't invite Porsha to her event, and Porsha was like, sorry, Shamia didn't invite Porsha to her event, and Porsha was like, okay. Shamia has been excluding Porsha from things for a while, and Porsha has not even blinked. Not even blinked, right? So think about it. It's not about crossing boundaries. Baby, ain't no boundaries to cross. A boundary has to be set before it can even be crossed. That's the gag.
And Porsha, Shamia needs emotional intelligence and stoicism. This is exactly what's happening. And I think that Porsha not calculated, but peaked. That Shamia is a little unregulated in the emotional area when it comes to handling these situations with.
By the way, K. Michelle is also unregulated, which is why in K. Michelle's brain, I can't admire a bitch who's just as messed up as I am. For those who are wondering, why does K. Michelle have so much reverence around Porsha despite them having actual beef again, while having what's growing disdain for Shamia despite them being friends? And I'm putting that in air quotes because that seems a little questionable. It's because K. Michelle's like, bitch, you as messy as I am. At least Porsha can rein it in. All right? We're talking about behavior, guys. We're talking about behavior.
The women, right? This is what's going on in the whole entire group. We can see it. This was something that was happening with Drew previously when she was unable to figure out how to regulate the emotions with the ladies. And it just seemed like she was either, just lashing out or didn't know what was going on or emotionally inadept or, something of that. So now we're seeing this with Shamia. Her rebuttals aren't quick enough. It seems like maybe she goes back home to think about something she should have said at the moment and then brings it back up at the wrong time. This is the perfect comment for exactly what we are seeing and experiencing with Shamia in the Real Housewives.
Let's see what the comment is. The comment that she's responding to says, also, Shamia needs emotional intelligence and stoicism. During the confessionals, she should be pouring her G word out and saying how much she is hurt about the friendship ending. Yeah, I already know. By the way, as somebody who's worked as a fixer, there actually is a very simple but not easy, right? Because things can be simple and not be easy. There's a simple fix for this. It's just I don't think Shamia's ego would let her. There's a very simple fix for this, actually. Someone just said, I fucks with you. Oh, thank you. You stood your ground Monday like a G. You didn't care, cave to popular opinion. I never will. I've been getting jacked for a month straight. I don't give a fuck. Groupthink and can course correct when you had it wrong. Yeah. That's the thing, guys. People are so blown away by the fact that they can't shame me into abandoning myself, and they can't group think me or bully me into betraying myself, that y'all don't clock. I very frequently will course correct. I'm like, oh, I didn't think of it that way, Dustin. That's a great point. Oh, I didn't think of it that way, Carlos. Oh, you're right, Claudia. I'm constantly willing to course correct when I hear something valid. I'm just not willing to pander to the audience. And I'm saying this, guys, because we're in an age right now where the propaganda is so loud. This thing that I do that makes me difficult, and by difficult, I mean difficult to manipulate, we need this. You're all going to have to learn how to be difficult to manipulate in this current ecosystem, or you're going to be fucked. What used to be just a matter of choice is now a matter of survival. That's why I've become a lot more loud about teaching this publicly.
Atlanta right now with Porsha. That, and I also think that relationship.
After this lady makes her point, I'm going to rewind it because I want to hear what she said about the Carlos interview and Shamia blatantly lying and people acting like they didn't see it.
Although at some point it could have been saved, Porsha has moved on. Porsha has moved on. She's over it. She's happy. She's not icing. I don't believe she's icing Shamia out, but I believe that she's moved.
That alarm that keeps going off, is that beep. Does anybody else eye twitch when they hear people's alarms in their videos?
Done, and she's happy. Unfortunately, Shamia, I think, is still emotionally tied to a lot of things with these women. She's trying very hard to make sure that she can try and, I guess, smooth over the relationship so that she can play all part, and she can't. She can't. Porsha already knows this. That is.
By the way,
I respect that these are smart, educated women giving these analyses and not just people trying to be shady or going off emotion or projecting because Porsha reminded them of somebody that stole their man or whatever the issue is with Porsha. They can be objective.
Wait, this is the reason why Shamia resents Angela so much. Shamia, for a very long time, has been able to call herself Porsha's best friend, be everybody's bestie to some degree, while still talking shit about Porsha and getting away with it. Angela was the loudest person to call her out on camera to Porsha's face. And Shamia is mad that Angela caught her slipping. Shamia is mad that Angela said, hey, the way Shamia talks, it's clear that she resents you. What the fuck is up with that? If you're ever wondering why Shamia cannot stand Angela and why Angela cannot stand Shamia, is because Angela is the one who said the jig is up. The jig is up, bitch. Now am I going to tell Porsha? I want to tell Porsha on camera and make you being a full of shit friend who has secret animosity while pretending to be a bestie part of my storyline. Shamia's karma wasn't Porsha. It was Angela. Now, has Angela done shit that I think is kind of weird this season? Yeah, Angela's done some shit that I don't understand. But Angela is still someone who I think was a necessary evil in the Porsha and Shamia discourse, because had Angela not called it out so loudly, and you know Angela's the queen of reads, had Angela not been so masterful and persistent and unfuckwittable in the way that she called it out, I think Shamia would still be trying to play this game with Porsha right now.
A seasoned vet trained by Nene with a setup by Todd.
Yeah, another Taurus. It took a Taurus to take out another Taurus. This is hilarious. By the way, Porsha and Shamia being a Taurus and a Cancer, y'all know that Taurus and Cancers love on each other until they don't. My first best friend was a Cancer, right? So I get it. The fact that Angela's another Taurus, so it's actually kind of funny. Yeah, we do be taking out our own more full of shit.
And a scheme by Candy. Listen.
I did tell my family when I got back home to prepare because I went right into filming after we filmed this.
Now, this is a clip that I wanted to share because I started the show saying that up until last year, I was not a Porsha fan because I have strong feelings around my perception around cheating because of my own personal stuff. And we all bring our own personal stuff to some degree to these kind of conversations, especially when it comes to reality TV. What shifted last year, I kept asking myself, Blue, how did Porsha learn a full decade into her career on reality TV how to pivot in this way? How did she finally get it right after her biggest L, right? Cordell was her first L, in my opinion, as someone who hates cheaters. Simon was her biggest L. Yeah? I'm not going to call Dennis an L because Dennis gave her a beautiful daughter. And I actually do think she really loves him. So I kept on saying, How did she lose you after her first L, confuse you after her second L, but win you back after her biggest L? What shifted? So I did some digging. It's given journalism, yes? Apparently, when Porsha did Girls Trip this second time with these veterans, watching Teresa Giudice and Giselle Bryant, some of the biggest names in Bravo, these women who have been doing this even louder and longer than she has. Some of them who have been to jail. Teresa went to fucking jail and still bounced back. You want to talk about bouncing back from Cordell? Teresa bounced back from the lockup, from the clink, right? After being with some of the biggest, most successful names in Bravo history and spending time with those women, they taught her how to give away her last fuck and keep her eye on the prize. They taught her how to stop falling for the bait. Because the one thing that everybody, especially Shamia, could always do to catch, yeah, she doesn't love that man. She loves that man down. It actually breaks my heart how much she loves Dennis and how he refuses to. That's a whole other conversation. The one thing, like I was about to say, because we're sponsored by ADHD, the one thing that everybody has known, especially Shamia, how to do to make Porsha actually betray herself is to get her mad.
Yep.
Porsha used to be very reactive, as we talked about earlier. It was her Achilles heel. You always knew, no matter how much Porsha Williams looked good as fuck, no matter how abundant her bundles were, no matter how good her makeup was, how high her titties were sitting, how great she smelled, how red the dress was, you knew if you talked to her crazy, she would snap. This season, she came back, and that was no longer the case. I'm an EQ coach who specializes in ego death and emotional regulation. It's understandable that when Porsha finally learns how to be emotionally regulated, suddenly I'm open to listen to her again.
I loved her on there.
I can admit it. There's certain things you could do to win me back, and the bitch did it. Improve behavior. Again, I'm not her friend.
On Girls Trip, she was like a completely different person in a different environment, like without all the hate, without Kenya hating, without, Shamia, her energy gets weird around Shamia because she knows Shamia's talking about her and doing little shit behind her back. It was just pure girl. It was like a real Girls Trip. It wasn't any of the bullshit. She's very resilient, and people can't take that. They can't. I can't touch my computer. My hands are wet. But that's true. I think that's why people don't like me. And my sister that on people with, she said that she admired that about me.
I don't know her heart. Can't speak to her heart, and respectfully, neither can fucking you. Yes? We can only speak about her behavior, as a matter of fact. Porsha was around women who had learned how to stop giving a fuck about the comment section. Giselle Bryant is not looking at the comments hoping to find validation. Teresa Giudice, I'm not even sure knows how to click the button to find the comment section. She realized that all the women who went to the next level, who had just as many L's as her, if not more, were the ones who finally stopped being reactive. Teresa Giudice started flipping tables. And now, when you cuss her out, she calls a car to come pick her up and she leaves. Teresa Giudice has had a similar evolution, right? What did we say earlier? There are two things that happen to women in reality television. They either evolve and build a thick skin and keep their eye on the prize, or they stay perpetual victims. Those are the only two options. Those are the only two options. If you trace any woman in reality TV whose name you still remember, they eventually either built a thick skin or they stayed a victim. There's no other place for us as women in this space. Let's watch her give these ladies their flowers for teaching her this lesson.
And I told them, I said, I am going to gather all of the unbotheredness from these girls and take it with me. Because they don't give a damn about social media.
Nope.
Like, it's because they're OGs. Giselle could care less. Like, I think I'm
social
sensitive
media.
and Cal's sensitive to some things a little more. But the rest of these girls are like true thick skin.
True thick skin. What she's saying is, I went on vacation and spent weeks taping a show with these OGs and realize these bitches really don't give a fuck the way I was giving a fuck. Let me pivot. Because I said part of emotional intelligence is knowing how to pivot when it's time. It's not getting stuck in old stories. And when you're presented with new information, saying, all right, I guess we're going here now, right? People who said, well, that's just how I always am. I don't talk like that. I know how I always am could change in 5 minutes if I get some new data and an incentive. Yes? The spirit of curiosity, right? So because Porsha walked into that space receptive to learn, her ability to tell herself a new story is why this year feels and tastes so different, even to people like me who are not fucking checking for her. Y'all see the lesson in this and why this is bigger than Porsha and Shamia? Do y'all? This is what I was trying to do on Monday, but Monday wasn't space for this. But do y'all see the lesson in this? And it's bigger than Porsha and Shamia. Right.
And they're walking, they're living their life. They're not worried about comments, not worried about people think. And you have to remember that when you are around this show. You know what I mean? And so I did take that from y'all.
Okay, good.
So
the ultimate friendship and compatibility is the super confident, self-aware, introspective friend paired with the insecure friend.
So do you hear what she said? She said that the most incompatible friend pairing is a friend who has figured out how to be introspective and course correct, and the friend who is still insecure and playing victim. Who did we just describe, guys, based on 2 hours of video and receipts that I've been showing y'all? So it's not just my personal fucking opinion. I spent 2 days pulling up receipts so that nobody had to say it was Boots Boosman's opinion. We literally just saw an entire trail of the beginning of Porsha's story to her learning how to figure out how to course correct. Right? So to go from being reactive to the point of being a liability to Bravo, being the bitch that everybody said you can't even play with her because she's gonna mollywop you. Even Nene was nervous around her. Candy, right? You had Nene and Candy scared to talk to you because you were on some crazy shit. Even Kenya was like, yeah, girl, you be tripping sometimes, right? You had these OGs like you are on some bullshit. To go from that to being so emotionally regulated that when Shamia's name is mentioned to bait you into a reaction, you literally, this happened in the scene, I'm not making this up, you literally get up and go to the bathroom because you don't even want to engage. The girl who used to beat bitches now knows how to leave the room and or apologize. Again, we don't know her heart. We can only talk about her behavior. Somebody said, you're big Gemini rising energy. Look, me and Kendrick Lamar have a lot in common. I'll just say that. I don't process shit the way the rest of the world does, which is why I make people mad, because when you talk to me, you're realizing, fuck, I might have miscalculated. And here's the thing. Who cares if you miscalculated? Just carry the one. I'm not even going to shame you. Just carry the one. I had to carry the one, right? And here's the thing, too. A part of me believes that if Shamia had gone through this transformation even a year ago, her and no, seriously, it's just math, y'all. I'm just doing math. It's not personal. If Shamia had had this epiphany and decided, you know what? I'm tired of feeling like a victim. I'm tired of being mad at Porsha for saying no and meaning it. Because when I say no, I'm on, well, actually, I don't say no. I'm tired of Porsha saying no at all, let alone saying no and actually meaning it. Because I betrayed myself, I spent all these years waiting for her to betray herself. And instead, the bitch keeps on coming back better and better, even when the world hates her. What if I just take notes instead of taking jabs? What if I just get inspired instead of being resentful? If she can be something new after all these failures, I've only failed one season because I've only had one season. She's been failing for a decade. Remember what I said earlier? One of these ladies failed for a year. The other one failed for a decade. And yet it's the person who's only failed for a year who feels like the victim. And the one who failed for a decade is taking her power back. Oh, no, there's a lot more. This is not a closing prayer. Let's continue.
Who has a lot of self-work to do and barely knows themselves. The person who is always self-reflecting has been through a lot that has made them comfortable in their own skin, comfortable spending time alone, and love themselves on a truly deep level does not go well with the person who is on step one of that process and has a long way to go. The person who can't figure themselves out, they can't figure out where they fit, they can't figure out what their vibe is, and then they're constantly looking at other people for inspiration and influences, and they
Shamia, and this is one of the things I love about her, but it also makes me sad because Shamia is so talented and has so many things that she could do. She still hasn't figured out what she wants to do and can do, right? 1 minute she's trying to do a peach rum in a country that has no peaches. Still stuck on that one. You want to make a peach rum in a country that has no peaches. Then she wants to be in fucking Pinky's biopic starring Tori Norton from 3LW. Then she wants to sing the national anthem, but then make fun of Drew for singing the national anthem. There are so many things that Shamia can't do except make a choice and stick to it for more than like 3 episodes, right? And so when you're someone who's that talented, yet that lost, and then you see someone with objectively less talent than you, can we be honest? Again, if Shamia is one of the top 3 talented women that we've ever seen on Bravo, which is my opinion, not a fact, it's my opinion, that means she has to be more talented than Porsha because she's more talented than most people who are on these shows, yes?
What are her talents?
And so for someone that talented to be that lost while somebody with less objective talent to get much further than her, at what point do you admit maybe take some notes? A perfect example of how talent isn't always enough, because they don't tell you this, success is not a meritocracy. If the world only rewarded the most talented people, we'd have a whole different list of heroes, yes? Because there's other skills that are important when it comes to dealing with the public. Perfect example is Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey was Oprah Winfrey for 25 years when her show was retired. She started the OWN network thinking she was going to do 24/7 of inspirational programming. She quickly found out, don't nobody want to watch inspirational programming 24/7. Nobody wants to be in therapy all day long. That's labor, yes? Now, because she's Oprah, she's a legend, she could have just said, well, I know better, and maybe the audience one day will figure out that I know. No. She said, well, I don't know how to get them to show up to my network. Who does? Who do I know is good at getting audiences to show up? And guess who she called? Tyler Perry. Oprah Winfrey, at the top of her game, called Tyler Perry at the middle of his and said, friend, I know I'm Oprah, but you know something I don't. Help me. And that's why Oprah Winfrey now has different programming, including all of Carlos King's shows. That's because of Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry said, you had a hypothesis that's been proven incorrect. Let me show you what actually works. The same way that Oprah was able to humble herself after 25 years, all masters become teachers. Mastery, right? And I read a lot of books on self-mastery. I'm a mastery coach, so I have to. Mastery is a wheel. You start at the top of the wheel, yes, the top of the circle as an apprentice. Then you become intermediate. Then you become at the beginning as a beginner. Then you become intermediate. Then you become advanced, right? Then you become a master, right? A master. Then you become a teacher. And then look, you're right back at the top. You're a student again. All masters end up being teachers over and over again. Every time I master something, I have to learn something new. When you are someone who refuses to be an apprentice, you will never be a true master. The thing that those women probably taught Porsha was, you have to be willing to constantly reinvent yourself. You have to be I was literally about to say this. You have to be a forever student. I say this all the time. I spend 80% of my time learning and only 20% of my time teaching. That's why when I'm in a space talking, I speak with such confidence, because I spent way more time learning than I did speaking. Unfortunately, with social media, you guys are doing it the opposite. Y'all spending 80% of the time teaching and 20% of the time even checking your fucking work, and it shows.
don't know themselves. They don't know why they think this way. They don't know why they do things this way. They're just in the big questioning, confused era. Mm-hmm. If you're a truly confident person, don't try to mix these two people. They simply do not go together. It doesn't work out. And even if it's seemingly working out, one person or both is suffering. And it's usually the confident person.
I promise you, Porsha is exhausted with Shamia. Even the most selfish, confident person with a people-pleasing best friend is going to be exhausting, because the things that naturally come to them to be self-confident and direct, you don't have it. All the shit that would be easy if you would just say it, you're being sideways about it. And I'm used to just saying shit directly. I'm tired. I'm not surprised that Porsha got tired first.
Because the confident person is usually being very patient and empathetic because they notice, very introspective. So then they see other people's bullshit too. They notice that the other person is moving weird or needs them or is being a leech, an energy vampire to them. And they're suffering and they're dealing with it because they feel bad, or they're like, I like this person and I swear their intentions aren't bad. They're just finding themselves. But then you realize years go by and they keep finding themselves, and they've been finding themselves for about 5 years. And now the friendship has to end eventually because you're just not going to deal with it anymore.
Exactly.
These two people don't go together. I don't know. There's so many different scenarios that I can tell you of where this does not work, but it just don't work.
Porsha and Shamia are fighting their mom's battle.
Now, this is the section, and guys, I'm intentionally doing a very long video about this. You know why? Because unless I have Carlos come on the show, I'm probably never talking about this again. I'm still recovering from Love Island. Somebody said, you're such a gem. I appreciate you. This is a lot of fucking intellectual labor, right? Which is why when people who cannot, what does Bridget always say? You can't compete where you don't compare. People who do not know how much intellectual labor I do coming to tell me about myself, maybe respectfully, I do not care. And it's not because I think I'm better than you, it's because I know I outworked you, right? And outworking is not about hubris. It's just about work ethic. There's a laziness that the social media world has where, again, people who can't even be bothered to watch more than 2 minutes will pontificate for paragraphs upon paragraphs on something that took place over 2 hours. It does not make sense. This section, though, is about the inciting incident that's making all of us talk about these two. For those who don't watch the show, because still 40% of you don't watch the show. Porsha spends the entire season circumventing Shamia's attempts to get a reaction out of her, because people pleasers are fed through reaction. So the worst thing you can do to a narcissist or people pleaser is to starve them. Narcissists and people pleasers both hate being starved of affection because they're fed through affection and attention. Even bad attention feeds them. So after episode after episode, I think it was 13 plus episodes of Porsha constantly leaving the room, biting her tongue, being patient because, girl, we just work together. We're no longer friends. Finally, Shamia thinks to herself, the one thing that will always get a reaction out of her is her baby and her mama. Let's watch this for those of you who didn't watch the episode.
Using their mom's facts. And clearly what we've learned is Miss Diane and Miss Sarah do not have this.
Look how beautiful these women are. Porsha and Shamia are gorgeous. Their mothers, in my opinion, are even more gorgeous. Look at them. These women are fucking stunning. My God. And here's the thing, too, the sense of the mother. Porsha and Shamia's mothers were friends. They fell out and then found each other again and reconciled. Shamia and Porsha were friends. They fell out, reconciled, and fell out again. And now the inciting incident was Shamia confronted Porsha about why Porsha wouldn't let her daughter play at Shamia's house. My first thought is, why the fuck would I want a third generation of this fuck shit? Why? We're already living out the sins of our mothers. You think I want to pass this shit on to our daughters? Are you crazy? And mind you, just a few episodes earlier, Shamia said Porsha was not invited to her husband's birthday party because things were weird between them. So my first thought was, how is it that you don't want to invite me to your house for your husband's birthday party, and in the next breath are mad that my daughter can't come over unsupervised to be around you? So I'm not allowed in your house, but you expect me to send my daughter in your house? Are you crazy? Are you not black? I don't know about the white community, the Asian community, or any other communities, but in the black community, if you don't fuck with my mama, you don't have access to me. That's a cultural norm. Again, though, confusion is a lie. If y'all who are wondering why was Shamia so angry and confused about Porsha not letting her daughter go to her house after they fell out, it's because she's used to feigning confusion to push a narrative.
Same version of why they fell out. If you think back to last season, the core of their fighting was their moms. You could tell Diane was sort of waiting for Porsha and Shamia to fall out last season. She was very vocal about the fact that she did not trust Shamia. And
God, look how beautiful this woman is. It's actually distracting. Some good fucking genes, my God.
so as soon as they fall out, I'm sure there's a part of Diane that was like, now we're going to get Miss Sarah. And then same thing for Miss Sarah. The only way to solve this is to have the moms sit down, just like a white background, 2 chairs, and you hear the clackety clack of the heels coming out, and they walk out at the same time. And
damn, and they got body too. My God, I thought we were just showing headshots. Oh, my, Jesus wept. I feel like Miss Diane and Shamia's mom and Miss Tina could all hang out together and cause a ruckus.
they sit and they have a face-to-face. I want them to get in their old school beef. I want them talking about the 90s. I've actually never seen a fight on behalf of mothers like this before.
Yeah, but everybody doesn't know that your mom tried to sleep with my dad.
Y'all, this woman, Shamia, said on public, Shamia goes to Porsha. I'm trying to keep my blood pressure down because this scene pisses me off so bad.
Me too.
Somebody said respectfully, good Lord. Yeah, the mothers are fine as hell. Yeah, she was in the background. And by the way, guys, she's talking about when they became close. These are Shamia's words. If you are coming in late, Shamia said they did not get close again until the divorce. They had known each other their entire life. So her being in the background as somebody that she's known for her entire life is not the same thing as them being friends. But thank you for putting that out there, love. So Shamia says this is the part that really bothered me. When Shamia fell out with Porsha, Shamia made Kelli her bestie. Kelli is somebody who had beef with Porsha. So there's already something suspicious that your new best friend just also happens to be the rookie from last season who was coming from my neck. So Porsha did not fuck with Kelli because they had some weird energy. And suddenly when Shamia and Porsha fell out, Shamia gets really close to a girl who is Porsha's enemy, right? They come back the next season. And Kelli suddenly has all this smoke for Porsha, even though her and Porsha don't have no business. It becomes clear to me, at least, that Shamia is talking shit about Porsha to Kelli, right? If I don't have access to her as my best friend, if I can't undermine her as a best friend, I can at the very least have somebody I know who loves me and hates her speak on my behalf. Kelli and Porsha are going at it all season, but every time Kelli tries to activate, Porsha circumvents it like, ew, what are you doing? Bitch, I went to Cabo or whatever with Teresa and them. I've learned a new way of doing things. Back up. So Portia's trying really hard not to have smoke with these girls because she has a new way of moving, right? Improved behavior. Whether it's authentic or not, I don't know, but it is improved as a matter of fact. I'm going to keep on saying that for those of you who are grappling with cognitive dissonance. So Kelli spends all season trying to have smoke with Porsha. Then Kelli finds out that her husband is suing her and tying her up in litigation around her being on the show. So something about a $2 million court case, right? Kelli walks into the hotel, the room of the mansion they're staying at in Scotland, and is sobbing about her divorce. Whether you love her or loathe her, if there's one moment that I'm going to choose to believe that Porsha was being authentic, it's when you're seeing a woman on a TV show after her first season crying in season 2 about a divorce. Why? Because that's Porsha's narrative. Do y'all see why I'm choosing to believe this? The same Porsha who was going through a divorce and was humiliated in her second season is seeing Kelli, the girl she had beef with, going through a divorce and being humiliated her second season. And Porsha says to her, you know what? This is bigger than the show. Our beef isn't even really that serious. Girl, let's squash it. And Kelli says, you know what? I would really like that. And Shamia gets mad because, bitch, you're supposed to be my guard dog. You're supposed to be the sidekick to the sidekick. How dare you make amends with the person that I was weaponizing you against? How dare you and Porsha have peace? We were supposed to be 2 crabs in a barrel together. Misery loves company, right? I was supposed to be miserable with Porsha. You were supposed to be miserable with Porsha. If you make up with Porsha, I'm miserable on my own. Literally the definition of misery loves company. Quite literally. She says to the confessional, I feel weird about Kelli and Porsha making up. You feel weird about peace. Because you've been telling everybody that Porsha doesn't know how to admit when she's wrong. Porsha can't apologize. Porsha can't squash it. You're mad that Porsha squashed her small beef with Kelli, but didn't squash her decades-long generational beef with you. Do y'all hear how stupid that is? Which is easier, boys and girls? And I say boys and girls to be facetious, not condescending. Which is easier? Squashing a minor beef with someone you barely know, or squashing generational beef with somebody who's fucked with you after decades of knowing you? Which is easier?
I love Bliss. She's so funny.
She's saying, well, you should be, Shamia's mind is saying, I've known you longer, so you should be able to squash the beef would be easier. Porsha's mind is saying, you played in my face longer, so that's why it's not easier. They're working from completely different premises. I'm sorry, if I've known somebody since I was 5, 6, 7 years old, and this bitch has been playing in my face for 11 years, according to my perception, it's going to be harder to squash it with her than someone who barely knows me, who had a couple of words with me on camera. So Shamia is now hot. Not because Porsha said anything to her, not because they had an argument, not because she was disrespected, not because anybody was talking behind her back. Shamia is hot at the prospect of peace. Remember what we said earlier, that people pleasers are the angriest people in the room? People pleasers get angry because they resent anybody who has something they don't have, normally peace and boundaries. So they go to dinner, everything's supposed to be regular, and out of nowhere, Shamia says, hey, Porsha, what's this I heard from Dennis that you're not cool with my daughter and your daughter hanging out? You're not cool with our kids hanging out. And Porsha's like, yeah, because if we're not cool, our kids can't hang out. Nigga, we black. That's a black norm. And Shamia says, yeah, but you said that I was like a sister to you, and that's why you always felt safe having my daughter around you and your daughter around me. And I mean, she said, yes, you were like a sister to me, past tense. You're no longer like a sister to me. Again, feigning confusion, right? People pleasers, manipulators, and liars love to feign confusion in moments where things could not be any more clear, right? That also goes for the comment section. Yes, feigning confusion that 1 + 1 is still 2. So Porsha's like, baby, we're not cool anymore. I've barely spoken to you all season. Why the fuck would I let my kid at your house? Girl, you wouldn't even let me come to your and you would let me come to your husband's birthday party for the same reason. Like, where's the confusion here? I thought we all agreed that I don't fuck with you no more. And Shamia starts bringing up their mothers and their mother's beef. And that's when she says, well, your mother tried to fuck my daddy. What the fuck does any of this have to do with my daughter not being able to come to your house? So wait, let me get this straight. I won't let my daughter come to your house because I don't feel safe having my daughter in the house with someone who doesn't like me. Not because I think you're going to harm her, but because it's bad energy and God forbid you say something off the cuff or just tasteful. And your response to me not feeling safe having my child around you is to call my mother a whore on national television. Because that shows how safe you really are instead. Your rebuttal for me not feeling safe having my child around you is to tell the entire world that you believe that my mother tried to fuck your daddy. Baby, I don't give a fuck how much you hate Porsha. That is just black and white wrong. I don't give a fuck how much you hate Porsha. There's no way around that. That is black and white wrong. So that's what is what happened. I'm just recounting it. We're going to play the scene again. Hold on. I'm trying not to go too far back.
Porsha and Shamia to fall out last season. She was very vocal about the fact that she did not trust Shamia. And so as soon as they fall out, I'm sure there's a part of Diane that was like, now we're going to get Miss Sarah. And then same thing for Miss Sarah. The only way to solve this is to have the mom sit down, just like a white background, 2 chairs, and you hear the clackety clack of the heels coming out, and they walk out at the same time, and then they sit and they have a face-to-face. I want them to get into their old school beef. I want them talking about the 90s. I've actually never seen a fight on behalf of mothers like this before.
Yeah, but everybody doesn't know.
No, I'm not on Porsha's payroll, but I used to be on Harvard's payroll as a curriculum developer who taught emotional intelligence to children from K through 8. And then I developed my own curriculum in 2008 that I've been teaching for almost 20 years now. So no, I'm not on Porsha's payroll, but I am on Harvard's payroll as somebody who was in the think tank for 2.5 years, creating curriculum to teach this to people. I'm using pop culture and politics to teach you for free, something that I usually charge $600 for. Hope that helps.
That your mom tried to sleep with my dad.
This Porsha Shamia shit. Oh my God. It's like, girl,
oh, Shamia had brought up my mother in that manner. And just honestly, she could have just said, girl, your mama do too much. My chest getting hot. I'm finna come across this table.
Yeah.
My mom tried to sleep with your dad. I would have yanked Shamia. I don't want to get no citations on this account, child. I really like to discuss Porsha Shamia dynamic with people who truly have been watching since Porsha came on, because this is like decades long conflict that requires context that is in 4K. If you go watch Porsha Family Values, go watch the early season that Porsha was on, where Shamia was friend of on the Housewives and all her conflict. A lot of this dynamic, like we're seeing the culmination of Shamia come up more so in the public eye. So I actually believe both of them, where it's like Porsha definitely did tell Shamia she wanted this to be her shit. Yeah. And if you watch Porsha Family Values, like, is that
I 100% believe Shamia. Here's the thing, guys. Shamia doesn't have to be a liar for this to be wrong. I actually believe Shamia, and I still think what she did was wrong.
What she was called? Porsha only really like people who like agree with her.
Someone said, she said, shut the fuck up, don't mess up this free. Unless y'all if y'all want me to shut the fuck up, I can just end this live and y'all can just pay me my $600 rate that I usually pay for this. Okay? I charge $300 an hour for one-on-one and $600 for the group workshop. I'm giving y'all free game, quite literally. Okay? We don't have to do this.
Her and Porsha herself was crazy because wasn't she trying to run up and fight Dennis' mama, if I remember correctly? Like, Porsha is crazy, child. And no shade, I don't know what the fuck Shamia's talking about, because as someone who comes from a family where my daddy's side of family and my mama did not always see eye to eye, it's cool now, but it wasn't always kosher. I wasn't allowed to go to folks' house who I was fucking related to. So what the fuck you mean we done falling out? I'm not letting my child go over there. What the hell you talking about, Shamia? You sound crazy as fuck, girl. And the fact that you would bring it up on camera lets me know that this friendship is over. You're just using the blow up, the actual like destruct button as a camera moment because you haven't got your footing on this camera shit.
So this is the part that I think is incredible. Shamia has done so many manipulative things. We already know that Portia's done things that are manipulative and strategic. Porsha herself will admit that shit if you really got her on a good day. But Shamia is the one who's pretending to be the victim here, which is why she's the one that we have to call out. You guys always know I say, I'm never going to talk about the overt shit because you don't need a professional for that. I'm always going to talk about the covert shit, right? That's why I barely talked about Sincere, because Sincere was an obvious fucking fuckboy. I'm not going to use all my expertise to talk about obvious fuckboy. I'm going to talk about covert fuckboys because they're more dangerous than covert. And even she would admit it. Shamia, who's pretending to be the damsel and be the victim, is the one that we have to talk about because that's the one that's harder to clock. And the fact that Andy asked Shamia, what's the beef between your mothers years ago? And Shamia said, I'm not going to say it. Shamia didn't say it because Shamia wanted to have an ace in the hole. One thing people pleasers always have is an ace in the tuck. People pleasers always have a secret, a personal pain point. Because here's the thing. I have to know how to harm you in order to heal you, right? If I can heal you, I can harm you. If a doctor knows how to have surgery to keep you alive, the same doctor can also kill you. It's called malpractice, right? The same access and vulnerability that you have to expose to someone to heal you is the same access and vulnerability they could use to harm you. And so because Shamia was a healing force in so many people's lives, she also knows where the bodies are buried. She also knows how to hurt people. It's part of it. As a coach, I know how to heal my clients. I just know how to hurt them. I would never hurt them because that's something that my spirit guides would kick my ass. I'm a very spiritual girly. Fuck y'all. I'm worried about my ancestors coming and waking me up in the middle of the night and fucking ripping my hair out, right? So I have a moral code that I live by, even though I am allowed into sensitive, vulnerable spaces with people that I could covertly and overtly take advantage of. And so someone who thinks like Shamia, who positions themselves like a healer, although they're working through self-interest and self-loathing, right? And self-deceit and self-abandonment. You see how selfish people-pleasing is? Because it's really all about you while you're pretending it's about everybody else. She thought this secret is the one thing I could hold over Porsha if nothing else works. If nothing else works, I can hold this over Porsha's head. That's why we got from why won't you let your daughter play with my daughter to your mama's a whore in 5 seconds flat. That was the ace that Andy tried to pull out of her a year or two ago that she was saving for a rainy day, and bitch, it must have been raining in Scotland. And she pulled it out There's only one thing that she miscalculated. And it's something that I've noticed too. People pleasers assume that their marks can't see them clearly. Let's talk about it for a second. I can't tell you how many people pleasers I've had to sit down and be like, hey, you're doing the people pleaser thing because I have a big personality, so you mistake that for me having a big ego. I actually know how to read the room. I actually know how to pour back into people. I know what you're doing. Please stop. Please stop. Please don't try to manipulate me by stroking my ego. It's not as big as you think. Yeah? People pleasers know that they're looking at you and perceiving you in the shadows. They don't realize you can see them back from the stage. There's nothing more jarring to a people pleaser who prides themselves on knowing everybody's tea and clocking everybody when they realize that you've been clocking them back the entire time. And that's the part of Porsha that I don't think a lot of people, Shamia included, counted on. While Shamia was clocking Porsha was clocking her back. Porsha said, yeah, there's a look you get in your eyes when you're envious, baby. I clocked it. It's an evil look that you get in your eyes. I knew you were going to wait for the right moment to throw my mother under the bus. Are you ready to hear what I have to say? And Shamia was stunned. She thought your mother's a whore who tried to fuck my daddy was going to end the conversation. She didn't expect Porsha to have a rebuttal. Checkmate. Right? And what happens when the person who prided themselves on having
Shamia was so gagged.
actually wasn't an ace after all.
Like
She ran to her car and cried. No, so she ran outside and called her mama. She devolved back into a little girl, which makes sense because all of this is immature. That broken little girl inside of her who was dorky and played with dolls too long, her words, who wasn't cool enough to hang out with Porsha and her sister, is still
That's why she said
her.
which one.
That
Like
little
she
girl
was
called her
clearly,
mommy.
she was stunned.
I'm not mocking. I'm simply perceiving how this was all connected to wounds that had never healed.
The other thing, I think Shamia honestly knew their friendship was over, but because she is tied to Porsha in some way, she's trying to make her own moment and make it like, because Porsha's like the big star on the show. So if she has a blow up and she like somewhat looks like she wins or is a victim in that, like she's trying to use the end of her friendship with Porsha as her storyline, which is a problem in itself, right? Because you should be interesting enough to have storylines on that stand alone, right? I think that Shamia has enough going on in her life that we should be hearing about. Like, I just don't honestly understand why everything is kind of falling flat outside of her conflict with Porsha. Even the shit with Angela really don't, like, what the fuck, why are we doing that? So yeah, I believe Porsha absolutely publicly has supported Shamia. Obviously, at some point they was friends, but I do think Porsha told her, like, stay over there.
Stay over there.
Let me get this straight. Shamia didn't want Porsha to come to her house and come to her husband's birthday party because she didn't want Porsha in her house. But she's mad that Porsha didn't want to send her daughter to said house to hang out with her daughter. Why would Porsha send her kid over to a house that she herself is not welcome in? What sense is that making? And Shamia has proven that she will talk crap about you to your child. She did that with Angela's daughter. She talked crap about Angela to Angela's daughter in the middle of a family-friendly event.
And everybody walking around talking about something, well, Shamia telling the truth. Shamia telling the truth. I don't care if Shamia was telling a doggone lie. Bitch, what does my mama have to do with Dennis? Better yet, what does my mama got to do with Pilar? Better yet, what does my mama got to do with what we doing right fucking now? I was talking to Drew. Y'all missing the point. Shamia just saying anything she can at this point because she can't get ahead. So the only way to get ahead is to keep poking the bear and cause a scene in the show that would make people want to keep her around because at least she always got the good tea and she gonna always be able to poke at Porsha.
She always has the good tea because she's friends to everybody. You know that small, what's the word? The little person. I don't think dwarf is politically correct. Is it little person, guys? I want to make sure I'm being respectful and not ableist. But that little person, Peter Dinklage from Game of Thrones, shout out to Game of Thrones, and how he was the confidant to everybody. So he was convinced that he knew all the moves to make because he was everybody's friend. What is Peter? I'm gonna look up his name because I love me some Game of Thrones. Peter Dinklage. Game of Thrones. He played
like Shamia, girl, you held on to that for way too long. Like we no longer give a shit. Like, we're not in high school anymore. We're not gonna be like, ooh, Shamia.
Tyrion Lannister. Oh, I love that name. So Peter Dinklage played Tyrion Lannister in Game of Thrones. I believe for a fact and I believe this is a fact. I'm not saying it is a fact. I'm saying I believe it's a fact that Shamia prided herself on being the Tyrion Lannister of Atlanta. For the Game of Thrones / Atlanta fans, look at a little crossover. Yeah. She thought she was Tyrion Lannister. She thought that she was the unassuming side confidant, advisor to everyone, and that she could move all the pieces. And just like him, she learned, baby, they could see you too. You're not that small. They could see you too. And I think that's what caused what, and I don't want to go into this too deep because we're going to go into more of a coursework towards the end. We're towards the last third of this live, guys. For those of you who are like, damn, I didn't think Luke could do this much EQ work around with the housewives. But you guys, that can turn anything into an emotional intelligence lesson. It's literally my job. I think Shamia was not banking that she was getting clocked because part of her smugness was thinking that she was playing puppeteer the entire time. She didn't realize that Porsha had cut the strings a while back.
And give us a show through Porsha. Through Porsha. Through Porsha. All she got is through Porsha. It's dead. Okay. Don't nobody care if it's a truth or a lie, bitch. We ain't got no business talking about it right now.
Shamia's loyalty to Porsha was based off the access she had to Porsha. I won't even call it a friendship.
Because I have to do a bathroom break. I intentionally picked this video because it was long enough for me to go to the bathroom and get a snack. So I'm gonna let this play. I'll be right back, guys.
Per se, I think it did start as a friendship when they were younger, but somewhere along the way, Shamia gained an admiration for Porsha that turned into a relationship that was unhealthy. And once they fell out, and Shamia could no longer get the same access to Porsha as she was in the past, she has been spazzing out ever since. Porsha has not mistreated Shamia. She has not made Shamia feel isolated. She has literally just been getting along with all the girls. But because she's not right up under Shamia, or Shamia can't be right up under her, more correctly, I should say, as she usually is, she has been uncomfortable. The look in Shamia's eyes when she found out at breakfast that Kelli and Porsha had made up, she was seething. She was drinking because she was pissed that the person that she had taught to be her lapdog go to her defense against Porsha was now seeing like, oh, Porsha's cool. And I always felt like Kelli and Porsha could be great friends because they both have a lightheartedness to them. Every time somebody tries to paint Porsha as a manipulative, underhanded person, it never makes sense to me because she's so lighthearted, so genuine, and falls to beat her own drum. And I think that's why people don't like her, because she's always brave to do what she wants to do and live out loud. Now, I'm not saying Porsha is perfect by any means, but none of us are. But if I can say she's a genuine person who follows her heart, that's true. And a lot of people would be jealous of your light and the fact that you're just willing to be you. And for Shamia to say, well, you didn't want me to be a housewife because you said I had the hogs and this and that. Well, girl, number one, you are rich. You rich, you got a job. What is it? She wanted a piece of that energy and that excitement and recognition that you get for being a housewife. And Shamia needs to admit that, because there's really no reason per se that Shamia just had to be a housewife. And she's cool. I've enjoyed seeing her home and all the things, but there's not a lot she brings to the housewives outside of her drama with Porsha. Now, with that being said, Shamia is talented. She can sing. She's a great host. Honestly, if it was me, I'd have never went on the show. I would have stuck with the Hawks and being a rich, real housewife and not having to be on this reality show. But like I said, whatever it was about Porsha's energy and the attention she was getting, Shamia wanted some of that. And when Porsha cut that off and said, hey, I'll be cordial with you, we can work on something slowly as a friendship, but I'm not going to be the same, Shamia couldn't handle that. Because, girl, I'm not letting my child come over your house and we fell out either. You and your sisters is one thing, and your nieces and nephews, because it's always love. But a girl I grew up with for years that may have been envious of me all this time and I never knew, no, my baby can't come to your house. And why would I bring my baby to your house when I'm not getting along with you right now? It just...
She said, a girl who I grew up with for years and never knew had hidden animosity with me is the last person that I want my baby to be hanging around. Do you see why it's easier for Porsha to forgive Kelli, who she's known for 24 months, than a Shamia? The fact that Shamia doesn't understand that, to me, is still blowing me. But again, pain and confusion.
It made no sense. So, I don't know. Let's talk about it in the comments, but I've always felt something weird about Shamia when it came to Porsha, even before she was on the show. And it just kind of seemed like she was like the tag-along friend.
I'm going to fast forward this because I'm back from my snack break. Hold on. Okay, this video, I need to play this video because this video is coming up next. Sorry, I got me some honey barbecue chips because I need something a little bit salty. This video is the moment where we talk about solutions. Because as a coach, it doesn't make sense for me to just lament about the problem for 2.5 hours and not talk about solutions. There are many ways that Shamia could course correct this. I'm not sure if she could course correct it still. I'll say this. There are many ways that Shamia could have course corrected it up until she decided to go atomic with that mama thing. Porsha and Shamia's relationship is dead. It will never come back. I don't believe Porsha will ever open her heart to Shamia. I know Cancers. I know Tauruses. But yeah, no, it's over, right? So as far as Porsha, that ship has sailed. However, I saw this young lady who had some really great insight into what Shamia could have done to win the public back when she came back this season. Now, I don't know if we're all open to it because the distaste I have in my mouth from that mama comment, I'm not sure I'm bouncing back from that. But if anybody would have given Shamia advice at the beginning of the season before she went atomic, here's the advice I think that might have worked. Let me play it right now.
The issue with Shamia is she's not understanding what she brings to the table. You are the wife of a rich man. I want to see more shopping sprees. Like, I wish you threw Kelli a shopping spree party. You are supposed to bring the glam to Real Housewives of Atlanta. You're supposed to bring that Lisa Vanderpump-esque magic because you don't want to live in the life for real. Okay? I want to see Shamia have dinner parties where she's smoothing things over. What Phaedra did with the whole, I think it was the Reiki thing, whatever, that whole energy cleansing thing, that's what Shamia should be doing. She should have been genuinely facilitating peace between Drew and K. Michelle, but instead she was adding fire to their beef, giggling, and then making fun of Drew's national anthem performance. But what's weird is the whole reason you started beefing with Drew is because of Porsha. And now Drew is Porsha's Go Naked hair ambassador.
Yeah.
You need to reclaim your role as of I am the housewife. I'm actually glamorous. Okay. Let us see you going to record another, I don't know, single. All right. Let's see a classier showcase. Something. But instead, it's just corny instances, you know, wearing kente to your husband's African birthday, like awkward. Like, what are we talking about? Saying things like, doing things like saying like, oh, I'm not inviting Porsha to my house because we're not cool, and then confused as to why Porsha will not let your daughter come over. What are we doing? It's not clear. It's not clear. Okay. Shamia needs to own who she is. You are supposed to be a rich housewife. And the other thing is
the richest, most talented housewife of the season is the one who was acting the most disempowered. Do you see how victim mentality has nothing to do with reality? I'm not a hater, so I'm never going to pretend that Shamia is not fucking gorgeous, deeply talented, and rich as fuck. You are gorgeous, and you are the richest, most talented person on that cast, except for maybe Drew Sidora. I think Drew Sidora and her might be neck and neck, right? But you're either one or two, right? You're in the top 2 of most talented, top 1 of riches, and gorgeous as fuck. And you up here having sidekick problems because you don't know how to tell the fucking truth and say no when you mean no and yes when you mean yes. Do you see how that don't have shit to do with Porsha? Again, Porsha is not perfect. But for God to have blessed you with this fucking much. Let me breathe. All right.
begging for Porsha's approval. You two pay her dust. Pay her dust. Okay. And then the other thing that Shamia is just not good at, she's not good at orchestrating beef and hiding her hands well. It's very obvious that you see things to K. Michelle.
Shamia does stuff, hides her hand, but leaves a fingerprint trail all the way back to her fucking trailer. Everybody's bullying me. Why is everything I do it can't all be my fault, baby? You planted seeds everywhere and they're sprouting with big S's for Shamia on them.
It's very obvious that you amp Kelli to fight Porsha because there is nothing Porsha did to Kelli for Kelli to have this much smoke towards Porsha. There's nothing Porsha did to her. And now the one cast member that keeps randomly insulting Porsha is your new bestie. Okay. Then last but not least, I don't know if they have coaches for this. She needs to get a charm coach. A coach that's going to teach her how to be charming because the one.
Would you set up for an EQ coach? Shamia, if I work with you, I'll sign it in the air. I won't tell nobody. I'll let everybody call me your biggest hater while helping you behind the scenes. Anybody got Shamia's number, tell her to call me. I'm being dead fucking serious. I don't have to be a fan of how somebody acted to help them. If anything, this live is already telling me how to help you. But like Shamia, you do need some sort of help. Whether it's a EQ coach, a charm coach, a therapist. Is it true that somebody said in her words she doesn't have time for therapy? I hope she didn't say that shit. Something. My God.
I think Porsha does have over Shamia and has the best in the cast is she is charming. Yeah. The art of being likable. She has what it takes. Look, Angela can forgive her saying I would sleep with your husband because Porsha's funny. I think Shamia could be funny. She just needs a little help. You know, the corny jokes don't be landing. Repeatedly calling someone Bigfoot. And then Cynthia's pointing out to you that, wait, I'm in the Bigfoot community and you still going at it, you know? Like, you know, you're the first one to say Angela's husband's outside and they get mad when she comes for your marriage. She needs charm, you know? One of the reasons why Angela can get over it with Porsha is Porsha's likable and she be owning it. She was like, I was dead wrong. Shamia, just own your stuff.
It's so funny that everybody's saying Porsha is an evil person who's never admits she's wrong when literally Porsha is the only one of the two of them who's admitted wrong at all this season. A matter of fact, an opinion. Between Shamia and Porsha, Porsha is the only one who's admitted fault at all this season. But she's the villain. Okay. Mind you, Portia's not perfect. We're only talking about Porsha and Shamia's relationship. So please don't bring up her taking that lady's man or the hot dog king. We're talking about, this is a friendship video. This video is about their friendship. Okay. Focus. Because I know like y'all like, what's it called? Whataboutisms. You make a great point over here. So they say, what about over there? Stay over here. Focus. Okay. All right. Let's focus.
Be like, you know what? I was being messy. That wasn't right. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have told your daughter that. That was me being messy, Angela. I'm just so mad at you that I said that to your daughter.
If she had said that to Angela, I'm so sorry for being messy. I shouldn't have talked to your daughter when we had beef like that. I think everybody would have been stunned in the same way they were stunned and warmed when Porsha did it a scene earlier. The thing that this woman is recommending that Shamia do, Porsha literally did that same day. Guys, these things work for a reason. They work for a reason. Human beings subconsciously want to be acknowledged. When you have caused harm, simply acknowledging it, whether you want to be friends with the person or not, it has an impact. It has an impact. I had a friend last year. They felt a way about something I said that was accurate because they didn't have all the information. I could have easily been like, well, she's factually inaccurate, so fuck her feelings. I said, no, someone I care about is hurt, right? I'm not hurt. She's the one who's hurt. If I accidentally hit you with my car, I'm not going to be an asshole and stand over your bleedy body and be like, but I didn't mean to hit you. I'm going to call the ambulance, right? I said, hey, friend, I heard you were feeling away about the thing I said. Number one, I am so sorry. Never had any intention to hurt you, and I am sorry that I hurt you. I don't care that it was unintentional. I'm sorry that I hurt you, unintentional or not. I'm fucking sorry I hurt you. She was shocked when she was done doing the people pleasing thing. No, it's okay, bitch. No, it's not okay. You were talking shit. I saw the screen grabs. Don't lie to me. It's not okay. You were hurt, and it's okay that you were hurt. I'm sorry. She was like, oh, wow. You could tell she was freaked out because in her mind, I'm some boogie monster who can never admit they're wrong because she's projecting on me, right? People who are insecure with big egos hate to admit that people who are secure with small egos exist. Yes? So I said, hey, friend, now that I've told you that I'm deeply sorry that you were hurt, can I tell you the rest of the story that you only have a half of? By the time I was done telling her the story, she apologized to me. I didn't need the apology. I just knew that making sure that I acknowledged the pain that she was in was important to happen first, because without acknowledgement, she wouldn't have felt safe enough to listen to the rest of the story. She would have been too defensive trying to get me to acknowledge her. Rather than make people defensive by trying to get them to acknowledge them up front. And it helps if you're being sincere. I was being sincere, right? And if Shamia ever said, oh my God, bruh, that was fucked up of me. I was having a moment of trying to be petty, but now that you've called me out on it, I probably went too far. I'm sorry for involving your kid in this, Angela. We don't get along, but she's a beautiful kid and she had no business being involved. Angela would have been like, oh. Shouldn't have. But Shamia, she just don't know how to do it. And Shamia, get you a charm coach or something. And the last thing I'm gonna say, Shamia, you need to figure out what your real niche is, because it's getting confusing. Tubi movies, play about Pinky's life, or was it a show? And then the random singing, okay? And then the rum bum, but you want peaches and Grenada, and you're twerking in a meeting. Girl, if your job is spending your husband's money, lean in.
Let us see your shopping. Let us see you renovate something in your house. Let us see you build a closet. Listen, Toya did that on Married to Medicine. I was plugged in. When Lisa Vanderpump remodeled her kitchen in Beverly Hills, I was tuned in. Show me your lavish life. I don't want to see no rum bum, peach and Grenada twerk. By the way, not everybody's meant to be an entrepreneur. This is coming from an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship is not for the weak at heart. I spend more time worried about inventory and payroll than I worry about my own shit. It is not for the weak at heart. If she stopped trying to compete with Porsha and the other girls for being an entrepreneur and just said, you know what, my job is being the richest, baddest bitch in this cast. Let's go. We'd all be gagged. We'd all be gagged. It was right there. When you're too busy comparing yourself to others to see what you already have going for you, you end up in bullshit like this. Get a meeting. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that.
When you start having boundaries, a toxic person is going to absolutely lose it on you.
I hate to say it, but Porsha heightened her boundaries by saying, hey, I will do the show with Shamia. I didn't want to do the show with Shamia, but Shamia done tricked her way onto the cast. It's been 11 years. She's here now. So fine. You know what? I'm not going to yuck your yum. We're going to do scenes. I'm going to keep it cute with you. We're not friends. We're not going to kiki. But I'm not going to mention you ever. And if you get mentioned around me, I'm going to get up and go to the bathroom. We can be cordial colleagues. That's a boundary, guys. And we're going to get into boundaries now. This is the part where we go deep into EQ. I done gave y'all 2.5 hours of this reality shit. Now it's time for us to really get into the EQ bag. Porsha set a clear boundary that we clocked all season. I will be on the show with you. I will not be more than a colleague to you. Cordial. Cordial is the cold version of friendly. Friendly is warm. Cordial is cold. They're both someone who has discernment and is being friendly-ish. Yeah? Friendly-ish. Cordial is like, hey, per my last email, I need this and this. Thank you for your time. Friendly is, hey, girl, great seeing you. They're both professional, right? So the boundary is we can be professionals together. I will acknowledge your existence, but we are no longer friends. The minute Shamia realized that not only was she being rejected by Porsha, she no longer had an impact on Porsha. I do believe subconsciously it became her goal to get a reaction from Porsha. I do believe that deeply.
You are going to get backlash. They are going to say things. They are going to do things that are going to be incredibly nasty because...
What is nastier than your mother's a whore who tried to fuck my daddy? I don't think there's anything nastier than that, respectfully. I think that's the top of the mountain. So this tracks.
You're now holding them accountable and they don't like that. So get ready, because as much as you want to work on yourself and have good boundaries and do all of the things, you're going to also have to be able to have really thick skin, and you're going to also have to be able to take care of yourself very much after you deal with that person, because it will be emotionally draining, mentally draining. It will be absolutely exhausting, but it will only be exhausting if you start getting emotionally charged.
Shamia is playing the victim. Having a good friend with a lot of history on the show can be damn.
Guys, we've had therapists talk. We've had Shamia and Porsha talk. Now we're literally having other housewives share that Portia's not crazy. They completely understand. Mind you, Tamara Judge has been doing this for 15, 20 years. So everybody who's successfully done this is now saying, no, Porsha not wanting you on the show is what any veteran would have told her to tell you. And guys, I think a veteran is who told Porsha to tell her that. So y'all calling the lady selfish, and the whole time she's just reading the room and learning the best practices.
It
could go south very, very quickly.
I don't blame Porsha. I'm not going to let my young child go to somebody's house that doesn't like me.
I was so on the fence about this.
They're talking about, whether she wanted her on the show.
I think Porsha might have said, and not in a bad way, saying like, hey, listen, if you come on the show, this could really affect our friendship if you're full-time.
Shamia talks about how Porsha's mom allegedly tried to sleep with Shamia's dad.
Shamia shouldn't have said that.
There's no coming back from that.
No.
I honestly think that Shamia was trying to trigger Porsha.
A boundary is not, don't yell at me. Don't bother me while I'm...
You guys, for those who have pen and paper, all right, my snack time is over. Shout out to those 15 chips that just saved my life. Those who have pen and paper, we're going to be talking about what boundaries are. On Monday Night Live, when I was talking about boundaries, I could tell that people didn't understand what the fuck I was saying. So I want to create a framework and shared language for you guys, since I am working on my book that will be expanding on all of this. So, what is a boundary? Let's get into it, guys.
At work, don't comment on my body. A boundary is, if you yell at me, I will leave the room. If you bother me while I'm at work, I won't answer you.
If you come on the show as my colleague after I ask you not to, we're not going to be friends anymore.
I'm going to have to pull away from being your friend if you center yourself in the space that I told you where I wanted to be centered and you agreed under false pretenses. See how that's a boundary? It's not punitive, right? A boundary is talking about how I'm going to move. Somebody said, you know it's bad when Tamara just said you went too far. I agree. That's actually why I included her. I love that you peeped that. A boundary says, if you behave in this way, I'm going to behave in this way. It's about me, how I'm going to behave as a result of you dishonoring a boundary that I set to keep myself safe and to keep myself regulated. So boundary is not about being punitive. It's about telling people, here are the consequences of your actions. So yes, if you decide to have the camera crew come to your baby shower, fuck yeah, I'm going to pull away. That's me enforcing my boundaries. Yeah, exactly. Your boundaries are for you. And I think what Shamia doesn't understand is because she doesn't set boundaries and definitely doesn't enforce boundaries, she's offended by any boundary that she gets because in her mind, well, if I'm a people pleaser, why can't you be one too? Again, dogs bark and cats meow. Shamia was expecting a dog to meow. That's not Porsha's nature. And here's the thing. If you don't like Porsha's nature, just don't be her friend. There's something so selfish about not liking how somebody moves, but still expecting full intimate access to them. You can't have both. People who I don't like, I leave alone. I don't expect access to them. Do you know how entitled that is? This is why this is an entitlement debate. It is entitled to have people in your life who cannot say no to you and set a boundary with you without you playing victim and hating them and resenting them. It is entitled as, who the fuck are you? Wild. And by the way, those of you who are defending Shamia's entitlement, I don't think y'all realize how much y'all telling on yourselves. It gets awkward for me when people start caping for this behavior because the whole time as a coach who's been doing this for a long time, I'm like, oh, this is too much. You're basically telling me how you move in your life because only people who move like this think this shit makes sense. That's why sometimes when I'm having these debates, I stop. You'll know sometimes I'll be having a debate and I'll stop because I'm like, I feel like you're just taking off your pants and showing me your naked body and you don't even realize it.
If you comment on my body, I won't be visiting you anymore. A boundary should always include an action that you will take because it's not about controlling another person. It's about controlling the way that you will react in that situation. Yep. And a boundary without an action is just a request that's really hard to follow through on.
Once every 6 to 8 months, I need to come back on this app and say this to remind all of you, okay? Boundaries will always feel like aggression when your baseline has been people pleasing.
Anytime I'm with somebody who has no boundaries and I say no or advocate for the ability to say no, they act like I punched them in the face just because I had the audacity to do what they wouldn't. Boundaries, the ability to say no to people that you consider friends and family because you're not pandering to pretending to be a good person when the whole time you're just a fallible human being who has different needs than everybody else. Anytime I talk about boundaries, people who don't have any, they act like I punched them. Because it feels like aggression to actually hold yourself in high enough favor to say no. Liking yourself feels aggressive to people who move like they don't.
You will feel like the most aggressive person on earth when you start asserting your needs.
And you'll notice that there'll be times where I'll be asserting myself and I'm being very calm and you would think I literally did a bomb scare. That is an ego tantrum, guys. When you are being reasonable and healthy to someone who has normalized toxicity as a way of life, it literally, it deregulates them. And now you're the aggressor, even though you're the only one making sense.
And that is actually the indicator that you are doing it correctly.
Yeah.
Because your yardstick for what is aggressive is actually not correct.
Someone said, as someone who likes Shamia, I actually like that you're calling her out on her BS because she can actually do better now. Exactly. Thank you for that's the whole point, you guys. We're not punitive here. We're educational, right? But we can't fix a problem that we want to acknowledge and call out first. It's literally part of education. Blue, why are you being so mean? You spelled educator wrong. I'm not being mean. I can't teach you how to improve it unless we talk about what the it even is that we're improving. Yo, the Department of Justice, we're dealing with an intellectual decline that is actually scary. And by the way, that's not an opinion. They've quantified now that millennials are considered the height of intellectual evolution and that after millennials, we're on a cognitive decline. Researchers have proven that. Do you know how much it hurts my heart that the generation after me immediately got stupider collectively? If there's anybody that you know that you love, that you've been trying to have this conversation with, not even about Shamia, but just about, or even Porsha, but just about emotional intelligence, self-efficacy, how to objectively analyze things without letting your personal feelings make you miss the obvious, please share this video with them. Y'all don't even understand how I opted in to have my videos shared in schools. I know, by the way, what schools gonna be playing this shit? But I opted to have my video shared with schools with my YouTube manager, because I told her if there's any educational institutions, I don't even care if I don't make any money. I think they pay less. I want people to just be exposed to this version of reality the way I was when I was working at Harvard. It changed my fucking life. That's why I do these free sessions, right? I spend more time with y'all for free than I do with my paid clients, because I want so badly for the message to get out to as many people as possible. Even if they cuss me out at first and then realize later that I make sense. I don't care. It's not personal for me. Now, someone did this interesting clip that said, people who lack boundaries are often quicker to tell your business. Let's talk about it.
One thing I had to learn, and I'm not sure if anybody else can relate to this, but if a person has no boundaries, one, I'm going to do my best to not be around them if I have to at all. But two, I'm not going to tell them my business, right? Because typically people with no boundaries have a hard time saying no to others, right? So when others overreach or keep asking questions or pry into your business, they're going to let them know damn near everything you told them, right? So when someone has no boundaries, I'm not telling them anything about myself, right? I'm going to remain a mystery to that person.
Shamia came to this dinner with a lot of pent-up anger and distress. When she did not get the response from Porsha that she wanted, she came undone. Here's the thing. I believe some of what Shamia was saying in the scene. The problem is everybody else can't be wrong all the time, and you're just the victim. You are on the show. You made it. So why keep rehashing that Porsha allegedly did not want you on the show? You're on the show. Even Andy said Porsha.
No, this was when Shamia was trying to be on the show. You have to remember, Porsha immediately had an issue with Shamia. And you guys, I told you I don't want you to be a colleague on the show. You said you're okay with that, and now they're about to film your wedding. You don't see how there's a reason why I would pull away? The same way I pulled away when they were about to film your baby shower? Are you guys missing this? The very fact that your wedding is a storyline goes against what we agreed to. Are y'all missing this? Think about that. The premise of your show, your wedding being a storyline, is a further reminder of how much you played in my face about what you weren't going to do. Again, I'm not caping. I'm just saying, when someone says, I won't do it, and then they keep on doing it in bigger and bigger ways, yeah, you're going to feel away, babe. That's not a Porsha thing. That's just a person thing.
She asked for her to be a housewife. Coming to dinner and revealing that about the mamas was crazy. That was just not the time. Porsha really did not take the bait. Like, girl has grown. 5 seasons ago, there probably would have been a fist fight. And here's what else doesn't really make sense to me. So Porsha's mom did that to your mom, but you've been trying to be besties with Porsha.
We gotta go on a road trip. I don't watch Congo show. Blue Flash or Claudia. Usually they get along, and for some time, I feel like Claudia, they was on some mean girl shit, but with this topic, Claudia was being kind of an asshole because she hates Porsha, and Blue was trying to speak intelligently, and Claudia wouldn't let her this past Monday. I think that's why she's probably doing this now. But it's like hit or miss. Either way, got it, third share. We'll just see what we're watching. All right, so I gotta go. I'm gonna keep this playing. I actually wanted to see the beginning of it, but when I come back, we'll see.
For years. Even the way Shamia walked back to the car and she was just crying. He is really devastated about this friendship fallout. He has everything in the world people aspire to have. Sorry, my dog won't stop panting. She's still upset. She's on the show. She's still upset. She's got the house, the husband, the money.
She has everything in this world that a person could have, and she still is upset. You guys, this is why I say all the time, money doesn't buy happiness. It buys you the freedom to figure out what makes you happy. This woman literally is at the top of the food chain objectively while acting like she's at the bottom.
She's still not happy.
What does an entitled kid actually look like? Most people think spoiled, ungrateful.
Now, I keep on saying that Shamia and people who think like her are very entitled. It starts in childhood. So I looked up a child psychologist who could explain it to y'all what entitlement means, like in children, because it's a child inside that's never grown up that acts like this as an adult. Right? So let's watch this real quick.
Demanding. But Dr. Becky Kennedy explains it differently. And honestly, this shows up in many of the parents that I work with. Entitlement is not about getting everything you want.
You guys, a lot of people don't know what entitlement means. So I sincerely have this lady here to explain to you on a granular level what entitlement means. For those who are taking notes, grab your pens again. Let's do this.
It's about not being able to handle it when things don't go the way you want.
Entitlement, by definition, is the inability to handle frustration or dis-ease, right? And I need you guys to understand this. Entitlement is an inability to tolerate uncomfortable things. If you are uncomfortable, you think you are entitled to comfort. You are entitled to whatever pleases you, because how dare life not center you at all times? How dare life be unfair? Victims speak.
It's low frustration tolerance. It's the inability to tolerate uncomfortable feelings. So when kids get upset and we fix it fast or give in, they don't learn, I can handle this. They learn this feeling needs to go away. And that's when entitlement actually starts.
I think it's also why Shamia keeps on calling her mother and crying, or running to the car to cry to Kelli. She's showing the wounded child inside of her. She cannot handle frustration or discomfort. That is quite literally entitlement, guys. No, I was thinking it's tricky being autistic in spaces of opinion, because a lot of times people will say they disagree with me and I'm not sharing an opinion. I'm just reading a definition. And my brain goes, how do you disagree with a definition? I didn't even share an opinion. I just told you what the word meant. Entitlement is one of those words. I'd be like, well, she's entitled. No, she's that. No, she's quite literally entitled. And this is why I want y'all to have this moment with me. So the next time I have this debate about entitlement, we're all working with the same framework.
So it's not about kids demanding more. It's about not having enough practice, feeling frustrated and getting through it. And honestly, a lot of us are creating this without realizing it. Here are the takeaways. 1, entitlement is low frustration tolerance. 2, kids need practice handling hard feelings. 3, don't rush to fix. Let them handle it.
I'm coming to you today as some.
Now, we're ending with Dr. Cecilia Baldwin, because I think this 3-part video series she did, I think it's about 4 minutes each video, is somebody said, wow, I think I caught a stray. Well, you might be entitled, my love, or you might be raising entitled children. Fix it. The beautiful thing about these sessions that we have is we're not just making you catch strays. We're showing you a mirror. And if you don't like what you see, now you have the ability to course correct and pivot. Course correct and pivot, right? So Dr. Cecilia Baldwin, she did these 3 clips around why does this friend make you feel weird, right? How envy shows up in friendships. The merit of doing this live, again, is not Real Housewives of Atlanta. It's using pop culture as a vehicle to get y'all to have an uncomfortable conversation that might feel too heavy or too boring otherwise. So we're going to end with the educational piece about what are you experiencing when you have friendships like this? What part of the narrative that we just spent 3 hours talking about can you now learn from and bring into your real life? So let's get into it.
Someone who has sat across from hundreds of clients who have described the exact same confusing, disorienting dynamic that I want to unpack with you today.
Same. You guys, I do 450 clients a year, and I'm telling you, some of these things we see on these reality shows are very much what happens in real life.
Here's a scenario. You have someone in your life and you call them a friend if someone asks, but something feels off. They show up when things go wrong.
I'm the first cousin, for those who are asking. So instead of being the first, I was the eldest cousin to all my cousins.
They show up when things go right, but there's a hollowness to it. When you share good news, you don't feel celebrated. You feel observed, measured, and like you can't put your finger on why, but being around them makes you feel smaller.
When something good happens for you, you feel observed and measured, like the way you would feel when you get to be on a reality show and suddenly your friend is showing up on set with one of the producers. Just saying.
Not bigger. My name is Dr. Baldwin. I'm a licensed therapist and I specialize in relationships. I've been in the field for 20 years and I'm formally and clinically trained as a relationship therapist. Today, we're going to name that dynamic. We're going to talk about the difference between jealousy and envy and what it means when someone loves your energy but resents that they don't have it. And
what it means when someone loves, I mean, eating cheese during this part. What it means when someone loves your energy but resents that they don't have it. Yeah.
Shamia put that shit on her profile to try to get more money out
especially
of
in
Bravo.
adulthood, we
Out
begin
of Bravo.
cultivating friendships that are built on something real. So let's get into it. Yes, we're talking frenemies. Let me describe this person a little bit more specifically first, because I think many of you will recognize them. They are present at all the low points when you're going through something, a breakup, a job loss, a health scare. They are there.
A divorce from a Heisman Trophy winner.
And at first glance, it seems like they care. But pay attention to how they show up. Are they soothing you, or are they consuming the details? Are they trying to help you feel better, or are they quietly relieved that things aren't going well for you right now? Y'all know this person. Then something good happens. You get the promotion, you fall in love, you hit a goal, and they show up for that too. But something is missing. There's no warmth in the congratulations. Maybe they minimize it. Maybe they immediately redirect to themselves. Maybe they go quiet for a few days after, and you notice, you always notice. In my practice, I've come to understand this person as someone who is using the friendship as a measuring stick. They need access to your life, not because they love you, but because you are the benchmark. When you're struggling, they feel stable. When you're thriving, they feel threatened. And the connection you feel to them is real, but it's not mutual in the way that it needs to be. This is what I call a comparative relationship.
I refuse to have comparative relationships. That's one of the reasons why I completely agree with Porsha saying I want to be centered in this thing and not feel like I'm competing with you, because these shows are competitive. Being a housewife of Atlanta is a competitive space. It's a space they're fighting for who's top dog, who has the most airtime, who has the best storyline, who has the most devoted fans. It's a comparative space. It's one thing to be compared to your coworker. It's another thing to be compared to your childhood friend. By definition, it creates comparative friendships, which is why it's ill-advised to go on these shows with your friends.
And it's one of the most confusing kind of relationships to navigate, because on the surface, it looks like friendship. They call, they check in, they remember things, but the underlying motivation is not love or genuine care. It is self-regulation through comparison. And that distinction
Self-regulation through comparison come through, Dr. Baldwin. Yes.
matters big time. Sometimes you might think to yourself that this person is just jealous of me. And sometimes that feels right, but sometimes it doesn't align. And so I want to stop here. Most people use these words interchangeably, and they are actually very different emotions with very different relational implications. Jealousy and envy.
So, guys, we're about to talk about jealousy and envy. For those who are asking, what if the resentment, you are the resentful friend? What is the solution to stay in the friend move on? Because I'm doing a free game, but I can't give away the entire class. We talk about that in class, though.
Jealousy is a 3-person emotion.
You guys, this is the piece that I want everybody walking with, right? You know, I'm always talking about carrying the one, doing the math, because as an autistic person, my brain likes to work in codes and numbers and metrics. Write this down. Jealousy takes 3 people, 3 entities. Let's say entities, right? It takes 3 parties for jealousy. It only takes 2 parties for envy. If you're ever confused if it's jealousy versus envy, do the math, right? 3 equals jealousy, 2 equals envy. So jealousy is I want something and it's thing number B, but she has it instead. I am jealous. So I want that man. She has it instead. I want that job. She has it instead. Make sense? It's me and you triangulated with the thing that I want that you have.
It involves the fear of losing something you already have to someone else, a partner, a friend, a position. Jealousy is fundamentally about threat and protection. Envy is a 2-person emotion. It's about wanting what someone else has, their success, their joy, their confidence, their life, and feeling pain because you don't have it. Envy does not need a third party. It just needs you and the other person who wants the thing that you have.
Envy is what happens when somebody simply wants your essence. I used to think when I moved to LA because I've been in LA for 7 years now. I said, I am a fat Black woman over the age of 35. There's no way in hell I need to worry about anybody being jealous of me, because I've seen all those memes that say nobody doing better than you is ever jealous of you, and everybody's doing better than me out here, so I should be safe. While I was busy clocking that I didn't have to worry about jealousy, I forgot to realize that I did have to worry about envy, because whether I was broke or up or down or whatever, whether I was fat or skinny or young or old, there's a light that I had that they didn't have, and they could sure as fuck envy that. I know people who are more beautiful than me, more famous than me, more successful than me, more rich than me, who I've still looked into their eyes and seen envy. Right? People who are doing better than you in life externally can still envy you for what you carry internally. They can envy the way that you are loved, the way that you bounce back. Y'all know I've been on mad fucking podcasts, and here I am driving, doing my own fucking show. They can envy the way that you make friends, the way that you articulate your language, how cleverly you circumvent disaster, the fact that you refuse to be shamed. You can be deeply envied by someone who is technically doing better than you.
What we're describing here in this kind of friendship is envy. And envy, when it's unexplained or unacknowledged, becomes coercive. It doesn't just show up as declaration. It shows up as subtle dimming, a backhanded compliment, an absence of enthusiasm, a comment that just lands a little bit wrong. And here's what makes it so disorienting. The person who's envying you doesn't often fully realize that they're doing it.
Remember how we said people pleasers are dangerous because they lie to themselves before they lie to you? So there's no point even confronting them a lot of the time. I promise you, in Shamia's mind, there's no malice in her heart, and she would be stunned if she ever went into a dark night of the soul and really sat with what she was doing. And it would take a dark night of the soul for her to have the kind of ego death that would be necessary for her to let this go.
They may genuinely believe they want good things for you, but there's a part of them, usually tied to an unhealed wound about their own sense of worth or enoughness, that cannot tolerate watching you have what they want. So they want to stay close enough to monitor and far enough in their heart to avoid celebrating.
I don't even think Shamia still wants to be Porsha's friend. I think Shamia misses having access to Porsha. That's the part that I think Porsha's made peace with. She's like, this girl doesn't like me. She just likes having access to me. A lot of us are saying Shamia is mourning the loss of the friendship. I believe that for her, the friendship was more access. I don't think she even sincerely likes Porsha anymore. I think they both agree that they no longer like each other. I think one is just mourning the light that gets dimmed when Porsha leaves the room.
Classic push-pull dynamic. They're present, but not celebratory. Close, but not warm. It's the hallmark of an envious friendship. Now I want to introduce another layer that I find particularly fascinating. And I think it speaks to something deeply human. Some people are drawn to you not because of who you are to them, but because of what you carry. Your lightness, your ambition, your warmth, your way of walking into a room, the ease in which you laugh. And they want to be near that energy, not because they love you, but because being near you makes them feel something that.
The ease with which you laugh. What is it that people kept on saying? Well, even if you don't like Porsha, that bitch is charming. She's funny. She's light. There's an air to her. We thought she was stupid the whole time. She just had good comedic timing and strategy. The gag is Shamia has her own light, but it's hard to see your light when you're constantly staring at someone else's. That's what's, I'm going to keep saying this, the fact that none of this was even necessary.
They don't generate on their own. In therapy, we sometimes call this vicarious living, latching on to someone else's vitality because you haven't yet claimed your own. And here's the painful irony. The very thing that draws them to you is the thing that makes them resent you. They want your energy.
The thing that draws them to you is also simultaneously the thing that makes them resent you. My God, today. Y'all see why I use Porsha and Shamia as a Trojan horse for us to have this conversation? I've told this story a million times. Fuck it, I'm going to tell it again. When I went to the White House, because I was at the White House a lot during the Obama administration because I was working in politics. And I remember when we were going to the White House for Christmas to see Hidden Figures with Michelle and Barack and the cast. So it was the first lady. I think Barack was in the back working on something. He later told security we were making too much noise. But it was Michelle Obama and Kevin Costner, Octavia. I still have the pictures on my phone. Octavia Butler, or Spencer. I always got Octavia Butler. Octavia Spencer, and Janelle Monáe. Was Taraji there? I don't know why I feel like Taraji might have been there. Maybe she was there something else. So they're all sitting there. We're in the White House with the cast of Hidden Figures and NASA. A bitch is live the life, right? So I'm surrounded by the Obamas, Janelle Monáe, and Kevin Costner, and NASA people, astronauts. And mind you, this is a regular day at work for me when I worked in politics. At this point, the Secret Service and I even had little funny handshakes and shit. And when I was told I was going to this event, I said, yo, the last time I went, I'm not really good at taking pictures. Can I bring a camera person this time? They're like, yeah, sure. I somehow end up getting security clearance for 9 of my friends. The White House said I could roll up with one person. I showed up like 10 deep, like Wu-Tang for Christmas. Okay. Now, why did I do this? I did this because I had started to realize that my friends were acting a little weird around the kind of opportunities I was getting. Right. In my mind, I'm just a writer who happens to live in DC and who's doing cool shit. I'm not thinking, hey, when I came home last week and tell them that I was riding in a motorcade with Michelle Obama and shit and James Baldwin's niece, I thought it was a cool story because everybody knows how much I love James Baldwin that I ended up sitting next to his niece in the motorcade. And they're like, bitch, what? I'm not picking up that might be envy or jealousy. I'm just thinking maybe my friends are upset because they think that I'm going to get big-headed and not take them with me. So I get them all tickets to come with me. They all had to pretend that they were working for me, but I got them all in. We have this amazing experience to the point where many of them changed their profile pictures to the picture of us outside of Barack Obama's office doing like pictures, like, you know, them little gang 1990s pictures outside the Christmas tree. Obama literally told the Secret Service, tell Blue and them to fucking leave it down. Mind you, he was following me on Twitter at this point. Well, Obama follows a bunch of writers and stuff. So we get a call from the Secret Service guy, the one that I was the coolest with. He was like, Blue, I know it's always fun when you come over here, but like, y'all are making too much noise, taking these pictures. He's literally on the other side of the door working. Y'all are laughing too loud. I was like, my bad, right? Getting a noise complaint from the first and only Black president is a little bit awkward. So I said, okay, my bad. I got a little too lit. Y'all, we got to go get drinks somewhere else because we done pissed off Barry and them. So we leave and we get drinks. I'm thinking, what a magical fucking day, right? Y'all couldn't be with me in the motorcade, but I have you in the White House with Michelle Obama, Barack in the back telling us to shut the fuck up, Octavia and Kevin Costner in them, the Secret Service. Like, y'all are part of my world, yeah? I go to the bathroom. I didn't tell them I was going to the bathroom. I just kind of snuck off quietly while they were all laughing and talking at the restaurant we were at. I'm in the stall. Nobody knows I'm in the stall. 2 of my friends, to this day, these girls don't know that I heard them. 2 of my friends walk in, ex-friends, I should say, and they're in the stall. They're like, yeah, she thinks she's just so fucking important. Like, she's up here showing off just because they were talking shit about me. And I sat there and I said, I live a magical, amazing fucking life. And I've been working under the premise that maybe the reason y'all are being weird is because y'all don't want to be left behind. I'm literally called up the Secret Service to get you clearance to spend the day hanging out with all these shiny people so you can get a taste of the world that I get to take for granted. And the minute you don't see me, you rush into the bathroom not realizing I'm in the stall to talk shit about me. I go home for Christmas, devastated. I say, Mommy, I tell her what happens. Mommy, well, I don't understand. My mother was like, baby, you've been overly generous since you were, I like to trick on my friends. I'm not even going to hold you. She said, you've been generous your entire life. What I need you to understand is you keep on thinking that if you keep on giving, people will keep loving you. And what you need to realize now that you're getting older is there are people in this world who will always resent that you even have it to give. There are people in this world who will always resent that you even have it to give. They are not worried about you sharing your light. They're mad you're even in possession of it. A year later, I cut off the entire, well, not a year later, that following year, which was only a couple of weeks later. By the summer, I had cut all those people off and decided that I was going to save up money to move to LA. Because they had one of the things they had started doing to make fun of me is Blue thinks she's Hollywood. Blue's so Hollywood. They started calling me Hollywood in the group chat. And now I live in Hollywood in a 2,000 square foot townhouse. The bitches weren't wrong. They were just early. Yeah. Yes, it was nasty work. So that's all to say that whether you're the friend who's constantly trying to bring people along and be generous and having your heart broken, a la The Great Gatsby, or you're the friend who thinks, well, my homegirl has all this shit going for her. I just want this thing for me. She has so much, a rich husband, super talented, all these connections. I just want this thing for me. Whether you're this person or that person, there are going to be people who are simply going to resent the light that belongs to you, doesn't belong to them. And there's no way for you to justify that other than making peace with what's being revealed. All right, let's keep on playing.
But they also wish you didn't have it because you having it highlights what they feel they lack.
Yeah.
This is different from admiration. Admiration says, I see something in you that inspires me. This says, I see something in you that I want, and I'm not sure I can have it. So I'll stay close and hope it transfers and quietly resent you for having it. If you ever left a friendship feeling drained, despite the fact that nothing explicitly bad was said, if you felt like you had to manage your joy around a particular person, shrink your wins, soften your good news, this may be why. You are performing emotional labor to protect someone from their own unresolved envy, and that is not your job. There's something about adult friendships that we don't talk enough about.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them are built on proximity, not compatibility. You become friends in college because you lived on the same floor. You become friends at your first job because you were both new. You became friends with your neighbor because they were there.
You became friends with the person who was in the same childcare industry as your mama. Yeah, see how this all ties back?
And proximity-based friendships are not bad by default, but they aren't built on shared values. And over time, that gap becomes very clear. As adults, we grow, we change careers, we change partners.
We change frameworks. We decide to stop being reactive and beating people up. We stop being the person who you can easily get into a fight and get them to betray themselves through anger and deregulation. At a certain point, when you are the person who has this weird, unspoken, toxic pact with a friend or frenemy who envies you, but also kind of admires you and can't figure out which side to stay on, it crumbles the minute you evolve, right? That story about what happened with me that Christmas at the White House, it changed me. It changed me. And I think a lot of the failures that Porsha has gone through, and she alluded to this, just because Porsha won't cry to our faces doesn't mean she doesn't cry. I think she just learned how not to cry in front of us anymore. There's a part of me that will never be as publicly vulnerable as I used to be. I used to just gush feelings all the time. Publicly, I'm a writer. Oh my God, I have so many feelings. I'm a thespian. I'm a poet, right? I don't do that shit no more. Mind you, there was nothing wrong with it. I just had to evolve because I didn't like the results of moving like that. People who are willing to pivot are going to pivot when the results are not what they are seeking, not when they are just bitter. There's some people who only pivot from bitterness. I didn't have to be bitter. I was hurt. I wasn't even angry. I was hurt. I think it would shock people how many things celebrated humans, celebrities, public figures are hurt by that change them and grow them that you would think never even bothered them. And then eventually it actually does stop bothering them. I think 5 years ago, those comments would have bothered me. Now I sincerely don't give a fuck. And you know what? I'm not clapping for the perception of unbothered that I'm presenting to you. I'm clapping for the fact that I'm not faking it. I'm clapping for the fact that I actually mean that shit, right? 5 years ago, I would have said and reacted the same way. The win isn't the reaction. The win is the fact that I actually mean it now. I actually am not losing sleep about it.
We change our minds about what we want our lives to look like. And some of the people we brought with us from earlier chapters were never meant to come into this one. But letting go of a long-standing friendship feels like a failure. It feels disloyal. It brings up guilt.
It's a death, guys. a friendship divorce, any divorce, whether it's a marriage divorce or a friendship divorce or a family divorce, divorce is a death. It's a death of a way of life. It's a death of a chapter. It is something that is meant to be mourned.
So we keep people around long past the expiration date of what we had in common.
Yeah.
I want to gently challenge that. I want to challenge the guilt. Friendships deserve the same intentionality we give to our romantic relationships or our professional lives.
Amen.
The question to ask is not, how long have I known this person? But how do I feel after spending time with them?
I recently said to one of my friends how you can always tell who is safe to me by how much access they get to me. I don't give people access to me based on how much I love them. I give people access to me based on how close they are. I've said this a million times. If I love you and you are unsafe, I will love you from across the street. If I barely know you, but you've been safe thus far and have been super helpful, you can sit next to me. My proximity is not based on what my heart says. It's based on the ego death that I've had that lets me know that my love for you is not the same thing as how safe you're willing to keep me. People can love you and still have no interest in keeping you safe, guys. And the people who love you who simply don't know how to keep you safe. Either way, you're still unsafe. Whether you're not keeping me safe because you don't want to or you don't know how to, I'm still not safe, bruh. Now, if I find somebody who is safe and I love them, then I'm going to fucking adore them the way I do with Bridget and Mel and those people, right? It's great when it's both. But if I have to choose between who loves me versus who keeps me safe, the person sitting next to me is always going to be the safe person. I'm sorry. How do I say this nicely? I don't hate myself enough to put myself in harm's way. I think that's what this all comes down to. Do you dislike yourself enough to unnecessarily put yourself in harm's way? And if the answer is no, some of the shit that y'all think makes me a G is just obvious.
Do they know the real me? Do they celebrate my growth? Are they someone I can call in a crisis? And would they show up with genuine love, not just curiosity about how bad it is? Those questions have the answers you already know. Trust them. So how do we build the real thing? Here's what I tell my clients. First, get clear on your values, not just your vibes. Chemistry is real and it matters, but chemistry without alignment is what gets you into these relationships in the first place. Ask yourself what you actually need in a close friendship.
I have a lot of chemistry with assholes, so I can't just go on chemistry. I'm a cheeky bitch who likes to have witty banter. You know, assholes love the same thing. Chemistry, it cannot be enough, guys. Or you might be somebody who's very emotional and intense, and now you're in collusion with a narcissist who just thinks it's dope that you both like to sit around and stew and shit. Sometimes when we think about soulmates, we think about our higher selves have soulmates. I've said this in class. I'm not sure I've ever said this on camera, so I'll say it to the general public. Your demons have soulmates too. Not everybody you are aligned with are aligned in the right place. Some of y'all think y'all have heaven on earth when the whole time you're aligning with somebody in hell. Just be clear. It's called a karmic, by the way. Just be clear. Not all soulmates are in heaven.
Mutual accountability, intellectual stimulation, emotional depth, shared faith or philosophy. Start pursuing spaces where those values are present, not just the spaces that feel comfortable. The second thing is paying attention to how you feel in your body after your interactions. Your nervous system is one of the most accurate friendship diagnostics that you have. After spending time with someone who genuinely loves you, you should feel warm, seen, and energized.
Someone said, do not set yourself on fire to keep others warm. That's one of the bars that we always say in class. I refuse to set myself on fire to keep other people warm.
After spending time with someone who's managing their envy around you, you often feel vaguely depleted, slightly anxious, or like you've said too much. Learn to track that feeling. It is information. Third, let people show you who they are over time and believe them. Genuine friends are consistent.
Genuine friends are not only consistent, they also are mortified at the idea of hurting you rather than defensive that you clocked it. If I tell somebody that they've hurt me and their first reaction is to talk about what a good person they are while I'm bleeding on the floor, you've already told me everything I need to know. Your ego means more than my safety. I'm clear at that point.
They celebrate you when things are good. They hold you when things are hard. They don't disappear when your life looks better than theirs. Pattern recognition is your friend here. One complicated reaction to your good news could be a bad day. A consistent pattern of hollow enthusiasm is a character trait.
Hollow enthusiasm is how I describe my former podcast co-host. Whenever something good would happen, they'd be like, "Oh, really? Oh, that's great." And then whenever something similar would happen for them, "Oh my God!" Right? The example I always use is when I went to London 2 years ago. I was shocked by how many people in London knew who I was because they recognized my voice from my podcast. And so the minute I got off my flight, she might be watching right now. The minute I got off my flight, I met my friend James and his wife at was it Brixton? I don't know where it was. It was like some black food festival they had in London. I said, I want to be with the niggas, okay? Take me to the black people in London. I think black Brits are so delightful. And I think all Brits are very fascinating. Got my Anglophile, but black Brits, last time I had been to London, I had not seen more than 3 black people. I was like, please find me black people. We go to this thing. It's a Caribbean thing. There's mad food. We're in line. We're talking kiki. And I come home that night. Somebody said, hey, I'm part of the Humanized fan club because I had a podcast called Human at the time. She's like, yeah, I recognized you. And then proceeds to tell me the whole conversation. She was like, yeah, I was just gobsmacked that Blue Toulouseman was in London and was right behind me in line. And she was listening to the entire conversation. I got spotted 7 times in London. I've never been spotted that much in fucking LA, right? So I come home and I tell my podcast co-host, I can't believe that so many people in the UK know who the fuck I am. I'm just a girl with like 20,000 followers of the podcast. And they were like, well, Blue, your voice is very distinctive. And you have to think about it. The Griot has millions of readers. Hollywood Unlocked has millions of viewers. You only have 20,000 followers, but more people know you. I'm like, okay, that's a good point. When I'm talking to my co-host, one of my co-hosts is like, oh, that's cool. And I could tell he was like, bitch, it's not that serious. I said, oh, maybe I'm being big-headed, okay? Maybe 7 strangers recognizing me in the UK is egocentric. Let me shut the fuck up. I sincerely thought that maybe I was being big-headed. A month and a half later of him being on my show, he comes to us excited. You won't believe it. Somebody recognized me at Ralph's. For those who don't know, Ralph's is a local supermarket. The same person who told me I was overreacting, that 7 people recognized me in London, was geeking the fuck out that somebody recognized him at Ralph's, our local grocery store. I said, now hold on now. If London's not a big deal, then how is Ralph's a pattern recognition? Child, you ain't got to worry about me. I say that to say, in that moment, I chose to honor what was being revealed. What she's saying is, when you peep shit, don't be like, honor. I was like, okay, nah, that's hater behavior. Because ain't no fucking way that Ralph's and we go, okay, and mind you, when the person walked up, I said, what did they say to you? The person said to them, oh my God, I recognize you from Blue's podcast. Wait, they recognize you calling out my name. But when somebody recognizes me
That's
calling my own
funny.
name,
Wait, where is Richie?
Yeah, you guys, we're gonna do a
Not in the
live.
car,
We're going
and
to
she's
Boston
not.
next week. I feel
Or
like
did
I
she
want
go
to
to the
some members
store?
contacts next week while I'm traveling.
Be willing to initiate the depth. Adult friendships don't deepen by accident.
No.
The way they did when we were young and had endless hours together. You have to create the conditions for intimacy.
Yeah.
Ask the real questions. Share something vulnerable. Show up without an agenda. The people who meet you there, that's your circle. That is your tribe. And finally, you don't have to dramatically exit every relationship that doesn't serve you.
By the way, for those who are like, well, Porsha didn't have a big whatever, I think Porsha just got tired and pulled away. She's like, bitch, I've already told you I don't like this shit. You keep doing it. There's nothing left to talk about. That's not actually ghosting. Ghosting is when you just leave without a trace. Telling somebody you don't like some shit and watching them repeatedly do it anyways while expecting access from you and then saying, fine, fuck it, I'm out. That's not ghosting.
Sometimes the most graceful thing is a natural fade. Fewer invitations, less disclosure. You can wish someone well from a distance. I know this can be difficult, and here's what I want you to walk away with today. Feeling confused about a friendship is valid data. Confusion often means you're holding 2 contradictory truths at once.
Yep.
This person is in my life, and this person does not feel safe. Both can be true. You're allowed to trust that feeling, even when their behavior is technically friendly.
Even if they're beloved as everybody's best friend in Atlanta.
Envy in a friendship is not always intentional cruelty. It is usually an unhealed pain in another person expressing itself through comparison. That doesn't make it your responsibility to manage. You can have compassion for who someone is and where they're at without giving them front row access to your life. You deserve friends who light up when you win, who sit with you when you lose, who love your energy because they love you, not because they need to borrow it.
Me and baby, they pulling clips of your mama right now.
So we're ending with this note. After all of that, do you know after all of that, they pulled out clips after Shamia's explosive scene with Porsha and found out that just last year, Porsha's mother was talking about how Miss Diane is a beautiful woman and a sweet woman and how they're still good friends. Shamia, your ace was to say that my mother was a whore who tried to fuck your daddy. But just last year, y'all were doing a pod with your mama where she said that my mother was amazing. Which one is it? Is your mother a whore lover? Like, which one is it? Ain't no what. This is the shit that I was trying not to say on Monday because I wanted to be a team player. I let y'all cuss me out for a full week. Oh my God, Blue, I can't believe Blue is Team Porsha. Blue don't know who Porsha is. Shamia's our victim. Child, I've been letting y'all just talk.
From your YouTube last year of Shamia mama basically saying Porsha mama Diane is her friend and will always be her friend and is such a sweet lady.
Which one is it? Oh, bon Dieu.
Now, don't get me wrong. I know Shamia mama is walking with the Lord, but I'm sorry. I don't care how many decades done went by. If you try to sleep with my husband, baby, I'm not finna be out here telling people, baby, you was a sweet person and you my friend. That ain't gonna happen. Not in neon one of these damn decades. I've never had this situation, but I don't think I could. I don't think the moment I found out that my best friend, mama, tried to sleep with my daddy behind my mama back, I don't think we can remain best friends after.
So, guys, we're going to end it here. That is my thesis about Shamia and Porsha. This was a marathon. If you see me sipping and smiling on Monday. Actually, who am I joking? I'm a team player. I'm probably going to just end up still talking as much as I usually do. Ciao. I love my job. I'm built for it. If y'all hate me, that's fine. If y'all love me, that's fine too. None of it is personal. You're just responding to the reflection of yourself that you see in me. If you like you, you like me. If you don't like you, you don't like me. If you don't like you, but you want to be like me, you might also like me. Again, it's not personal. It just comes with the job. There's a thick skin that Porsha has that I want Shamia to acquire that I have for different reasons. And I'm hoping that you're better for have watching this all 3 hours and 40 minutes of it. Okay. Shout out to all 1,200 or so of you who came in here. I think a couple of thousand came in earlier. Love y'all. I'm so tired. I will not be going live again. I was thinking about doing live tomorrow. Nah, I'm not. This was too much. I might do a quickie on Monday. But until then, guys, have a wonderful, wonderful evening. And please honor what's being revealed. Okay. Until next time. Oh, and for the recaps, number 1, hype the video when it's over. Please hype the video. Number 2, fall 26 at Eventbrite. If you want to take my class, I think there's a couple of spots left. And number 3, the comment that I want you to write in the recap comments is, we're so happy we let Blue give us full context. I want the haters to see that there's full context. Right? Shout out if you're happy that I gave you full context rather than a clip from Monday. Bye, family. Love you.
Damn. Still was going. I want to rewind it. I will. Damn, I don't know the computer on. See something else come on. I'll see y'all when I get back in the house. Wait, hold on.